Good to see you. Since I got both of your attention, how's the sound? Can you hear me okay?
Sounds good.
Great, thank you. All right, Mandy, we can go ahead and start the recording and the live. All right. Well, thanks folks for the patience as we got started. We had a summer off. We had a lot to catch up on as a group here in the room. Hopefully you guys weren't too lonely in the waiting room, but we're glad you're here too. Welcome everybody to the Offshore Wind Roadmap Roundtable. We took the summer off and we're back. Hopefully you got from Jeff the document. We have a roadmap, a draft. It's an initial draft. And so part of today and the next couple of conversations is to really work through that document. Is it doing what it needs to do? Is it structured the way that it's usable? Is it what you hoped it would be? Does it say the things you want it to say? Is it setting Oregon up on a pathway so that regardless of which future Oregon chooses around offshore wind, we've got some direction around it. So welcome. You'll see here in the room, it's October. So every October in the Cochran family, we take all our skeletons out of the closet and put them out in the front yard for the neighbors to check out. So we did that a little bit today. So we have two of our skeletons here today joining us in the spirit of transparency. And Sophia and I had a meeting this summer and a couple of folks forgot to RSVP and return their name tag. So we brought them along today. Cool. So we started meeting with this group back in November. So this is kind of almost the year point coming back. Agenda for today is really to start looking through the document. Jeff is going to give us a little bit of an overview and a recap of all of the different conversations that he and others have been having this summer. We're going to give an overview of the document itself. For folks online, you should be able to look at your meeting materials. We'll have slides here, but you can get the roadmap draft there. For folks in the room, we have some hard copies if you want hard copies. And so we'll walk through that. We're going to spend a lot of time also kind of doing a gallery walk of section 4, which are the pathways. And kind of looking through, okay, here are the different stages of offshore wind development. What are the different objectives? What are the different expectations? What are the different kind of checkpoints and information that needs to be in place at each stage? So we'll walk through that. Then we'll have some breakout conversations. We have a lot of questions for you. We may not be able to concentrate on all of those just today. So we'll talk a little bit about which ones we want to focus on. And then we'll just have some open space for folks to kind of give up comments and thoughts. Does that sound okay for an agenda? We'll feed you, we'll take breaks along the way, all that good stuff. All right, Brett, as I'm talking, do I still sound pretty clear? All right, right on. Any changes or adjustments to the agenda from folks in the room or folks online? Yeah.
I was curious on, when I was reading through it, I noticed the word should. And I was wondering why choose that word and not must? So I would like for it to be changed for must. Like, the state should engage with, I picked this one, fishing communities instead of, I think it should say the state must engage. Because it gives it's a stronger obligation, I think, instead of should. And I was reading all through it and it says should, the state should maybe should contact tribal. And I think it's a stronger obligation to say must throughout the whole. That was the thing it's just stronger.
Great, yeah, we're gonna have lots of time to talk about the document specifically, and I would like to open that up to see what people think. But just because we're talking about it now,
Yeah. Well,
When
it's a
I-
change.
Yeah. You know, I was writing this from the perspective that the roadmap is not itself a policy-making document, that it can't force anybody to do anything, that it's a recommendation document.
Right,
And so that's why the should was in there, because it's in the form of a recommendation. But if we can think of a way to frame it such that, you know, the state should require this to happen in some way,
mhm.
then we can kind of turn that into something a
A
little
little
stronger.
stronger, I think, because it's like, well, you know, they kind of gave us a hard time last time, so.
Yeah.
Maybe we won't do it as often or, I don't know, communicate with them.
Yeah.
I think must would be a stronger obligation. I mean, they can still say, no, we don't feel that we're obligated to do it that way. But it's just a stronger intent.
Yeah, and there may be a needle to thread here to say that if Oregon wants to do this the right way, it must.
Right,
So
yeah, something
Maybe
like
there's a
that.
little bit of a tone.
Well, and I think for today too, one of my hopes walking out of today is if you look at particularly on the table of contents for the document today, that it's generally the architecture of the document is about right. That's, I want the kind of feedback from you all for Jeff to make sure that that architecture is about right, right? If there's very specific content or recommendation, we've got between now and June to work on that. And especially between now and January, when DLCD is planning to do a more formal public comment and broader engagement to get to fine tune some of that. But today, like if we have to move big section or get the overall tone and kind of stance of the document, right? That's a great place to focus today.
Okay,
So.
yeah, I just wanted to plant that seed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tone comment.
It completely, it
Yeah.
completely is, yeah.
Can I just offer that in the context of the roadmap, those points where shoulds may need to become musts, might be natural indications of, you know, where an off-ramp is needed.
Yeah, and it may be one person's must is another should, and we're gonna have to explore that too,
Mhm.
right? So that's a great conversation for today. Okay. Any other adjustments to the agenda or kind of hopes for things that we covered today? Folks online? Joe, I saw you come on video. Did you want to offer something or you just came on video?
No,
for us?
just letting you know I'm listening.
I love it. Thank you for that cue. Okay, Jeff, I think with that. Oh, thank you. Yes, Rick.
Hey, I'm sure you're going to do this, but at some point, I would imagine you're going to give the disclaimer about tribes' involvement and that this has not yet been vetted by tribal councils. Certainly, there's.
Yeah, Rick, thank you. I was not going to give that, but I was just about to hand it to Jeff to talk about all the conversations this summer, especially with us.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Jeff, did you want to give the disclaimer?
All right, it does, as long as you do it, I don't care when.
All right.
Go for it, Jeff.
Pretty sure it's in my plan, but yeah, if I don't get to it, mention you, Rick. So yes, we'll just start there. That one of the things we did over the summer was to meet with a tribes only table because if you remember from the May-June draft, that was a pretty empty section. We hadn't yet had those conversations. So we had them over the summer, and it included staff from interested tribes as well as some members. We worked through over a dozen interest areas and came out with some recommended actions that are now in the draft of the roadmap because the view was, let's get this out in front of people and integrate it with the whole plan as soon as we can. But as Rick mentioned, the caveat there is that we have not done formal consultation with tribes yet. Once we came out with those draft outcomes of the tribes on the table, starting, I believe it was August, we reached out to the 9 federally recognized tribes and requested consultation. to go over what we came out with. And so what you'll see in the document itself, there is a disclaimer in that section, making clear that these came out of that tribes only table, but may change significantly depending on the outcome of formal consultation. So. Rick, is there anything you'd add to that? Okay, cool.
No, other than, and I think you touched on this, I mean, certainly tribal staff, work very closely with Jeff to craft, that's particularly the tribal section. But again, it just hasn't been subject to review and input from tribal councils.
Well, if we're ready, I'm gonna share my screen. I'll put the slides up for today, and I'll begin with an overview of how I spent my summer. Which you can see most of how I spent my summer in the document. Look at it. Yeah. For those who are joining us virtually from the public, I do want to say welcome. Thank you for being here. We are going to have two opportunities for public comment today, one before lunch and one at the end of the day. We also have been calling it question box, but if you look at this QR code, or if you follow the link that's there, shoot an email, and anything. We're trying to keep this process open throughout. So if you have questions, please send an email, put it in the question box so that we can be coming back around to that in our process here. And if you do have comments for today, please let us know right before lunchtime. We'll have time there. So our agenda for today, I posted the link to our meeting materials in the chat, and it has our agenda, but big picture. I'll be talking about where we are with the things that we did this summer, the engagement activities, as well as the ones that are still planned through the fall, and our overall process schedule. If you recall, the legislature passed a bill in the most recent session, getting this extra time for this roadmap, because otherwise it would have been due September 1st. So we got that extra time to do some additional engagement and work this document with all of you. I'll let you know where we're at on that schedule. Next, I'll be giving you an orientation to this review draft number 1. It's not going to be in as exhaustive detail as we did in May and June. It's going to stay kind of at that higher level. But I'll walk you through some of the decisions we made, how we worked with the comments that we did receive in May and June. And as appropriate, I'll kind of flag some of the areas that, as I was writing it, stuck out to me as things we're probably going to want to talk about a little more. I have some questions. Next, we're going to have kind of a get up and move your body thing for those in the room, and for those online, we'll have an opportunity to follow along virtually as well. This gallery walk, where those pathway diagrams that we've been working on really since our very first meeting, trying to identify what would the path look like if there was a future that involved offshore wind, and what are the necessary steps at each phase. We worked with a graphic designer to come up with the visual concept that we've now put in the document, that's up on posters in the room. We're just going to do a walkthrough and see how well it fits. And then I think lunch is after that. And then after lunch, we're going to do some breakouts from about 1:15 to 3 o'clock, where, as I was putting together the document, as I said, there were some questions that were persistent in mind. And I'm curious what people's thoughts are on those. I've got printouts of the questions here in the room. Probably more than we have time for, so we're going to have to manage them. And we'll have online breakouts as well to discuss those. And some are about the document itself and the structure, and some are more topical about some of the policy recommendations and some of the complexity of those. And then the last hour or so is just gonna be an open space. For those of you who've had time to be looking at the document, if you have things that has jumped out to you, like we had from Gary just a minute ago. That we wanna bring up and say, hey, what do we all think about this? That's the time to have that conversation there. But throughout the meeting, you know, during the orientation, if we wanna talk about document structure, things that are popping up. Please don't be shy. You know, I prefer not to have to talk all day, so I really would like there to be a good conversation here today. All right. Let's get into summer updates. So from June until now, there were a number of things going on. First among them, we continued to meet with two of our three working groups. We had the community benefit and other enforceable agreements work group that met several times through the month of August. And then we had our research agenda coordination working group that met also multiple times in August. And it was really just catch can from who could join us in the room at any meeting. The purpose of those was to develop the recommendations that are in section 5 of the document related to those two topic areas. Getting as close as we could based on the feedback that we were getting from that working group. And now that it's in the document, it's open for everybody. So if you were in the working group and you felt like you had a comment that didn't make it through to the end and you want to make that comment again, please feel free to do so. Then also in the summer, I spent a lot of time fleshing out that May-June draft into the one that you all have in your inboxes. I don't even know what the page count is. 176. Great, 176. That includes an executive summary. That it's 30 pages. Yeah. So yeah, a lot went into trying to take that structural proto draft and turn it into something real that we can actually now get into the nitty gritty. I recognize though that you've only had a week with it, and that's really not fair. So what we're planning to do, what we're doing is giving it until October 20th. So if you have comments you want to make on the document, not live here in the meeting, if you want to write it up, send it to me. If you'd like a Word version of the roadmap to do track changes and bubbles, I'm happy to share that with you as well. And if you can get those back to me no later than the 20th, but if you could do it by the 10th, that would help me out a lot. What I would do with that feedback then is integrate it all, because we're gonna have a draft number 2 for our November meeting, November 18th. And I'm gonna, this is gonna be that iterative process.
Good question.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sure I knew this at one point, but will you just refresh my memory? Who is the audience for the roadmap document? Is that the legislature? Or?
Yeah, thank you, John. Did everyone hear that online? Who's the audience for the roadmap? Yeah. I think primarily it is the legislature because they commission the roadmap. However, we also want this to be usable by members of the public, people who have an interest in offshore wind and want to see whether those interests are reflected in any path forward. We want it to be usable by the industry to know here are Oregon's expectations when it comes to offshore wind. And there are probably many other audiences out there who have an interest. And so, yes, the legislature, but we want it to be generally usable. And frankly, you know, our agency and other state agencies are probably going to use this as well as a blueprint for any actions that come after, which is why there's a lot of detail. Right, it's like, if you're gonna do this, here are some things to take note. Go ahead, Lenny.
I'm sorry, I moved here to the back now, looks on that. I mean, that was one of the struggles we had back and forth over the summer and talking about it, is that a document that can be all things to all people is not possible. And so that's part of why it's 176 pages, it's just trying to meet lots of different needs from lots of different people. So that is feedback that today will be really helpful. So for example, if that 30-page executive summary, maybe that's a report to the legislature, like that's the primary audience for that piece of it. Like the rest of the document may be more for the state agencies and the folks who might operationalize this out into the future, as well as maybe kind of a documenting the path, well, I'm sorry, too many pathways. Documenting all the conversations you all have had, so that if the next group that comes to pick this up doesn't have to retread that same ground. And then also, if there's stuff that's in the document that might better be spun off into separate things, that's all good feedback too, right? So when we talk about the table of contents and which parts of the document are best for which audiences and what's the best way to deliver that, that's all fair game, and feedback would be great for the roundtable.
Thank you.
Are there any questions online? I'm sorry, I can't see if there is.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
Hi, just a question about the formality, the length of the executive summit for the legislature. Is there a limit how long it can be? I know when we wrote a report, coming out of staff, we were told 2 pages. So I think that's something like we should just confirm what the expected length is, because that was the only thing that was part of executive summary.
Thank you. We may have to give an executive summary to the executive summary.
Right, you know, we had a similar situation where we had a really long executive summary, which was super useful, but it became not the formal executive summary for the legislature because they had an statutory limit, what we ran into, but I don't know since you were charged separate, yeah, anyway, just check it,
Yeah,
because you might find yourself really space limited.
thank you. There's been nothing communicated to us.
You know, it's in the reports delivered to the legislature shall blah, blah, blah.
Thank you.
It's in some kind of.
Yeah.
And I can go. Whether it applies, you have to figure it out.
And Karina, if I can also use that as an excuse just to do an audio check. Hey Kevin, did you hear Karina okay? Yeah, okay, I almost give this thumbs up, go for thank you. All right.
Carrying on, we had a virtual public meeting on July 9th, what was it? Where we gave essentially the same content as in the in-person meetings that we did along the coast in the spring. We wanted to open that up for anyone who wanted to come. And alongside that, we have had an open public survey. I think we've had about 30 responses so far, plus or minus. And so we're trying to get that, continuing to get that out there so that people can have more opportunities to provide feedback in. We also had fishing community meetings the next day. We did a meeting midday and then after work hours. And that one was more focused on the portions of the roadmap conversation that were of greater specific interest to the fishing community, and really just asking questions of them that were going to help me fill out that section of the roadmap. Because again, in the May-June draft, it was pretty sparse because we hadn't had those conversations yet. We also created a separate survey that is really aimed toward the fishing communities, talking about, you know, what mitigation might be workable. If you were the king or queen, what policy would you want to have in place to protect your interests? What information would you need to have in order to know whether this was the right path or not? You know, those kinds of questions. And that survey is still open.
What means did you use to advertise the availability of this to the fishing community? What's the pathway of communication to the fishing community?
Yeah, great question.
Yeah. Add on just to maybe, which was, what were you thinking of those, are those communities in place, or are they communities of fishing type, or like trade groups, or just?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, what did we call the fishing community? How did we reach out? Initially, so I've been reaching out to the individual commodity commissions, trying to get on their agendas to speak with them. I've spoken to one so far. I'm aiming for another couple. I'm still trying to reach out. I went before the Pacific Fisheries Management Council in June and made a comment letting them know that this meeting is happening and inviting anyone who is listening to come participate. I also enlisted help from ODFW to reach out to the commercial license holders in Oregon and let them know that the meeting was happening. So we did all of that ahead of that meeting. And then there's been another round of outreach, again with ODFW's help, reaching out to some of the recreational charter fishing members as well. I went to a National Academy of Sciences meeting in Newport in May that is focused on impacts to the tribes and fishing communities. And mentioned our meeting there, made a contact with a recreational fishing organization and had a follow-up one-on-one with the person there. And also one on the south coast of Oregon. And to get their participation, and that person showed up for the virtual meeting as well. So we're trying as many angles as we can. And I'm still aiming to get in with additional commodity fisheries. But at this point, I'm open to suggestions on if there are stones I've left unturned.
Didn't you reach out to Yolanda?
Yes, yeah, so I did speak with
Yeah, and you gave
the
her-
Trawl Commission through the Elena.
Cause she has emailed it out to
Yes.
the community, to the.
Yeah, ahead of that virtual meeting, I did reach out to commodity commission heads and ask them to share with them for sure. Thank you. I forget.
It's okay.
It's just a very, very difficult constituency to reach. And it's also a very, very difficult constituency to generalize.
Agreed. And we're hoping that through the survey that allows you to have individual responses and. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Just beyond good luck, that's part of why we go around you too. So if you all are hearing of folks that might be getting missed, or even more importantly, feel like they're getting missed, please tell us like right away. Bonus points if you offer to help us host a conversation too.
Did you
But-
flag the opportunity, the notice of those things with roundtable members? Cause, you know, I wasn't aware of the specifics of these meetings. And I don't know if it was just because I blew it off or I missed the notice, but it's the sort of thing where I think many of us have a social media presence. And so you could look to roundtable members as an outlet to advertise the availability of surveys, what have you.
Yeah, thank you. Ahead of those meetings, I think I sent an email out to the roundtable group, and I know I mentioned it at our June meeting. I can share those survey links though, and if you have people you want to share them with. Yeah.
I'm sorry I missed that, if you sent it out.
Well, that's okay, and then Jeff, maybe one of the things we might think about, just kind of centralized tracking a little bit, so folks around the members say, hey, I'm trying to catch up on what outreach is going on, say, oh, here's something else. Great, and Frankie's had us,
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, curious, now that we're in this period of feedback now, is the goal brevity? Is the goal like accuracy? Like, this is a document that I imagine we have a primary audience of legislators, a secondary audience of both agencies and the broader public. Like, what is most important here? Because I feel like there's like a natural tension around accessibility of the document. But context, language is very important, like the difference between how an individual reads some of these words, like checkpoints. Checkpoints, could have eight different meanings within this group, could have hundreds of different meanings outside, but it becomes really important now, like, what is the intent of some of these words? Or do we like, or going back to like, do we need brevity here? So that's kind of my question here, what's the North Star in our feedback, is that I'm sensing a potential natural tension here around brevity, accessibility, language, and context and definitions.
I would say that is a key topic of conversation today, is the level of the language in different parts of the document and how should we And in one of our working groups over the summer, there was a similar comment of, this is nice and accurate, but it's not all that accessible. And the way that I proposed dealing with it at the time was to say, well, we'll try to make the executive summary a little more accessible. And let some of this deeper in the main body have that more technical language. But if that's not the right approach, and if there's another way to think about this, I think having individual comments in the document of like, this is unreadable is helpful. But then I think in general, how do we manage readability is maybe the level of conversation for today.
And it might be, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Jeff, but brevity is not the goal.
Okay.
I think it's accessibility, precision of language and accuracy of the content. Like, let's get that right as a roundtable. And then once we go into editing or other things, we can figure out if there's ways to spin things off or shorten it down once we're clear on what needs to get said, I guess. But like the point on like checkpoint could have 8 different definitions, that's important to get right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
When I was reading the roadmap over the weekend, I pretty much read it cover to cover, and I almost read it twice cover to cover, so I don't know what's going on. I have nothing to do on my weekends. Anyway, sort of started, there's a lot of information in this document, we all know it, and it's trying to do a lot of things for a lot of people. I think this conversation is kind of naturally leads out of that and I'm starting to see that maybe what's needed is like a restructured document. There's 3 things we're asking for, I think at least. And one is an executive summary that is, yeah, for that target audience of the legislature. And it's very high level and 2 pages, period, end of discussion. And some kind of a background document, which a lot of this is, that maybe a legislator or 2 might want to pick up and read through, or staff people, and then finally the roadmap itself. And I think all of those pieces are in here, and whether it's a matter of how it gets reorganized and shuffled, or whether this actually needs to become 3 individual things that you hand to the appropriate audience or whether they ask for it. They're all part of the roadmap, but that would simplify and allow brevity where brevity was needed and technicality, specificity, and careful language, everywhere that in.
Yeah, when we get into the overview of the document itself, keep that thought in your mind, because I would agree that we have the executive summary, we have the main body. We have appendices that we haven't yet seen, that maybe some of the stuff in the main body could get put back there. And then I'm hearing this other idea of maybe like the technical practitioners version or something.
There has to be something that directly addresses the concerns of those entities that are thinking of making investments in this process.
Yeah, so let's talk about how we want to break this out to be the most useful when we get to that. So thank you. Anybody else before I keep moving? Okay. So we had the fishing community meetings, and then as I mentioned earlier, we had the tribes only table discussions. We had a handful of those starting in, I think, June, clear through to August. That informed what we put into this roadmap draft. And as I mentioned, we started our request for formal tribal consultation. We had one coming up in mid-October. And really, it's just the beginning of consultation. We aren't putting an end on that yet, but our hope is that we would have completed that stage of consultation before we put this out for public review in January, but recognizing that conversation may be carried on. Also over the summer, we've been working with a separate contractor to help us with some community focus groups. We have had one so far related to community-based organizations on the south coast, Gooseberry County mostly. And in the fall, we're gonna have one for mid coast and one for the north coast as well. Talking with the groups that work with different populations in these communities to get a better sense of where the needs are and whether and how offshore wind growth could affect those needs. To make sure that we're bringing in voices that aren't in our roundtable now and having a broader conversation. We also had some topic specific focus groups. We had one with tourism industry representatives. We've had one that brought in some of the local energy utility groups, as well as some of the like state level regulatory and some of the larger utilities to have just a conversation about a local energy picture and Jordan. We have one scheduled for next month, I believe, that is focused on supply chain organizations. That's an area of this roadmap where I could really use some help fleshing out where the needs are and how that path might look. And then we have one that we're planning focused on youth voices. We've been reaching out to coastal high schools. We're reaching out to the STEM hub of OSU, trying to bring in. We're getting a lot of good response on that. And having some questions for them. And then the last thing over the summer, we began these lunch and learns that have been hosted by Seagram. If you remember in June, Sarah came and talked with us. It's been difficult arranging our speaker schedules, but we've had one so far. We have another one coming up. This focused on transmission studies that NWEL did. We're gonna have one with representatives from California telling us about how things have been going down there. Working with fishing groups and working on their research collaboration efforts. That's what I'm really excited about. And I think we have a couple others as well in the hopper. This is a slide that I showed you back in June of what I plan to do over the summer on the roadmap. And I just wanted to show you where we got to there. So completing the section 1 introduction, there's a lot more in there than there used to be. Described and expanded the strategies and actions that are in section 5 of the document. Those are pretty fleshed out. We set a target to have a review draft of the enforceable policy assessment and agency capacity assessment that were also requirements in House Bill 40B. I would argue that section 4 of the document is basically our enforceable policy assessment. So in that sense, we got it. But the agency capacity assessment is still being worked. We're also asking tribes to tell us what their capacity needs might be. So we're adding that in as well. We've been reaching out to local governments about what their capacity needs are. We're hoping to have that draft in the November version. We've been, Karina has been leading a group through the Science and Technical Advisory Committee of the Ocean Policy Advisory Council to give us the first run at what a research agenda specific to Oregon might be. And that's still in progress. And we're expecting maybe a first look.
I can give you, we're planning to report out to OPAC at their fall meeting on October 29th.
October 20th.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll have it'll be considered an interim report out for feedback. And then the final product, will come out in December, January.
Okay. Is there an appropriate time for kind of that in-process work to get folded into this conversation so we can look?
That has certainly been our intent of, coaxing the group along has been, as all groups, it just sometimes takes a little longer than we expected, but I think they're in a pretty good place to start sharing out. Perhaps at the next roadmap meeting or event that might be appropriate time.
It was part of that question of like, how does the roundtable influence what's in the OPAC research agenda? Or,
Well, I mean, Provide input, is the way I would frame it.
Fair enough.
And feedback and,
Sure, it's gotta
yeah,
be independent
yeah,
science,
yeah.
but it's- there's that conversation that happens, just because that research agenda is so central to the roadmap and what this group is.
And that's really important, and also just for this group to understand, I mean, the way it's been developing, and in order to make it fairly evergreen. The science team, really wanted to provide a framework. And, you know, kind of a state of the science currently, but acknowledging that by the time you might put this to work. You know, several years hence, we may know a lot more from studies that are ongoing and other implementations of offshore wind, floating offshore wind, et cetera, patients. So that was the struggle on the team, was kind of balancing a useful product with giving them all the there's gonna be really bad. Anything might happen.
And our intent has been to essentially adopt that as an appendix to the roadmap and make references to it. Or however we could sort it out.
And once you see it, yeah, how you wanna.
Yeah, but there would also be an opportunity for this group to say, okay, the research agenda meets our needs 90%, but there are a couple other things that we have as interests that we wanna highlight in the roadmap, if it comes to pass. Go ahead.
Do you want an example of a couple other things? Or is this the time to offer just a comment on that?
Well, I'm just wondering if November 18th, given October 29th will be put out there, that a November 18th conversation might be.
Just one observation of the overall balance of things is because actually building a turbine and placing it in the ocean and doing all that permitting stuff is so complicated. I find that the overall balance of this document is really focused on making sure you get that piece right. But there's other scenarios, there's these 4 scenarios that involve low turbines. And you could build a research agenda for supply chain development. And I haven't seen the balance there. I've seen the focus on we gotta do this right if we're gonna have turbines scenarios. But I haven't seen a comparable balance to say, there's a fantastic opportunity to do the 4 of the 6 things that are outlined in the legislation. That could be supply chain, it could be research and development, it could be technology development. And I haven't seen a similar effort to provide that depth of analysis of the opportunities or the obstacles that would be associated with Oregon's engagement in these other scenarios that don't involve turbines.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. What you might find in section 5 when we get to that portion. There are some recommendations in there for a supply chain assessment, a market assessment, like a registry of what capabilities there are in Oregon. That are just some starter ideas. And so it's in here, it's in the roadmap. So
I just am sort of also signaling Karina. Just to say that it depends on what scientists you assemble to develop a research agenda. What kind of recommendations you'll have.
And we're the team is very cognizant of that and is shaping sort of the way we communicate this with that sort of front and center, identifying the fact that we only have expertise, but there is a whole world of other things that, so there's only limited amount we can do with the given team that you
Right.
have, and I would say there's a pretty strong focus on natural science and social science now that we have social science.
But we got engineering stuff like grid optimization research that could be going on. Oregon could become the sort of the Intel of the wind industry for the world.
Right, and I'll just, I'm trying to work with the folks at PMEC, the Pacific Marine Energy Center, to perhaps provide an ad hoc component around that for the report. But they're not officially on the stack, so it's an ad hoc work in progress.
Great.
Thanks, Mike.
So stay tuned for more discussion about the research agenda. I know that's been top of mind since we began now. And that'll come right soon. Other work that was done, as I mentioned, we had our community benefits and other enforceable agreements work group that came out with some suggestions that developed into a recommendation here in the document. The research agenda and coordination work came out with a few recommendations around this research agenda and how we manage uncertainty and risk, as well as how are we going to tie into a West Coast Science Collaborative that California is just about to kick off to make it kind of a regional science entity. And does Oregon need its own science entity? So those are in the document. Been working with, doing engagement with fishing communities to define their interests, and out of that, try to come up with some strategies and actions that we can include in the roadmap, and those are in the draft. The tribal interest sections of the document have been informed by the tribes only table. But again, I must caveat that we have formal consultations still to come. Looking back at other roadmaps from other states to see, are there opportunities that they discovered that we can include here? And then addressing the roundtable conversations that remain. I think that will come out of today to say, where is the document still light? Where have we still not seen the conversation you all want to have reflected either here or in the document? What you're seeing on the screen now is a process schedule from now until finalization of the document. Along the top, summer 2025 is essentially what I just described to you. Here are all the actions that we took, and I broke it out by different groups or types of engagement. So roundtable, those community focus groups I talked about, fisheries engagement, tribal engagement, and then the broader public process. So summer we just covered. October to January, after this meeting, we've got a roundtable meeting today, and we have one November 18th. There's going to be an opportunity to comment on this September draft, and also on the November draft before we get to the draft that actually goes out for formal public comment. We have those lunch and learns that are going to continue through the fall. And then we do have the opportunity, if we need to break off some more work groups or meet again with the work groups that already exist, that we can do that. On the community side, we have these community-based organization focus groups on the north and central coast that I mentioned. And then we have the supply chain focus group and the youth focus group still coming up. Fisheries engagement, right now, the only thing on my schedule is that I'm trying to meet with the commodity commissions that I haven't yet met with. To discuss what's here in the draft and get some feedback on that. On tribal engagement, we're looking to begin our formal consultations starting in October. And that's this period until January. Starting in January, that's when we're expecting that we're going to be having a third draft of this document that we're putting out for formal public comment. I'm tentatively saying it'll be 45 days. And also we're starting planning within our agency on doing some public meetings to go along with that, to introduce the documents and having an opportunity for public feedback. So that's going to be that late winter, early spring. And then from April to June, that's when we will have public feedback. Ideally have our formal consultations completed. So we'll have basically all the feedback we're going to get on the document at that point, integrating all of that, coming up with responses to comments, and finalizing that roadmap. There will be 2 roundtable meetings in April and May, and we've reserved June if we need it. To go over how we are responding to those additional pieces of feedback that we do. And then with the intent that by around June, if we feel ready, the document be submitted for research. Are there any questions about where we're at and where we're going for this overall roadmap process?
Jeff, this is part of us trying to practice the community engagement principles that you all defined, of like clearly defining like where are the different points where you all can influence the process. So you can go plan ahead and figure out where to spend your energy, so this is us trying to practice that.
In the off season, in the legislative cycle, do any legislatures, pay any attention to a document that comes out in June? They don't meet till January, right?
Well, they begin putting together their policy concepts
Mhm.
in about mid to late
Right.
December. So we're trying to have this ready when people are starting.
Does June make sense for building this document? I'm just asking if it makes sense for delivering it. You know, will we miss a legislative cycle? And if this thing ends up being introduced 2 legislative cycles ago, will anyone remember?
We are aiming at maximum impact in the legislative session.
And a June delivery makes sense in that regard?
Yeah, and I'll keep talking with our legislative coordinator at DLC to figure out what is the exact timing and how do we introduce this ahead of time. I think, we have until January 1st of 2027, if we find that we really need that extra time. But if we can get it before they start legislative days in September, when people are starting to put together their concepts, we feel that we can have a greater impact for the next session.
Can I just clarifying question?
Please.
I think, Jeff, you're talking about preparing legislative concepts for the 2027 long session,
Correct.
correct?
Yeah.
So that's why we would discontinue work on the document as soon as we can in 2026. So that a final product is available for circulation.
I'm aware that legislatures have to submit, if they're gonna work with the justice or with the lawyers, if they have a legislative concept. They wanna submit it, there's a time schedule of deadlines that precede the opening of the session.
Right.
To get the Attorney General's office to help craft the narrative, the language of the legislation. I just want to make sure that fits with, that introducing this, our deadline in June meshes with that.
And Jeff, I saw a couple other hands pop up, but there's kind of 2 timelines. There's the timelines for agencies introducing their concepts and their budgets, and then also external stakeholders. Which, yeah, that's where 48 came from. So I saw Anne and Julia and Rand, please.
I just had a quick question, which is, just asking if you could clarify kind of your work with community-based organizations and kind of who they are, how you find them, or how that goes, or what that represents.
Yeah, thank you. So we have contracted with a company Consor, who's been working with the Formation Lab, who is helping us put these together. We talked with them about the broad categories of here are the kinds of focus groups we want to do. And they generated some initial lists for, okay, for this region, here are the groups that we identified. And I'd have to go and find those lists. I'm sorry, I don't have them off the top of my head. And we worked then through our internal staff who works on the coast, our regional representatives like Ray, who was here, say, is there anybody that you would see missing as far as a community-based organization? There were also some conversations happening this summer with a coalition group who's been following this process, and they were interested in community engagement work, and so here's our list. Are we missing anybody? And so getting some extra feedback on that as well. And then the consultant did like a 3-touch outreach process to each one of them, trying to get people to participate. And then we work with the tenants.
And how's that feel? That,
It's a little bit opaque, but, I mean, I don't mean to, I'm just asking a question, because I think that
Yeah.
people in communities will kind of want to know who community-based organizations actually are. So just trying to understand that, and I assume you'll list them actually.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of I just think people will wanna know that and would be interested to know that in our communities.
And probably soon enough that if an adjustment needs to be made, it can be made, yeah.
Sure, yeah, so I can work on one of our breaks or at lunch to go find those lists and show them to you, bring it up. You have, you have.
It just sounds like it's part of the broader record of the engagement, that'll be a good thing to daylight.
It's on a spreadsheet somewhere.
It's just too, it's almost too much, right, it's out of order.
My question, well, first of all, I just wanted to affirm the timeline makes a lot of sense to me. For a few reasons, agencies are gonna find this information valuable on that timeline, especially if it's influencing anything that they're delivering to legislators. Budgeting, a lot of like, the governor's working on our budget at this time, the leadership is trying to figure out what their big priorities are gonna be for the session. So it actually is definitely not too early, but it also is only as useful as like whether or not it's being put in front of the right people at the right time. So like it's a matter of it needing to be, worked, if you will. Timeline, and also know how these things go. It might be later than June because it takes a long time to do public comment. Bill might ask for an extension. I mean, it's just like so many things. But my question about the public comment period is, this is not totally predictable, but like, what level of changes do you think are on the table based on public input? And also maybe that's unanswerable questions, you got to have the public input to answer it. But if big changes are made based on public input, would that necessitate like a follow-up of roadmap people, you know what I mean? I'm just wondering if there's a way in which the public comment period really does effectively extend the process and makes sense to do some more work, you know what I mean? Is that a thing? Like, what is your, like, I realize you can't definitively say, but I just feel like, is there an eventuality where that becomes a more involved process than maybe you had predicted initially?
I'll say it could be.
Yeah.
And part of the April, May, June set of roundtable meetings would be to say, in April, we have this public comment period. We have some, and if we have some comments that are kind of foundational to the roadmap itself, that's something that I would want to bring to this group and say.
Yeah.
Here's
So I feel
what
like it will be iterative with each other.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, and so if we need that extra June meeting, my thinking is if there are some really difficult to resolve comments that take a couple of conversations to get there.
And Jeff, kind of going off of the feedback we got from the roundtable, ideally, we would know that by April. So we know how to have conversation, because the other thing you all express is to explore where there's kind of zones of agreement as much as possible, or really clarifying where the zones of disagreement are. And so that's part of those last 3 months too. So if there's a big foundational thing that needs to get worked on, we'll know by April. And then we can really work on kind of fine tuning that precision of zones of agreement and disagreement in the last couple of months. And then how are you actually gonna operationalize and implement the thing? I think that's another really big thing.
Yeah, well, this problem.
I was just pointing to the other question on.
Let's go Rampies and then Scott.
Mine's more of a comment than a question, like, just wanna be clear-eyed and all this, like. You could have everything done, reported back to the state legislature by June, but that doesn't necessarily mean legislation comes in. For the general session, so. That could all this work could occur, report could come out. Dave would be like, no, we got other priorities, or we just don't have the budget for that. Those are very possible outcomes at the end of this. I think what's really important in a kind of report like this is it coherent? If there are asks, are those asks fairly clear? What was the input process where folks felt heard? Anytime there's a potential stakeholder who did not feel like they had valuable input. That's a potential hole in the whole process. People will poke holes on that. And it goes, I think, now to the folks who do lobbying, advocacy, and community-based organizations. If they don't feel like, if they're not actively pushing for implementation of certain recommendations on any given report, it does not gain traction. Likewise, if there are folks who believe that the recommendations have flaws, they will highlight and push those flaws and say, hey, you know, we really can't take actions because this process was flawed. So those are, I think, general themes that you would see in any sort of recommendation report coming out of an agency that any two sides or multiple sides would approach or tackle. So I really do think, like, regardless, I guess your my comment is like, I feel like process is what's really important right now at this stage, like that this document is coherent. But that if we do want some things to be actionable, they're clearly articulated to be actionable. And that we ensure that anyone who's currently engaged or not engaged, that we believe need to be engaged, that we find a way to make sure that their input gets on here. So, you know, Rick earlier mentioned about tribes, like that is really important. Like to me, personally, that's more important than a June deadline. You know, like making sure their input is captured. We talked about fishing community, they're not a monolith, there's very nuances. I think it could be said about labor, so it could be about said conservation, it's like, it will be really important when we get closer to the deadline. To be on the same page, like, do we feel like we have a good product? Did we feel like we have a good input process? Are things coherent? To me, those are more important metrics than a June deadline. You know, like, again, who knows what happens next session, but if you want something actually in the future, you know, to me, like that deadline feels less important. It's that process, because you could always take action at a short session or 2029 or 30, like those are other things to consider, but this product, I think we only have one shot to really try to get it right.
That brings up for me, Jeff, when we get to this point where we have kind of a heavy technical document and the need to do kind of the broader organizing around it. There are gonna be different people on the roundtable that are gonna start gravitating towards those two directions. Right, and there may be ways we need to think about, like, okay, as roundtable members, who's really feeling like they wanna start organizing towards making sure we get the process right? That we're getting all the input, that's clearly being reflected, and then there might be folks like, yeah, I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and really dig in on. How grid resilience needs to be articulated. So that just might be something for us to watch, and then for the roundtable, just invite you to help us think about how to host those conversations, so we're using your energies and skill sets in the best way. Scott?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. With regard to the schedule table that Jeff put up, I'm guessing you probably found that summer outreach for the fishing industry is sort of not a great time. And there really isn't a good time that works for all fisheries. I would say that the better time, although like you said, when fishermen are done with one season, they're getting the boat ready for the next. But probably the best times for the groundfish shrimp fleet would be in the winter when they're not working. Shrimpers are done by October 31st. So we try to hold meetings usually in late October and early March when we want to meet with fishermen. That's probably the best times. But we're happy to try to work to put meetings together when when necessary, when they can, and in anytime really. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. And I haven't forgotten your suggestion to just do a tour of coffee shops up and down the coast, but I'm gonna figure out how to do it.
Maybe take Scott with you. Oh, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Bannon Pacific is. For their shrimp fleet, they will stop processing or offloading shrimp this Saturday. So there'll be an opportunity maybe to catch them before they start getting ready for, some will probably go bottom fishing. And then, you know, Dungeness crab, we'll get ready for that.
If you could help me figure out how to do that.
I will do my best, yes, I will.
Thank you.
Mine just a quick question, just, well, maybe just quick, but, my question is more about, involving local government, just cities and counties. You've had county commissioners who were here. Once the report gets published, I think they'll probably be another important stakeholder, who will probably ask, you know, we'll follow question what their level of engagement was before they were from the publishers report. So I'm not sure if they can plan them, but I can talk offline, one conversation.
Great, yeah. Fine. And we did some early work with city staff as part of our coastal policy assessment, but there needed to be some additional. Yeah.
And Jeff, you're reminding me, Steve, I'm gonna pick on you in just a second. I don't know if you can hear me. I neglected to introduce Steve from City of Reedsport. You wanted to say hi, Steve, and introduce yourself real quick? Hi, Steve. That was a good one. We're really glad you're here as part of the table. So as part of engaging local governments, I think we'll continue to do that. Yeah, John and Julie, and then we should probably get oriented towards the document itself here a bit.
So just thinking about this strategy of reaching out and informing people and hang out the end. Is it at all realistic to somehow reach out to that initial group who attended the first meeting last September? I remember quite a few people in the audience that did that meeting. And there could be some way to just make an effort to reach out to those people who are indicated interest in this process. Every once in a while, I get to those people say, "Oh, I attended the first meeting," and they said they already know and then they're gonna. So one of those footnotes.
Okay, so just as a flag for that, Jeff has been, any distribution you all get, that whole group. Yeah, so if they were saying that, hey, I was at that first meeting and I'm not getting notices. If they're a roundtable member, they're getting notices. And so if there is someone who's saying that, if you can let us know, just so we make sure we got their email right or check in on them, we're happy to do that.
I'm not hearing that, but I mean, I have heard that in the past from,
Okay,
I've lived in rural communities. Everybody looks for the opportunities to bubble, so.
yeah, of course. And well, and then that is kind of the key point that we're at of like. Okay, we have a change in administration, a very different kind of set of policies around offshore wind, so like the community energy might have changed quite a bit. And we got a big old document, it's like, oh, I don't know that I can pay attention to that. And it's about to get reviewed, right? So as we start getting towards finalizing, that's when we really want community members and everybody to start engaging again. So that we don't get all the way to the end and have people like, whoa, wait, this is not what I thought it was, you know? And so we've got between now and June to work on that. We're good as roundtable members, we're all gonna need to kind of dig in on that together. Yeah, it's just the way it is. It's okay. It's the way it works. We just need to know that's gonna happen. All right, so this process schedule, again, it's in your materials. Let us know if there's any other adjustments. But it's to kind of plan ahead around time to read the document, time to give Jeff feedback, where you want to spend your energy. And I think with that, Jeff, folks can kind of wiggle in their seat for 10 seconds, and then I think you should start orienting us to the document.
Okay. Is there anything in the chat that we need to, okay, probably. All right. All right.
Oh, Jeff, just sorry, just before you dive in, we've asked Jeff just to give an overview of the document. This is not where we need to kind of go into the detail. There are some broad clarifying questions, let us know, but between now and 11 is we want to understand kind of the why, the LCD's current why of each section. What is each section trying to do?
Great. I appreciate that as well. All right, so starting with the big why, what is this draft and what is it not? The intent here was to take that proto draft from May and June and actually get some meat on the bone. And there were a lot of comments from that time about, this is nice, but it's just a title. Like what's under this? And section 1 was a big empty hole. and what's actually gonna be in there as background information. And so trying to bring that closer to reality. There were a lot of different comments around the organization of the roadmap. I'm not sure that I got it right just yet, and so I'm very open to any comments about the organization, how we are framing the different categories and sections and all of it. So please don't be shy around that. We're trying to find an organization that works, and if that means that the 170-page version is too long and we need to kick stuff into appendices or companion documents to make this thing better, that's great too. All that feedback is open for this review draft. I'm also trying on different strategies and actions. So when you get into section 5, really have your eyes open to what's being put in there as kind of the broad spread of actions, both in the near term, like over the next 5 years or so, and those things that, as Randy said, like what are the clear asks going to be of the legislature, for example, as well as what are some, like, are there some policy nuances that you're seeing or policy conflicts that you're seeing that may not be clear in the document that are worth talking about. Another purpose of creating this review draft is just to put it all in one place so that you can tell us what's missing. Or if there's an incomplete conversation or a conversation that omits a perspective that's really important to be included there. I'm looking for that feedback. And out of all this, as I said, we're gonna turn around another review draft and it could look really different. You know, I'm very open as to what review draft number 2 looks like. This was really just to see what y'all think. In your meeting packet for today, we did include a document that describes some of the comments that we received in the May-June draft and how we've worked them into the document here. And this is just a summary level overview. You know, there was talk about when we're describing the alternative futures or the roadmap itself. There was this phrase that then brought up at, I think in June, about should the roadmap be an atlas of possible futures, so kind of a broad map of here are all the ways the future could go, or is it really focused on a clear description of that one path, which is how could offshore wind work in Oregon? We're trying to reach that balance by describing the different alternative futures in some greater detail. We've also created a pathway diagram for the supply chain only alternative, because that's one of those, yeah, it's on the wall there, it's in the document, it's the last of the figures. Trying to get at that, how do we flesh out the evidence of different paths we take? There was a comment about needing to spend some time in the document articulating both the potential benefits of offshore wind as well as the effects. You know, we spent a lot of time on effects tables back in November, December. And so what I did was to bring into section 3 of the document, where it talks about the effects and the policies. I tried to go like topic area by topic area. So, you know, protecting local and regional communities and economies, having a section there talking about what the potential effects of concern are from the conversations we've had here, focus group conversations, as well as where the benefits. In the energy section, talking about both the potential adverse effects and the benefits, and the needs, fishing community, tribes, workforce as well. So trying to do a better job of that, but I'm curious if they hit the mark. There were comments about needing to clarify the coverage of our existing policies. That's a lot of the meat of section 3, is giving that overview of what we already have on the books and whether in our assessment we think it can cover those effects of concern. Comments obviously to incorporate more feedback from fishermen, tribes, and others, and we've attempted to do that through the engagement work and just the work on the document this summer. There were comments about providing more background and defining our terms that we're using. I would say that I spent more time on the background, and I still don't have that great glossary or yet, but that is still in the plan. And as you're going through this, if you have the bandwidth to identify, oh, this word needs to be included in the glossary, this word needs to be included in the glossary. I may be a little too close to see it, and so that can be helpful to do that. So yeah, section 1, Bobby told me to try to make it 10 pages, but it's not 10 pages. There's a lot of background in. So figuring out how to do that right so that people aren't spending a lot of time in the preamble before getting into the path. So there were comments about talking about offshore wind in the context of climate change. And the way that I handled that was really to talk about Oregon's energy goals, as well as when we're talking about our research agenda to recognize and our cumulative impacts, to recognize that there is likely to be a changing environment in which we are talking about an additional presence in the ocean. So there are those two different ways. I still didn't feel like there was a way for me to describe it as like offshore wind is going to stop climate change or stop the effects of climate change on Oregon. I just didn't feel like that was something that felt right to say. But trying to take it from that, we want to be responsible for the emissions of Oregon, and part of that is through our clean energy goals, and then recognizing that we're working within a changing environment.
Jen, question, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just, I guess more of a comment, and, I think I just wanted to know that if you think climate change is different from our clean energy goals, like I think clean energy goals are goals that are based in statute, try to say, hey, we have to meet these goals, ensure it's part of a climate imperative, those are two very, different, I still see them as distinct and one which should be called out more distinctly, in addition to Oregon's 100% clean energy legislation. I think the theme that you're hitting on, or the challenge around deployment of clean energy technology and climate change, is definitely like sort of the challenge of global action versus a global challenge, is a very real one. I think we're not unique in any state or any country dealing with the dynamic. We recognize, hey, as local actors in a global stage, our contribution is little, but also our collective contribution is additionally significant. So I would hope maybe there's an area to flesh that out a little bit. I understand sort of the challenges too, in terms of balancing sort of impacts of the environment, but like sort of talking about the upwelling impacts to the ocean. Those are really important things. I think within the context of climate change speaks to both of those things, like climate change could impact things that the current ecosystem as we know it now and today could be very different in 20 years. Our conversations today about clean energy could look different today than it does in 20 years. Like us talking about offshore wind today may be very different 20 years from now, with 20 years of knowing, understanding what further the climate and impacts the ecosystems. So I think it's worth calling out. I just want to sort of again know that to me it feels distinct from an energy goal, because energy climate is climate.
And Jeff, for the thoughts like that, like take a look at the kind of the opening paragraphs of section 1, just to make sure the framing starts off the way that captures that, and then section 2, the alternative futures, I think wrestles with that a little bit, right? So some of the paths without turbines, you were talking about kind of what no action could mean relative to climate change. And then specifically how kind of that mindset shows up in specific actions in section 5.
When you say no action, that means no turbines?
Sorry, no turbines, I'm sorry, yes, no
Okay.
turbines. Because it is an action, all of them are actions, sorry.
Because we could be focusing on that global issue without having to take.
Totally, it's a totally good catch, Mike, thank you. But there are consequences, right, of whatever path is chosen.
The last comment theme was in the realm of this Oregon energy strategy that's been going alongside. I think they're on track to submit that to the legislature by November. There's been a draft that's out public on the Odo website, if you all are interested in seeing where it does reference offshore wind. And it shows up in a handful of places, but it also addresses things that are related to, but not directly, like it won't say offshore wind, but when they talk about needing to invest in our transmission infrastructure, for example, that would be a complementary. In section 5, I believe it is, as well as in section 3, I do talk about Oregon's energy mix and some of the needs, and I do provide some ties to the energy strategy, kind of doing yes, +1, we think you should be doing some transition planning, and you should be looking at policy incentives for some of these emerging technologies that may be offshore wind or maybe something else. But that if you have those policy incentives for these longer lead time, higher risk resources, it could affect the offshore wind path or not, but it's that rising time. So that's how I try to get it out of. But there may be some work into it.
Are those all the comments?
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff. So can we go back that one real quick? I just wanted to check, we decided not to do a like comment by comment response to comments from the May version. Because things changed so much in response to the feedback that you gave, that just didn't seem like a great use of resources for us. But I wanted to check, like, the summary that was provided in your meeting materials at this stage, did that feel okay? Just to, and what Jeff gave in terms of like, hey, this is how we heard you, this is what we did in response. And the detailed, like, comment by comment response, that might happen in November or after January, but doing that every time seemed overwhelming.
I'll also add that in June, we had those big blue boxes that were summarized, the comments by section. I worked with all those comments as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got even the detailed bits. Julia and then the John.
I was just gonna say, I think that was the right size, like, level of outline for how you incorporated responses, but also just to let you know, someone from our LC team commented that she saw how her input had been integrated, and she really appreciated it.
Oh, good.
At least, small data point, but, she saw herself represented in it, that was positive.
I would just say, a lot of these things I think are just right. One of the things I saw in the comment theme that changed was the idea of ending the concept of exit ramps and going to checkpoints. And that's been something that's been a really big discussion all along, and so to see that one just sort of like, oh, well, we decided to do this without any justification does feel, because that's something that started in the first group that we discussed, so that one seems like it needs maybe some more
Okay.
comparison to the other ones.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. My recollection was that, I can't remember if it was May or June when I went through the permitting process ad nauseum and we were talking about, okay, now how do exit ramps fit within this? And there was a table of like exit ramp reasons. That as we kept kind of touching on this question of exit ramps over the months. Maybe I got the vibe wrong, but I started to feel like people were growing more familiar and comfortable with it. We do have some natural places where exits could happen at each phase. But if I got that wrong and we need to come back to that again, then let's do it.
And today will be a good time to talk through some of that, both during the gallery walk and some of the breakout sessions. John and then Ray, please.
In going through the document, there's only two things that kind of one sitting right with me, and one of them was exactly that. I discerned the shift from exit ramps to pathways and streams. And so things that I like about both metaphors, but I think we have to settle on one or the other and not mix the two in the document. The other thing is appreciate the comment about the futures planning aspect of this. When I kind of tossed that concept out, I think it was in Lincoln City, I was thinking of the idea of futures planning as It's not so much of visualizing a series of alternative futures and kind of choosing one or landing on one, but recognizing that 20-25 years down the road, the future may be making decisions for you. And you need to accommodate that. And how you do that 20-30 years ahead of time is kind of mind boggling, but that's kind of is what the real issue is. Rather than having options that we can choose from. That said, I think Look Roadmap has done a good job of trying to visualize and trying to discern potential futures. The only one that's missing is the one that you can't see.
And Jeff, that's actually a good point, because the alternative future is framing with us options that are choices versus how you might adapt based on what the future ends up becoming. It's a good one.
Yeah, I think we need to give a concrete example here, like, they just, given that most of climate change has already been mapped out, like, difference between 2 degrees Celsius change, 3 degrees, like, I think you could already sort of begin to sort of think about, hey, in a trajectory of that 3 degrees Celsius change, what different considerations would the future have? 4 degrees Celsius change, those are like, I think, those are already like mapped out scientifically, what you could expect. That I think is worth consideration, but my original hand, going back to the comments around just the metaphors that we have. Metaphors are so good, but metaphors mean so much for people in this room to interpret, as well as the broader public. Like, I think, again, I think we should, each group, and like, we should find some time to like really nail that down for clarity for us, I think, together, and then for the broader public too, because I think the longer we, I think, are in different pages of what these mean, I think that will be problematic. I think we want to still be, as much as we can, be on the same page when we're using these terminologies. So I hope that's at least the common ground with this group.
And Jeff, I'm wondering if like the gallery walk is, when we kind of go through the phase diagram, is that a good spot to try and kind of break that stuff up? Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I should say one other thing about a different topic, which is to follow up on what you were saying earlier about the, the climate change context and the energy policy context. I think it turned out, I think, to be pretty darn useful in here to, because it helps, I think it helps more people to realize, oh, this is the context in which we're making this decision. And the thing that's always been a problem, I think, for us in this group is that this other energy policy at the state level is happening. It sort of seems like they should also be looking at that, like, okay, we're up against climate change here. What are the best options? What are we doing? And it seems like a lot of their process is like very granular, and like into models, and so you don't get that serious, you don't get the look at a level that people that are not so granular can say, okay, here are the options, and so you've brought it into this that I think is good, but we still don't have like that whole picture. So I don't really know what to do about that, except to say what you've done, I think, is good, but it's hard because we still don't have that larger sense.
Yeah, I appreciate that. When I think about connection of climate change to our energy goals, I think about that it's already, like, the why is already baked into our energy goals. We are trying to achieve 100% emissions-free energy by 2040. And that is what we are trying to hit. The reason why is because because of climate change. And so it's not directly called out, but like, because it's already in our heads, this is where we are trying to drive. And there are many different ways to get it. And so from my perspective, there was enough to just say, we're trying to get to 100% clean energy, but maybe we need to also include that piece in this as well with a specific call out of that context. And then also that point that under different scenarios in the future, the environment in which we're trying to make these decisions and achieve these goals might be changing in different ways. Water availability, weather patterns, population changes, that there could be all these different things that factor in the future, and I don't know that the roadmap does a good job of that. So.
So Jeff, just a quick time check, we should probably kind of do the overview of the document here so we can get a public comment.
Great, okay. This is gonna be pretty high level and quick. So section one, haven't read it yet, there's a section describing the purpose. There's a lot of information about the context of offshore wind. I tried to address the regulatory process piece that people wanted. I talk about the grid quite a bit in there, and like energy procurement. I talk about internationally, nationally, and then at the state and regional level as well, trying to have that nesting discussion of that context of offshore wind. So there's quite a lot in section one there. And then I think it's section 1.5, right towards the end, this how do we define success for the roadmap is in there, and it's about an page or so, really trying to make clear that well, I don't even remember what I said in it, but that the purpose of the roadmap is to not decide whether or not offshore wind is happening, but to identify the processes and the policies that could essentially keep it on as something that might be able to happen for us, and let the state be prepared for eventuality. And there's a section describing what each subsequent section does. Section 2 is where we talk about general principles, guiding principles for offshore wind development for Oregon, building on what we saw in the May-June draft, and then also describing these alternative futures. One major difference from the May-June draft to now is that we split path 1 into a 1A and a 1B. 1A assumes that there is a significant port development, and we picked Coos Bay just based on the studies that have shown it's really the only compatible port for a staging facility where you assemble these things, where you need tall cranes, large wharf space, and deep channels. And so under that alternative, that's path 1A, and path 1B is the same, where there's offshore wind development off of Oregon, but using the Coos Bay lead up, essentially, where there isn't major channel modification. There's not a staging and integration port, but there may be some manufacturing facilities that don't require major modifications to the estuary, and trying to figure out what would be the main differences there. And the big difference is that that work would have to happen somewhere else, whether that's at the Humboldt port that California is aiming toward, or whether that's up in the Tacoma, Seattle area. And what that would mean is that as you are needing to service these, as you're needing to tow these into place, there would be some effects to the overall feasibility of the project. There might be some other types of effects. So that's really the big difference here between these. I did try to flesh these out a little bit more, especially in pilot project 1, bringing in an example from Maine, talking about past examples in Oregon. And then trying to make clear, as Bobby mentioned before, there's no action. That an alternative with no arrays is still a decision, it's an action. Section 3 is pretty weighty, just because there's a lot in there. Starting out for each objective area from House Bill 4080, what are those key effects of concern, both positive and negative, that we've discussed here, that have come out of focus groups? That overview of what policies do we have on the books, so that anyone coming into this in the future, whether you're a developer, member of the public, legislator, that you know what our base policies are. We also have a policy gap table, which is edited from the one that you would have seen in May and June. Cynthia and I worked a lot on that table to try to clarify, consolidate, but it is still a bit of a work in progress. And then the state agency capacity assessment, right now it's at the overview level, that will be backed up by an appendix that has greater detail, but we're just trying to keep it at a high level. What would agencies need? And then we're adding in what would local governments need, what would trends. Section 4 is really focused on those pathway diagrams. Trying to not only show them pictorially, but then to kind of narrate and describe, you know, for each one of those bullets that you have in the diagram, what are those steps at each phase? And there are, in the May-June draft, we had a section related to what are the dilemmas in each phase, where might there be exits in each stage. Those have been folded into just generally describing that phase. And then, you know, as we showed first back in May, June, we were trying this new visual concept where we have streams of ongoing activity that cross through different phases. And then we have different objective areas around each gate, if you will. To say, you know, to satisfy each one of these interest areas, here are the things we want to have in our pocket before we walk through the gate. And if we don't have these things, that would be assigned to either iterate with more information, and that's kind of that wait, pull over to the rest stop and wait until we have what we need. Or pick a different path, and that would be the exit. If we're just at a point where we don't think the things we need at this phase are going to come, maybe we exit alternative 1A, and we go to alternative 4, because this path no longer serves us. So that's where you have in the diagram on the right-hand side, kind of that circular arrow, and then that up arrow, and we'll go through that during the gallery lunch.
This graphic is extremely helpful if you want to build a wind turbine. Or if you want to do offshore wind energy development. And it sort of gets me into that mindset of saying, okay, but what happens then when we jump to these no turbine alternatives? That graphic is now embedded in your way of thinking, but there's no vertical pathway. That's the corollary vertical pathway of a process, a sequence of processes that you would use to do supply chain development kind of things. And so that's where I'm kind of, that's where my awareness is focused. I'll tell you, I've only read the executive summary, so I'll reserve more detailed comments till that, but it's something that reading the executive summary has flagged for me just to say, okay, great framework for how to build wind turbine assembly, really good considerations for how that would happen and where the checkpoints are. But we've got 4 options.
Yeah.
And I would like to see a similar robustness for the options that don't have that beautifully fleshed out pathway that leads to turbine assemblies in the water.
I think that's gonna be a really fun conversation when we do the gallery walk, because when I tried to make one for like a pilot project, it kind of looked like this. And if we did no turbines, well then, we don't need to do any of it. And so you wouldn't make the diagram.
Well, but you could line out a research agenda, or, you know, if you're gonna do engineering technology, there's ways to get to that. That involve a sequence of steps and policy decisions.
Yeah, so the one difference that I did, and it's over there on the wall, I did realize that if you do a supply chain only alternative, that is a difference. If you were seeking turbines, you'd probably be doing a supply chain development as part of that path. But if you're doing supply chain without the intent for turbines, that could be a different path. Right now, I have it as just one gate. But when we get there, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on what that would be, and what does it look like if we hop from one alternative to the next? Let's talk about it. All right, so in section 5, this is where we provide further fleshing out of a lot of the things that you would have seen in the pathway diagrams. So the pathway diagrams are the short, like, we need to pursue our research agenda. We need to have a research collaborative. We need to have a framework for community agreements. You know, and they're just kind of at that level. Section 5 is where we get into what those actually mean and what they would take. That is the way that I view it. They are organized by those 3 ongoing streams and the 6 objectives, probably imperfectly, so your feedback is helpful there. And then I binned it such as, you know, a strategy might be kind of a broad category of approach, and then there might be some specific actions under that strategy. So for instance, state-led tribal consultation, community outreach, engagement across multiple phases, then there might be some additional actions specific to, we will engage tribes in this particular way, we are going to have this type of community engagement, this type of fisheries engagement, that sort of thing. Or there was a strategy that was, you know, let's protect and preserve our existing economy around fisheries uses. And then there were a handful of specific actions under that broader strategy. Yeah.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
You know, just a top level review, section 5, something that might have a new meaning for us. Now with HR 1 passed for a state like Oregon is having or talking about state revenue. In general, like I think that's just like central section, like I don't know what's like you see relevant here, but I just think now that we're in that perennial potential state budget shortfall and impacts just general services, like now that any potential talk about any large infrastructure projects like offshore wind, I think it would behoove us to have a section just talking about what is the strategy for generating state or local revenue or even tribal revenues to kind of cut through gaps of funding that I think did not anticipate heading this year.
Okay. Yeah, any thoughts on how to structure and frame that are welcome. For certain actions that we knew there would be a funding need associated with it or a resource need, we tried to call that out. And in the executive summary, there's a page that is just a bolded list of here's what we're gonna need to put this into action. I hope I caught everything, but maybe I didn't. But yeah, to your point of what is the strategy for how to deal with these resource needs in a fund constrained environment? Yeah.
When they have introduced legislative concepts, when bills are introduced, the legislative fiscal always has to have that fiscal impact statement. And it may be that just that Randy's concept sort of reminded me that, you know, we're talking about different audiences or how to structure a document. Framing some of these things as potential legislative concepts that would address those needs could be an appendix that would just have legislative concept frameworks that could address different scenarios. I don't know.
Yeah, and those are great comments for section 5, right?
Yeah.
So section 5 at the moment is strategy and actions, like all of them that have come up thus far. There's no effort to prioritize any of them or to put them into packages as examples for things, but that's.
But that fiscal impact summary is part of every legislative concept.
Totally, but I think one of the things to think about is like this document maybe shouldn't be all things to all people. You all as the roundtable may choose to kind of put a set of recommendations or other things off the side and leave the full list in the document, right? So that's something for you all to think about, what makes the most sense. Yeah.
Can I just piggyback on what you're saying there? There's a section in the beginning that talks about what the roadmap does and doesn't do. And I would really like to see that kind of maybe not grow, but be emphasized, because I think we need to make that point to manage expectations from the onset. There's been a lot of comments about the length and breadth of the executive summary. I myself found it really distracting. I got really caught up. I couldn't get past it. And I think that's a problem when you're trying to address multiple audience types. You know, if you have to wait until section 5 to answer these questions that are being brought up because of the detail in the executive summary. That's a problem with getting people to follow through in the document. And so, I would really like to see that executive summary treat that issue of what this does and doesn't do, so that what it does, we can do it well. And have that emphasized instead of trying to encapsulate all of the details out front, that you really have to read the document to understand.
Joe.
Wait, did I just like?
No, It's not, I didn't have before to say that. That makes total sense. You're pointing at someone, aren't you, Steve? Hi. Hi, I'm Steve. Hey, Steve. From Report. Well, this is where you get to know me more. I'm a structure guy, I know civil engineering. 30 engineers in that, years in that before. Transferring over into land use and policy kind of stuff here. I do see multiple documents here. I see an executive summary that is a generalization, exactly what she has described. I also see a summary that is more of a document that I can sit down as the legislature. That has the goals laid out, it has. Oh, I got lots of notes and I'll leave all things with you. But, it has a general purpose, general history, policy, principles, paths. In more of a general format. So when I read that document, I'm walking in and I can say, I can take that first 10 pages or that first 30 pages. And I can read that and I know where we are headed in this process. Then I see a third document, which is the support, and there's an incredible amount of support here. This is a fantastic document to support. You deserve the golf clap for that, because it is really well done. But that's, where I see, the one weakness, it's not in the readability, it's exceptionally readable. It's in that general format. What takes me into this document, and then for each level, if I'm a legislature, I'm going to be reading a certain thing and a certain need out of that. Executive summary or the longer version of the summary. If I'm a scientist, I'm gonna be looking for certain other things, so I'm looking really for points. If I am Joe down here sitting on the dock. And I'm gonna read this and I'm gonna wanna find other things, and I'm not gonna dive into the depth. I'm gonna be hoping there's a lot of people who are much smarter than me. Who can digest all of that information. So. Yeah, thank you for your work here, I think this is terrific. Appreciate that.
Yeah, my wheels are spinning, as I'm hearing. Keep it up, please. Bobby, that was what I had in terms of an overview of what's in the document. Are we at time for public comment? Should we take a little break before? We're gonna.
And what were you nodding your head to?
What was I nodding my head to? I was nodding my head to, wow. Jeff has done an awesome job at this, and even though we're kind of talking about the little nitpicks, I was thinking, yeah, he is really put together
Really good.
an extraordinary thing. And as a writer, I will say what you said earlier, that sometimes you have to throw out and write the big thing as part of your process. And so even though, we're kind of all like, oh, what about this, what about that? It's just part of the process. So you've done an extraordinary job.
Agreed.
Yeah, go down. Nice job, Jeff. Take the victory on that one.
Yeah.
I'm
saying, now you can
Sure.
tearing it apart.
Yeah. Look, it's just the Oreo cookie sandwich. We've got the compliments on either side. Yeah. So, I'm thinking. Let's maybe do some public comment, but this last conversation has gotten me thinking just also about kind of the organization conversation.
Sure.
And I'm wondering if the gallery walk gets us there or doesn't get us there.
I don't think it does.
And so I'm wondering if we do that. Or, any rate, but how about we do public comment, take a break, let's connect and see, because the energy in the room is around the organization and audience. That's what I'm sensing, so,
Yeah.
how about we do that, let's open public comment, take a break. And come back.
Great.
Okay. All right, so for folks online, I don't think we have any public members here in the room today. So if there's anybody from the public online, we'll open up public comment. If you could drop in chat, Trevor will catch it if you're interested in saying something. Feel free to just raise your hand. And there'll be a second opportunity for public comment at the end of the meeting as well.
There we go.
Hey, Michelle, we see ya. Feel free to go for it. Glad you're here.
Hey everyone. First, I just want to say thanks, Jeff and everybody on the roadmap. I want to begin by appreciating the progress that's been made since the early drafts. It's really encouraging to see the multiple features considered, including the no offshore wind path and the shift from exit ramps to checkpoints. The policy gap section really shows both risks and opportunities, and the tribal cultural protections have expanded to include traditional ecological knowledge, the view sheds and subsistence and co-stewardship concepts. And I do think that these changes make the plan stronger and more balanced. There are some areas that I think are really important where the roadmap could go further and truly support a just and resilient transition for our coastal communities. And I think number one is about strengthening the human rights approach. So moving beyond consultation to free, prior, and informed consent, and acknowledge the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Add tribal-led safety and missing and murdered Indigenous people protection plans as part of the state checkpoints to address risks from transient construction workforces. There is precedent for this and models through California that has these, so we have a path that we can follow there. And provide resources for community participation. I saw the nod to state-led process, but there's still quite a gap in regards to how community engages. As mentioned previously, such as local liaisons or navigators, or small grants for facilitation, and clear reporting on how public input shapes decisions. And hopefully in that final draft, we'll have a more table of where comments are provided and feedback, and where they're not. I think that structured review for a final public comment will be really helpful in continuing to lift up that trust and transparency for the community. And then also addressing affordability and buyer security. I think continuing to explore models like the joint purchasing agreements or other ways for rural and low income ratepayers that aren't left with the higher bills. I think that affordability feature is a concern. And then overall strengthening the environmental protections by adding fisheries compensation and transition funding, or cumulative impact and health equity screening, developer co-investment in shoreline resilience and sea level rise adaptation, stronger biodiversity monitoring and protections for tribal data sovereignty. That last kind of bundle are also things that I've seen applied in California. There are some really good models for how we can do that, or creating funds. And I think pushing overall for the plan to not just be about energy resilience, but our broader climate resilience, which a couple of the roundtable members did kind of bring up the climate factor of this, that I think is important for us to have woven throughout. And I think that overall this would help push the roadmap beyond being a permitting tool into a real tool for just transitions and coastal resilience. And I think it's on the right path, and just excited to see this really come together. It's a huge lift, so thank you.
Thanks for that, Michelle. And Michelle, there was one sentence there where you said 5 substantive things, right? And one, really nice. And so it's just as a reminder of if you'd like to submit comments in writing, anybody, the feedback can come from roundtable members and the public, anybody at any time, right? So it's that question box. So feel free to send those along as we're getting ready with that November 18th draft. Anybody else want to share what's on their mind? Okay. Let's go ahead and take a break. And we'll come back at 11:25. All right, see you at 11:25, everybody. If you're online, feel free to go outside. We're here on the shores of Winchester Bay. So we're gonna go check out some fish jumping and.
I recognize
Please,
that
okay.
this copy does not include such a note. It goes from the executive summary.
Let's go ahead and pause the recording if you're. All right, everybody, welcome back. Folks online, there's, and then it's probably takes a minute to get settled here. You ready? You hear me clap twice? You can hear me here about the citizens.
It's always so fun. Don't win these. Win, that's always that.
I know, I've never had to use it with this group. You guys are having fun. I like it. Alrighty. So hopefully that was a nice break. It is a beautiful day out today. I like this location.
Yeah.
It's real nice, huh? So thank you to Douglas County for hosting us here in the beautiful park facility. Dan, we'll thank you in extension afterwards. So just chatting with Jeff a little bit, and it seems like it does make sense to kind of go in and talk a little bit about section 4 and then to kind of do the gallery walk around. And so part of section 4 and kind of the phases, and I'll let Jeff introduce this a little bit more. But it really is looking at like all the stages of offshore wind development that you would need to go through if there were wind arrays off the coast of Oregon. And part of the gallery walk is it's a good chance to talk about language. So when we're using things like streams and phases and objectives, it's a good time to think about the exit ramp versus checkpoint terminology. It's a good chance to make sure our metaphors are clear and consistent and not too many. And it's a good chance to say, actually, at this phase, you really should have this kind of information or these kinds of expectations in place as we walk around. Jeff, any other context setting before I get us up and moving around and?
No, maybe just describing what folks online are gonna be doing versus in there, but
Yeah.
other than that.
Good, okay. Yeah, any other kind of setup before I give instructions on how we're gonna do this? Any questions on how section 4 was structured, kind of the diagrams that you saw? The different elements? So what you're gonna see is you're gonna see kind of 3 ongoing streams. So you all told us that meaningful engagement with tribes and community is something that happens all the time. That's not just at one point, it's continuous. Same thing with developing, using good information. That's something that happens from the very early stages of thinking about siting all the way to where the lease ends and renewal. Same thing with regional coordination with California and Washington. We have kind of the 6 objectives. Those are a little different than the 4080 objectives as written. Part of that, like meaningful engagement, was part of a 4080 objective, and the way you all were talking about it, it really made sense. It's something that raw. And again, as Jeff mentioned, kind of the concept of exit ramp has evolved into a checkpoint, because in each phase there's a decision to move forward, there's a decision to get more information, there's a decision to move to a different path. So those are the elements you'll be seeing in the diagrams. Any questions on that before I give instructions? In front of Jeff, I repeated some of that just so I wasn't taking for granted that we all got it. Yeah.
I'll wait for your explanation, but are we also gonna cover some of the terms and phraseology used in other sections of the roadmap? Because there's the principles and I can't even think off the top of my head, but there's a lot of phrases that aren't necessarily defined.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, let's do that. If it comes up naturally and in the course of conversation, let's do it. If it feels like it's a little bit of a non sequitur, I'd ask that you say that for after. And you get to decide what is. Yeah, Dean, and then anybody else online, any questions? Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, sound great.
Does protect the environment include scenic resources?
Jeff, do you remember that it appears in protect cultural resources and protect the environment, I think?
Yeah, I can't remember what section it landed in. It's definitely in the roadmap, but I just can't remember which category it's under.
Bonus points for anybody who knows which section it's in.
I'm sorry, wait, I hear these guys.
Oh, sorry, scenic resource, where are scenic resources? Yeah.
Considered as the.
Yeah, Dean, we're not remembering it off the top of our head, and part of that is I think it shows up in more than one objective.
Okay, the second question is, where is sustaining the tourism economy? Is that under economic opportunity?
I think I have it under support communities, but I guess that's another one to think about where it belongs.
That's where it is now.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, so how this is gonna work, if folks are comfortable here in the room, is everyone comfortable standing for a while? If you're not, we can bring a chair with you. But we're gonna start over, don't get up yet. But we're gonna start here in the corner around siding and planning, and we're just gonna go around the room to all of the stages. We're gonna end with the scenario of no offshore wind arrays in Oregon, but just supply chain development. So that's the last slide I have here. And then online, we'll have the slides as well as we go through, so you'll be able to see that. We're not sure what it's gonna look like for you all, seeing us hovered around a different stage, but as you have questions, I'll be checking in with Trevor just to see if you wanna jump in the conversation. That sound good? And then we'll be carrying Post-its around. So at each stage, you can either say something or you can write down on a Post-it if you have a comment. And we can just put it right on to that piece of paper. If you're online at the stage, if you have a comment or a change, just give us your virtual Post-it via chat. And Sophia and Trevor will grab those. Sophia, does that sound good? Did I miss anything?
No, I can, no.
Okay, all right, everybody, let's stand up, and Jeff, lead us to talking about the siding and planning phase. So come on over here and do it for me. I'll get some more.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Not many people. Right, yeah. Exactly. I used to stay sick.
All right, just go ahead and I'll kind of hurt you all over, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
As
You can like.
people can feel free to come close,
Yeah.
be reading.
Yeah.
So to start, this phase occurs it's a multi-year phase, and it happens before a lease in action is proposed. So think back to last year, when the state reviewed Ball's proposal to do leasing, they'd already identified those wind energy areas where they wanted to lease. This phase leads into the identification of those energy areas that then would receive this. So this is basically starting in step 0. And for those of you who were following the news this summer, the federal government rescinded the wind energy areas on Oregon. I guess I forgot to mention that. There's been a lot happening federally. So there was the day 1 executive memo that halted leasing on the Outer Continental Shelf, and then in July, there was an announcement from BALM that all wind energy areas in the nation have been rescinded. What that functionally means for Oregon is that those wind energy areas off of Greenseport, Coos Bay, and Brookings no longer exist for them. BALM cannot move forward to leasing until they've identified wind energy areas. So for all intents and purposes, Oregon is back here at this step, which is the phase that we were in from 2019 to 2024. When Boeing had their intergovernmental task force, we're doing all of that siting work.
Hey, it was a fun process, so.
Great, I mean, I hope you're ready. Yeah.
And that process was, they didn't take into account the rocky habitat priority the state has, right? You know what I mean, inside it, so it's like now there's an opportunity to like be way more comprehensive and sensitive to state's needs.
Right.
Inside it.
I was just being cynical.
Oh, I know, I'm being too literal, but whatever, it's all fine.
So I'm starting with a non sequitur, which I shouldn't, but gonna. As we've been developing this roadmap process, and we started that here at step 0. In the back of my mind, I kept thinking, but there are already wind energy areas, so technically someone could come in and start at this step.
Right.
After we've put out the roadmap, but now we're in a spot where, in a way, we're all kind of aligned on, we're starting from here.
And they will also remove their, strategic method, they took that out of their. Because Rhoda said to me, you know, they took that out, their process, they took it out. So they don't even have a process. The leasing schedule. Yes, it's good, yeah.
Yes, and there was also a press release from the Department of Interior that they want to revisit the regulations that all uses when doing leasing.
Yes, it's.
So the rules themselves may have changed, but I see Delia agree.
Well, I'm just wondering, the roadmap is focused on BOEM's process through advanced planning, where you do the call for information and then you do the wind energy areas. There's also the other process where anybody at any time can submit an unsolicited lease request. That's not really mentioned in the roadmap. Are we accounting for that? In like how the state would respond to that? I mean, I understand, you know, using the phases because that's what we've been through and that's what makes sense to us and resonates right now, but back in, you know, 10 years ago, we had Principal Power and that project through an unsolicited lease request. 2 unsolicited lease requests in Washington last year, so that's always still another avenue. I'm wondering if that's gonna be woven in.
Are you assuming it'll be state water though, because if it's federal water, it's gonna trigger the federal process, right?
Well, what Judy is describing is who picks the site. So under the traditional BOEM process, they winnow down and say, we have picked these sites that we're gonna offer up for lessons. What happened in Washington, what could happen anywhere, is a developer picks a site. And they say, we think this is a good spot, unsolicited by BOEM. Hey, can we go do this?
You already pick a side, yeah, it's not a generalized, we wanna do it, it's like, we wanna do it here.
There's no planning.
And
There's no
so
planning involved in
what
that.
BOEM does in that case is they assess whether there may be competitive interest in that site. It's like, it's nice that company A chose that site, but if offered the opportunity, companies B and C may want to auction on it. And if they decide there is competitive interest, then they'll hold a formal auction.
And there could be a proposal in state waters.
I think the executive summary.
That's the other thing.
was one in the northern part of the state.
Yeah,
right.
There was
Okay.
something in the executive summary to a
Yes.
unsolicited lease proposal.
That happened.
It's less about state versus federal waters and more about process.
Yeah, how are you?
So does the state get engaged? And state citizens get engaged through BOEM's process for planning, or do we get engaged when they announce that there is
Yes.
a public comment on a proposed project from a developer? So either way, I mean, our focus on the roadmap is how do we engage, like, and where do we prepare, so.
Right, so the state's first formal engagement is when an action is being proposed, and that action is leasing. So if it's an unsolicited lease request, BOEM still has to check in with the state before doing that lease. So that's the first formal action. But regardless of who does the picking, there can be a siting and planning phase that contributes to that picking. A developer could pick a site they're interested in absent input from anybody. And that would jump us to the leasing decision.
So then
What
maybe.
we're talking about is, what we're talking about is if the state wants to be involved in the path to offshore wind, can we do siting and planning work before we get there that could inform an unsolicited lease request, it could inform the home's process, et cetera.
So maybe then it's just describing in the roadmap in these phases. That there's two ways we could get to phase two, to the leasing phase. Either it comes through siting and planning with BOEM, federal government, state and all that. Or we receive notice of the public review of however you want to phrase it, and solicit lease request. So I wanted to make sure that it was addressed somehow in the roadmap, because there's this other avenue, I just want to manage expectations.
Yeah.
You know,
That there might be a different on ramp to this.
exactly, just because we're not engaging in siting and planning doesn't mean that we couldn't receive that
Yeah.
anytime.
Yeah, thank you. Great.
I also wanted to offer, and correct me if I'm wrong, but sort of the analysis that we're doing around potential policy revisions, territorial sea plan, et cetera. Would kind of shape a response independent of public comment initially, like whether it's even feasible. Right, what's being proposed, whether it's unsolicited or solicited, like particularly in state wars, if there are policies in place about the territorial sea. That require federal consistency, those are some guardrails, right, that come into play, so that's part of, I think, what we're trying to elicit a little bit now.
Right,
Are those guardrail actions as well,
yeah,
right?
I agree with that, but I would just wanna remind that we have the GLD, so the limitations on what we. Engage in aren't directly limited by state versus federal.
Well, that whole lot.
Yes,
Yes.
We're deep inside baseball.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, that seems like it could be a gap, and so therefore, you know, to identify like, well, what if somebody comes in and says, we wanna put it right in somewhere that. We all, because of all the things we've been talking about, we don't think is a good idea, what can this, is there no way to say you can't put a sidewalk, so it sounds like you're.
Well, that's what I'm kind of thinking, like, you know, I mean, my board. You know, another possible outcome is, you know, the state does in a process of spatial planning and identifies where and where not.
What a great segue.
And so that's already laid out.
Yeah, well, this is actually a transition too, because like, when we, a couple of weeks ago, National Wildlife Federation did a tour of us in California, environmental groups in Scotland, and got to speak to the state and a person from the Scottish government, and really point blank asked, you know, under a really unfriendly administration, where we're slow walking everything, like, what would you recommend people do? They're like ducks in a row, you know, and they were like baseline data, baseline data, baseline data, like, go out there and figure out. What is the current lay of the land, and baseline data even is a moving target, right? Because climate change is actively changing baseline data, so it's like what's reasonably, what can you reasonably define, what we currently know. And then define what good ongoing monitoring looks like, right, you know, and trying to do so in as broad an ecosystem level as possible, like right now, they are currently trying to figure out how to get ecosystem wide, like data modeling going on. Granted, the California current is a lot bigger, I think, than anything they're dealing with, but anyway, all that is to say, like, I think this is a really important opportunity and phase for us to be pushing for that. Science entity, the science research, you know, in addition to the policy, like gaps, kind of, or the sideboard you're talking about, Karina, this is just at this stage, especially given that we don't even have wind energy areas anymore, it makes it easier to make the case, let's get some really good.
And there's a lot of
That lead to the, it's not just for offshore wind, that data is gonna be really relevant for climate change generally and fisheries and fill in the blank, right? So, that baseline data is gonna be huge.
And Jeff, just real quick,
Yes.
folks, can we open up a little avenue here so that Owl can pick you up and that we just don't have what space like this way? And then also. And then everyone, just Jeff for pacing, we do have a number of stages to this, right? I feel like anticipate this corner is the one we spend the most time on, it's got the most text, right? Because it gets got from. All right, so.
And people are saying that there should be an initiating thing, and we've talked about the two, either BOEM does something or
developer proposes something. So that's the starting point, I would like to see.
I would counter, I think that this can start tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
The day after the roadmap is out, we say. All right, we're in the siting.
And my point is that it can be a specified or an unspecified, like you're saying, is that we don't want to have what happened before, where at least I felt like Bones coming in here and saying, what do you think? What do you think of these problems? It's like, about what? So there was a lack of information. And so this is critically important, irrespective of what they're saying,
Yeah.
you know.
So I want you to think about this phase as between now and 4 years. Let's just throw it in. So in that time, what's in the roadmap, what we've talked about as part of our process. We've talked about there being a research agenda and that there being action toward answering some of those questions that may also include collecting baseline data.
Well, yeah.
Should that be called out?
Well, what I was gonna say here, this, for the science and research, I'm realizing this is kind of twofold, because someone just said, like, what's the deadline for that? And I'm like, when it comes to baseline data and information like that, you need a commitment to continuing to see how it changes over time. That's why the baseline data is so important. So this is like an ongoing monitoring thing, right? Which is why I actually feel like in terms of how the roadmap is structured, I think, oh, so it doesn't just become like a relic, a document that's like, here's a report that gets stale real quick. I think it would be really helpful if we were to identify in the legislature, here are the immediate next steps that are really relevant and important for not just offshore wind, but for having an understanding about how to do, I think what Michelle was talking about, how this could become a guide for kind of how we do this kind of development on the coast, you know what I mean? And this kind of baseline data is gonna be necessary for offshore wind, but it's also gonna be necessary for any number of other developments the state might be interested in doing, which is, I think, how we can maybe help make the case why the state should put different resources into it. Which I do think feeds into what would become, oh god, the technical phrase you just said a few seconds ago about how you actually do decide what site and not program place. Visual plan, yeah, like, you know what I mean? It's like, this would feed into that, and I think what we need for marine spatial planning is maybe help us understand what to prioritize for research and whatnot, but anyway, I think that's like.
You guys are stealing all my thunder, because all the things you're saying here.
Yeah, no, that's really good, that's you know, that's what Scotland recommended too, they were just like, literally like, we're scrambling to backfill baseline because we didn't have this going in, and they're like, if you can have this going in, that informs you from the beginning, that's like ahead of the game.
Yeah.
So walk us through it.
All right, this stage, we have a research agenda that includes some amount of baseline data. It's described further in section 5, and there's a bit of a conflict over, well, now we've got a really big area to study. What is the granularity of the baseline data that is effective to get exfoliator?
Yeah.
Science collaborative. We've talked about both an in-state one, trying to kind of build that circle of who needs to vet the science in state, as well as being able to participate in a regional science collaborative that California is kicking off right now. And we'll have information more about that very soon. We'll be talking about it.
And again, it's a science collaborative that's ocean oriented, it's not necessarily technology oriented.
Correct, it is, well, I don't know. So that could be open,
But
but
I mean, this is the framework of getting turbines in the water. This is
yes,
the path that you would have to follow. So it's, which is quite independent of how might I improve turbine design?
but you never know. This research agenda right now is defined broadly, where there may be some research that Oregon wants to see for technologies that are best fit for our environment. We can have that conversation.
But again, this is still, this framework that we're walking through is that scenario 1A and 1B.
Yes, thank you for that. So
Which doesn't necessarily include, that just assumes whatever technology is out there is gonna get, is what we're talking about, putting in motion. It's not talking about advancing the technology.
I mean, I wouldn't actually make that assumption, no, it's like the science.
I wanna make sure that it isn't an assumption.
Right, so, okay, so, that's fine, but I didn't take that as an assumption and reading it, but I agree, probably worth just saying, this might
Be looking at technology, what we know is technology.
Yeah, and I'm just picking technology as the example because there's lots of research and information and planning that you work that you can do that's independent of whether or not turbines end up in the water or.
And we have lots of expertise.
But we could be building a tool for how others state, we could decide we don't want turbines, and we could be building a tool that the rest of the world would use to decide where they wanna put turbines.
That is possible.
Okay. So research agenda and science collaborative are new things that we would add in this study. We are also talking about making sure there's an agency capacity early on enough that we can be building state expertise on the environments, technologies, that there are some capacity needs that are near term. There's some regional coordination as well around regional power markets, and I asked Bonnie to add transmission as well. That we are connected as a region, and one of the big hurdles that the industry talked about was the difficulty of having a large new power source and many small entities that it's like running a paper route, that you have to try to have a bunch of different customers. So this is something that could be worked on in the near term to build possibility.
I think regarding transmission, we should probably also put, well, I don't know, but I feel like what you just described as procurement problem.
Well, and that's the regional power market piece,
Yeah.
that's already.
Okay, good.
Because that's transmission is more
transmission is
physical
efficient,
infrastructure.
Yeah.
That's related to it, but.
Yeah. On the engagement side, this is the beginning of that ongoing stream about ongoing tribal engagement, public engagement. There's probably some capacity need as well that goes into that we'll bring in. So all of these are our ongoing streams, and then before you can walk through the checkpoint, that like we've completed signing planning, there are some things related to the individual objectives that we want to have in here. We want to have at least begun a study of what community investment needs there are in communities where it's potential that there could be offshore wind effects. Because once you get to the community agreement negotiation phase, you want to know what those communities might need, whether that's housing, infrastructure, social services, those kinds of things. The state can start doing some work with communities to try to start cataloging values. There's also work to be done on port infrastructure and supply chain readiness. So there can be studies of where the supply chain needs are, where Oregon can participate, and where state interventions may be needed or investments may be needed to start getting ready for this potential. On the workforce side, we've talked about a framework for enforceable agreements, and what we're talking about here is how do we structure those negotiations? How do we combine multiple different communities in those organizations? What kind of technical support and capacity support is needed? And how do you make them have teeth? How do you fold them into Oregon's policy framework so that they actually can be enforceable after the fact?
Just to clarify, because we say enforceable agreements many times in the document, we're not saying enforceable agreements within the territorial sequence, we're just talking about.
Contractually, that they have contractual mechanisms.
That's one thing.
But we are working on a concept where the state may be able to create a new policy to require that these agreements be in place.
Right.
As evidence that you've addressed community impacts, but the enforceability could be separate under contract.
Yeah, I just wanna clarify the distinction.
Jeff, along those lines too. The roadmap itself is non-regulatory, so what we're talking about here is developing recommendations. To make the process work in such a way that the state achieves its objectives, right?
Right.
And so, we're not talking about like, all of these things have to be checked off, where you can't move through that checkpoint, we don't have that kind of. Right?
That's something I want to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the questions that I have for you. It's question number 6 on the 2-page.
Okay.
We've also talked about, there's an opportunity here to do additional study to quantify the job benefits. You know, the estimates go all over the place, that depending on different scenarios, that can help in deciding and planning work to understand what the capacity needs of the community might be, et cetera. And that's work that could be done during selection. Down here on the environment side, but really it could apply in many different ways. We have state-led marine spatial planning. There's in section 5, it's expanded upon based on work of that working group. This idea of what if Boehm wasn't the leader? What if the state led a process to look out in federal waters and talk about what are the state uses of resources that are out there that could be affected, and where are the sites that are more or less compatible? And that could relate to view sheds, important fishing areas, important habitats, species migratory routes, those things that we're gonna care about later. Maybe we can put them on a map sooner rather than later, and that can wag the dog of any future BOEM process or even solicit a lease request. Takes resources to do, so that's one of those things where if we don't do that, if the state doesn't fund it, is that how will that move that? And then also here, putting again the research agenda, the research collaborative, being up and running, being part of the checkpoint. On the energy side, that as a part of the state energy strategy, we want to better study and understand the system value of offshore wind. That not only is it how much it costs to a ratepayer, but are there efficiencies in the system that are actually worth money in themselves, that can kind of adjust the economics of this power source versus others, so that we really know what the costs could end up being for the region. Talking about market signals, and this is, I mentioned it earlier, but and the energy strategy talks about this. When you have these longer lead time emerging higher risk resources, are there policy changes? Are there incentives that can be put in to provide some signals to the industry that the state is interested in taking the risk of an emerging resource, and reducing that development risk or sharing? And then transmission needs being identified and achievable, so I guess that's it. So the idea is that before you proceed to leasing, there have been significant efforts made on all these parts, and certainly in the state, in the case of spatial planning and like framework for agreements, you know, those things are already in hand before you move forward. But to Delia's point of, could we actually stop leasing from proceeding if these things don't happen? Right now, the answer is no. And question 6 in our breakouts that I hope we have time to get to tries to think about what are different ways that we could address that. The way we addressed it a year ago was to say, well, sure, you can move forward with leasing, but the state retains the ability to say no at the permitting stage. And that means that a lessee is holding all the risk, and they essentially forfeit their lease if they can't develop it. And so the things we need in here, like that our research be done, that we have clear understanding of the regional impacts, that as enforceable agreements be in place, that we're basically punting it to the permitting stage. But here, we're envisioning a new path where there's a lot more proactive work being done state-led. And there's a dilemma in there that requires state investment in order to do it. And so one way is to punt it to permitting. Another way could be policy changes in the territorial sea plan to say things like you need a cumulative assessment in place before we move forward. I mean, those kinds of things to lead with the stick instead. Or just that the state invests and is proactive, and that's how we get through this, that we don't make it at an exit or a checkpoint. We just do the work before we ever have to get to here, because we have that to.
Yeah, if you're saying we have the legislature put in policies so that when you're doing a consistency certification here, you can say that, well, here's the policy, it doesn't fit those because they don't have that. So is there a chance that there is an off ramp at leasing because it doesn't do the consistency?
That's one way it could possibly be. And that's again in question 6, that for instance, if right now, part 2 of the territorial sea plan doesn't require you to do a cumulative assessment of a project in a lease. It's just the cumulative effects of the leasing and the studies that we do. But then you could maybe make that, you could put some riders in that would apply to the leasing stage to say, if you don't have these in hand at the leasing stage, we could say no. but you might. There are trade-offs in that, I mean, we haven't fully worked out.
Well, I think that there's a lot to be argued that you have an idea of something that's gonna go out there. I mean, there's plenty of examples of that. You can come up with a straw man that said, if that's here, if there are this many, these are the impacts you'd expect to have. And you've got policies to meet those requirements. So I've been advocating for a long time about preliminary cumulative effects assessments to get a sense of those.
That's kind of under this umbrella of a research agenda. Section 5 talks about it, where we say before leasing, we want to see some sort of cumulative impact assessment, but it doesn't have to answer every question. It can be conceptual in nature. It can have some sensitivity scenarios, so if it looks more like this, here's what it is. If it looks like that, here's what it is. Like, so we're trying to get at that. It's in section 5 of the curious section.
Right. Jeff, can I interrupt real quick? Just wanna mark pacing.
Yeah. This is the biggest one.
I think the next two might be your biggest ones. But I think we can adjust a little bit as needed. But I do wanna set as a hard stop at 12:30. Because lunch is already here, so any rate, I wanna stop, but we can pick it back up again after if we need to, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then also just to check here, there's the substantive stuff that's important. But we can also get those comments from you afterwards. This is also the great spot to check language, like as we've just heard you describe a phase, is the language of streams and checkpoints and other things sitting okay? Is it clear? And you have lots of hands. I'll let you manage the hands.
All right, Randy's deciding first.
I think you're first.
Doesn't, go ahead, I'll go next.
Alright, I'll tell you quick, back to the comment I made earlier about revenue, like, this is all great, very important step. But the state legislature is basically saying, don't give us more programs or projects, so. I think if we all collectively think this is a very important first step. It's gonna have a fiscal. And you're gonna have to figure out where the money comes from, where it already ties resources. Or if not, declining resources, so I think. I would say there's gotta be a component where. We're talking about revenue from somewhere.
Or even like what we had in the roadmap itself, which was you're allowed to take outside permitting kind of thing, but I wonder if that's possible.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know if it's on, I can hear that, so please, yeah.
And this is kind of, so this is related. I mean, one of the things that I think we're trying to express here is both the precautionary approaches of doing the science and the studies that we need to have some assurances. But I think also doing that up front in this early planning stages does provide more certainty and less risk for a developer. And I think, balancing those two is really hard, but I think how you fund it, it might be more attractive for an investment, knowing that if you pass this hurdle, you have more certainty later. So I think there's some nice balancing in the communication of it that could be achieved.
Yeah, and my point is like,
And open opportunities for other funding sources in the state.
yeah, my point is just, if we wanna make this area actionable
Yeah.
for
It
legislators.
needs to be fun.
Needs to be funded, good to give a couple ideas. And then this, to me, this also the step is like, before the other steps, it feels like. Exploring a couple options where the developer's still unclear yet, like, that still seems like we should find that revenue, but.
Yeah.
For sure. For sure.
Just getting back to your organization here, you're hanging all of this on Bones organization where they would do siting and planning and then leasing. In Bones structure, all the data gathering and site characterization would happen after leasing. And so, I think really the key difference here that we should focus on and emphasize is that Oregon feels like all of that information should be available before leasing. And so if you're gonna hang the organization of these phases, I mean, it's pretty fundamental to the way that the roadmap is laid out. I think it needs to be, that point needs to be made early on in siting and planning phase, that the state really wants to emphasize data gathering here and explain why.
Yeah.
Like, why do we want that information? Julia made a couple good points about baseline data. We don't need to go into that now, but if we hear it all the time, I agree. It makes more sense to have that sort of coastal approach to data and before we go into lead. So, but
Yeah.
It affects your organization.
This is the biggest difference between what is and what we're trying to create, I think. The state is saying, we want more of this information upfront, but there isn't someone around to pay for it. So that means that if the state wants it, we either need to find outside funding or we need to pay for it ourselves, or else we have the traditional process.
That's a great point for the 3-page executive.
Yeah.
summary.
That's a conclusion, right?
I do think it's important though, that there's no way that a company with a lease sale isn't gonna wanna do its own data during that, but I mean, it's still a yes and, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
They're
right.
gonna have more baseline information that will be of value to them.
But it's,
You know,
there
but-
are 12 companies who are interested.
Yeah.
At the end, only 2 or 3 might get it. So how many of those 12 companies are gonna put in money on a roll of dice, whether they actually are in the game later?
The difference to me is that siting and planning enables us to say, these are like, for ODFW. Here's where all the rock is.
Yep.
Don't site there,
Right.
and then that informs and enables developers to make better decisions. They're still gonna need, once they are awarded the lease,
They'll separate it.
they'll still need to go do their own surveys and so forth. Yeah.
So I'm wondering,
It's also.
go ahead.
Bobby's gonna warn us about time here.
I've
done my job, you warn yourself.
Set us up for the ongoing monitoring that will be needed, so
Yes.
I just wanted to insert that thinking about what ongoing monitoring might be needed. Should inform the base of this initial phase.
And part of that, in a normal world, in a pre-2020. 24, world own funds a lot of studies, has funded a lot of studies, basic scientific studies in support of this. So if there was a return to that, that might be a source, because they're gonna want some of this information too.
But if you can wait for that, then it might be this starting line is until 2029, how much time do you spend? So there's a lot to sort out.
Yeah, I completely agree.
So I'm wondering how we tap into, say, research university like OSU. As a partner, to help figure out some of these things, because it's interesting to me that this first slide has ballooned almost into an entirely new process in and of itself. And a lot of that needs to happen ahead of time, whether going and the feds are in or out. And it seems like having a university partner would be able to help us figure out a lot of the unknown questions, all the way from the social economic things to this technical.
Yeah.
I can help with your response, to that, just as a, you know, someone who works at OSU, partners, Sea Grant, I would say. If there is an opportunity to do this work, the state clearly expresses kind of what its needs are. OSU is all about engaged research right now. I mean, that's a high priority there, and how to plan for the future, how to set up the state for success. The research questions are of interest, there's expertise there, so at the end of the day, though. The university doesn't pay for research, it supports it, there needs to be, whether that's federal, state, private. There needs to be a mechanism to bring the money in to support that effort, but the university, I think, would be a very happy, well, I don't think they're gonna slap my hand for saying this. I think they'd be a happy partner in something like this.
Yeah, this is a good chance to check in with folks online too.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's a lot of. And Trevor's been tracking.
Okay, that's just building from most of it.
All right, I would like to move us to the next if I could, unless Mikey just can't.
Can we just, well, actually. I do wanna give the online folks a chance.
My
apologies. Caitlin, if you can hear me, we'd love to have you bring up your comment, or I can summarize it.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. My main comment about section 4 and the term stream of work is that they seem very similar to, but not identical to the quote unquote Oregon principles that are introduced at the beginning of the document. And if there's some way to tie them more together to the principles, that would alleviate the problem of introducing these new terms or like new ideas this late in the document. I think, you know, for as an example, use best available science to manage risk, which is a principle. I think, is that a principle or is that an objective? Either way, like it's stream number 2, which is good information, and include standards that are clear and enforceable to promote accountability. That is also stream 2, good information. So I think making a connection between what you introduce at the beginning and what you're kind of putting into operation towards the end of this document would be really helpful.
Okay, that's good food for thought, thank you.
Yeah, Rick?
Yeah, I don't have much to add. There was some discussion about, this approach, would result in having a lot of information up front. And that's certainly something, the tribe and I think tribes in general have wanted in this process. It also presumably would ensure that, potentially there's as many stakeholders in agreement with the siting of these locations before it proceeds to leasing. So we definitely like this approach.
And I do just want to point out that these arrows appear on every slide. And you either have the arrow that circles back on itself, which says iterate with more information. In other words, we're not ready to leave this phase yet, because there's still more we're waiting on or building. And we may come out of siting planning and say, we just can't make this work, so we're gonna go to a different path, which could be no turbines or supply chain only or what have you. But the idea is, if you get all these in your pocket, now you're ready to proceed through the checkpoint to lease.
And Jeff, I think we're gonna do leasing and do lunch.
Okay. We got
Being real. Yeah.
cool. Well, then in that case, Bobby, should we just break or do we have?
No, let's do leasing. Let's do leasing.
Oh, after these, okay. All right, so if you wanna come in close again.
Next slide.
Can't see. And sorry, hopefully folks online can hear me all right, I'm kind of talking to the corner as I do this. So at the leasing stage, our streams include coordinating with Washington and California on supply chain plans at the regional level. Again, trying to get that pipeline started to be established. We also have ongoing work with the Science Collaborative that would be working to answer some of those cumulative impact questions that would be important to have in hand at the leasing stage. At the good information stream, we have the research priorities identified in the research agenda are addressing concerns that relate to leasing. That we may not at this stage have every question answered that's on our research agenda, but we have enough answered that we're ready to at least do the leasing. And recognizing that some may take more time before we get to the permit. On the meaningful engagement side, we include tribal consultation before proceeding with leasing, engaging fisheries, engaging the public. And then going around the horn of the interest areas, on the protect communities side, we have planning to meet community investment needs. And so building on, first we study what the community investment needs are, and then to actually have a plan in place to meet those needs. As well as beginning coordination to convene community benefit agreement conversations. We don't yet know who's on the other side of this gate. We don't yet know who the lessees are. But you can start to identify based on where the areas are being picked, what communities might be affected and start getting people spun up that, hey, there's a conversation to be had.
Isn't it true that the BOEM has had bidding credits as they're gonna go bidding for the leases, and many of those are funded, founded on the community benefit agreements.
Yes. Yeah, and that's part of it, but that's kind of BOEM's process, that would be an incentive, but we are also talking about having steep requirements.
That's what I'm thinking, there could be statements, but those can have those in conversation.
It's framed in the one for them.
And the mantra is all wind
Industrial
water.
Alright. There's no.
And then on port infrastructure, supply chain, going from readiness plan to actually having plans in place for how those are going to be met. negotiations plan for enforceable agreements on the workforce side, so we built the framework. And now we're starting to plan what those negotiations are, kind of similar to on the community side. Let's get ready to have those conversations. Coming down to the energy side, the idea being that at leasing, those market signals we talked about developing over here have actually been put in place in some way, whether that's through policy incentives or other means, so that you actually have interested bidders. Because remember, 4 of the 5 bidders dropped out last time because the risks they saw were too great. We have in here considering a pilot or state community owned lease. I still need to know more about. There's a lot that I don't. But that we've included that here at the leasing stage, that at least have been considered first. That there be a clear plan for building the transmission that would be needed to go with a lease. Moving over to environment, we have as a necessary thing to have in your pocket, a cumulative effects analysis. And that came out of these conversations. That there also be assurance that after a lease, the surveys that go get done in those lease areas are going to meet policies. And we did that last year to say the actions that you're going to take out there, don't go poking holes in rocks, don't go poking holes in archaeological sites, have observers on board your vessels, those kinds of safeguard activities for what actually happens after the lease.
But they also include sharing of data.
This is sticky, something like the 38 data sharing agreements. Yeah, thank you.
There were a couple of different really interesting ways of doing that in Scotland, I'll look those up and share them in the portal for you, because I think there's some really interesting models that are using for acquisition to share the cost. All the different entities, including proprietary information that the developer. There's some really interesting approaches.
Nice. All right, thank you.
Back to give myself what to do.
All right, and then the last one of these objective areas is tribal and cultural resources, and it's kind of broad language, but it just says interests protected and consider tribal stewardship. Go ahead, Keith.
What do we mean by transmission plans, port infrastructure and supply chain plans? In my mind, what we need to know is how a potential lessee is gonna get the energy from A to B and what kind of structures they're gonna need. But we're not talking about like development plans and agreements with ports, like, what do we mean by plans? You see what I'm?
Yeah, well, and it's not
At
just,
its face.
yeah, I think that's a great one to clarify.
Okay.
What I would just off the cuff say is that it's one thing to say, I can transmission line from A to B, but it's another to say, I can get on Bonneville Power's docket, or I can figure out another way to meet that need. So that there'd be some amount of, is this actually feasible? To get those.
Right,
infrastructure.
and you know that when we went through it before, the DFW had a lot of concerns about the disconnect between the offshore site and all of the potential habitat and species effects that could happen through transmission and supply chain and port development. So, having sort of a spatial idea or like 3 alternative routes or something like, I'm just trying to figure out what is our expectation at the leasing phase for these quote unquote things.
Yeah. Well,
And that can be interpreted as a bunch of different ways.
sure, and thinking about what could constitute a reason not to go through the checkpoint. Do we have a law that says you need to identify what the transmission route is at the leasing stage? I don't think we do, because now it takes time to figure out what you're routing. And it might be premature.
Yeah, well, and they may be separate projects, but do you, the offshore developer, do you have, can you demonstrate confidence that you're gonna be able to get the transmission line through without affecting all of those things that we've already expressed or priorities of the state?
That's the dilemma, because from a community perspective or from a reality-based perspective, it's all one thing, but from the home developer's perspective, they're separate, And also from the agencies and the state itself, and yeah, exactly.
And that's somehow we captured here in that market system. And just, if the developers are gonna develop the offshore, they're gonna bring it onshore and then rely on PBA or whoever to have the infrastructure there, but it's an entirely different project from their perspective. It's separated, but from our perspective, it's all one project. Yeah.
Well, and like, I think about how DSL can require an applicant to establish a purpose and need for what they want to build. That does kind of get at a little bit of the feel, like, we need this for that, it's feasible because of this. That I wonder if there's a policy opportunity to have like a high level feasibility. I like the way you put it, Delia, of demonstrating confidence. That one way or another, if we were to lease something here, we think we can get it to the grid for XYZ reasons. And it can be maybe higher level conceptual, here's what we know we wanna do.
Or just we've looked at this area. I mean, when we went through before, they weren't even looking in the territorial sea or along the coastline for where potential cable landings might, you know, be most suitable. So it just, yeah, but something in some,
Yeah.
but not like a, we don't need like a full out plan. I mean, a plan can mean different things, that's all.
What I like about this is the phase where you can require, I'll put it this way. Takes resources to get that information, and this is the phase at which there will be enough interest ideally. That the state and whoever else needs to put up money to get some certainty around this would be like, oh yeah, that's worthy to look into because. We have people interested in leasing, and this is like, because it's kind of all the same, if you're not gonna build transmission for something that might never come. But they're gonna like, oh, this is coming, we better figure out how to get transmission done, right? Like, this might be the phase where you can actually get some resources to start answering the question, and then it's just a matter of defining like. What's the reasonable threshold that's like enough information to provide that certainty?
And one of the issues that had come out is PNL did a survey and they said something like 2.6 gigawatts of power could come onshore. That was up and down the coast and it was not down where the wind energy areas were. So that's where the feasibility.
That was like a realistic thing, when people were just saying, wait a second, you're not looking at this, and we become expert in industry, and they were like.
Well, yeah. And that's really interesting, and in the roadmap I talk about, there was a study done in 2022 by Northern Grid where they said, okay, if we try to do 2.6 gigawatts in just the southern substations, we have to spend $1.2 billion to do it. Whereas we could do about a gigawatt out of the two southern substations and it'll take $50 million. And so you take that number of 2.6 and spread it out, it's easier than you can concentrate it. Oh, oops, there's a big infrastructure in there, but.
Yeah, the BCA, research that we can reach out to for information or advice on how to address some of these transmission or supply chain problems. Or just how to sell power to you when you come asking for it.
Let me look at.
From what I'm hearing, it's like they're willing to kind of invest in high population areas for big things they need to do because it pays off more quickly. They're not, there's not a lot of interest in trying to figure out how to solve these rural problems.
My understanding that Washington is number 50 and Oregon's number 47 in terms of transmission because it's all controlled by BPA.
We do have, I think it's either this week or next week, Travis DeVille from PNL, who did the West Coast Transmission Study, is doing one of our lunch and learns. And a question I keep asking is like, what's the no-brainer move that if we just want to improve our infrastructure in a way that could help this future or could be pay off one way or the other? And what he keeps telling me is strengthen the state law. That, you know, the Brookings station, it's that end of the long extension cord, and if you can increase the different connections, that pays off underneath.
And I think especially with California, I feel like we're not trying to figure that out from California.
There is an existing line that goes inland between Brookings and
I just think strengthening it, and maybe it'd be good, interesting to see if the line that they're talking about building for offshore wind, Humboldt, if it connects with that, if it does. That is huge, but I don't know if it's going that far.
Let's have that conversation with Travis because
Yeah.
Bobby's reminding me we need to check in.
Yeah, yeah,
on
I think it's
and
important.
make this had his hand up as well.
Yeah, all I was gonna say is, I just wanna encourage us to be forward facing on this area, cause this discussion today or a year ago or 2 years ago will look very different 10 years from now. I think there'll be probably more policies in our toolkit that will de-risk building out transmission in Oregon regionally if there is a RTO. You know, there's a lot of things I think will be different in 10 years, as well as the cost and design of these offshore turbines. Like, I think Nicole Hughes has said, like, maybe this may be analogous to onshore wind, where onshore wind was very expensive. But once you had to build out of certain projects along the east and the west coast, probably these products could be different. But again, who knows, because we have tariffs, but I think just, just kind of trying to encourage us to be at least forward facing that this conversation could be very different in 10 years, but if we do phase one correctly, get to phase two, I think there'll be more of a structure. Where I think it makes sense for us to meet in the middle with what we have versus like what how a developer might approach this in they believe would be a rational approach. So just want to encourage those two things, forward facing and centering and meeting in the middle with the developer.
Well, and it also potentially points to really paying attention to these two phases within the roadmap if some of these others are gonna be a ways out.
Yeah, and if we do our spatial planning right, maybe we'll be looking at where things could come to shore, have that handshake.
And the need for iteration and ongoing information gathering, because everything's moving to over time. I mean,
Right.
everything. Technology, the climate, all of it.
Should we check in online and see?
Yeah.
Who wanna join in?
Hey, Kaylin, going to you again online. Did you want to chime in with your comment?
Yeah, it was a couple of minutes ago when we were talking about the sort of separation between the offshore wind project and the transmission project. I just wanted to point out that, though they are separate sort of legislatively, it doesn't mean that the transmission project doesn't have its own environmental review. And a lot of, detailed siting and planning and considerations that go into where that's sited. So a little bit outdated at this point, but just want to throw that out there.
Good plan.
I didn't really sign up to volunteer what little time I have left on this planet to design an offshore wind turbine array. And I really find this conversation is pretty strongly oriented to how are we going to be able to do this. We're living in a time where we're witnessing one of the most profound examples of a policy shift that I've ever experienced in my lifetime. 2 years ago, we were full on saying that offshore wind is a good thing. And right now we're saying offshore wind is one of the worst things you could possibly have. That is a value-based assessment of how we should behave. When I look at that first thing, the language that really attracts me is study community investment needs. Well, you wouldn't want to study community investment needs unless you're going to impose something on the community that impacts it. It doesn't address whether or not the community is interested in it or not. I recall a time when James Watt, in a different administration, offered to lease the entire Oregon coast for oil and gas development. Oregon had a very, very different approach to that. They took a fundamental policy call and said, we don't want that. This process that we're marching through here is based on the premises that we do want it. And I have a really hard time dealing with that. And I have a really hard time articulating that because I have some cultural values, just like tribal people have cultural values about an appropriate relationship we should have with the ocean. And it's just not a pre-industrial opportunity. And this really is orienting it to say, well, shit, nothing's going on there. What can we do? That's just something that I'm really trying to reconcile. I want to be a constructive participant. But I think this framework, one of the outputs of planning should be bad idea. And if it's a bad idea, then what value does studying it? I guess studying it could affirm your sense that it's a bad idea. But also finding out what the community's values are could also be a way of bringing data into the decision-making process to say whether you want to do it or not.
They voted on it. Who's encouraged?
Well, and that would be switched to a different path. Can I just offer what I see is that this is, I agree with you. This is detailing sort of the pathway for that 1A and 1B where we have turbines. And I think that there's other places in the roadmap that discuss those other paths, but maybe not to your satisfaction. Maybe that's the parts of the roadmap where we need that, more feedback to sort of bring those up to balanced discussion.
Yeah, what's that? I guess I'll go back to something I said before, which is that the purpose of the roadmap is not to decide whether to walk the path, but just to kind of identify what the path would look like that is most aligned with our values and policies.
And it's also this section 4 is about 1A and 1B, right? So Mike, I've just heard you throughout the course of today, you've hit this point a couple of times with additional intensity because I can tell how deeply you care about it. And so as you walk around the room, I don't think your feeling is going to get any better. I'm just saying. Well, because this is focused on 1A and 1B, and I think there is the conversation as we get into breakouts and others on the overall balance and tone of the document. And like, how can we strike that? Because in May, we got similarly strong reactions with folks on the kind of the offshore wind development side of like, there's no viable path. Like, this is all to know. And so this is what section 4 was trying to articulate. So yeah, I'm just saying, I hear how strongly you feel, and we gotta find a way to balance those alternatives in a real way.
Yeah, and if I may, Kevin has his hand raised virtually, just to offer perspective from the other side, like in many ways, not to be like half glass full, half empty here, we're putting a lot of attention to offshore wind than any other kind of development in the state of Oregon. Like, we do not, ask for the same invitation for development on solar or onshore wind, or say a data center, or say a trucking fleet, or Amazon delivery service. Like, we have collectively stated we're going to put a lot of attention into this for this specific technology, for this specific resource on this specific area of the coast. So, just to be, again, not to be contrasting here, but to your point, I get the hesitation. From my vantage point, we're also offering just like extra things that we would never additionally ask for consideration for other projects. So, just want to sort of offer that, but I think the common ground has always been in this group, like, we're putting a lot of attention to detail because people say, hey, this is really important. But I think if you ask a landowner in Central Oregon or someone who really cares about sage grouse, like, they're gonna feel the same thing here. They would want to say, hey, let's put the same level of attention to detail that we're doing to offshore wind. And I can agree with how Jeff has framed it. We're not saying it's got to be 1A or 1B or the other. We're just talking about, if we were to do it, how would we do it if we were to get on the other end?
Yeah, and I'm, being here at the early end of this process, this is very incremental, really sorting, what are you addressing, what are you not addressing? Was there ever a portion to the planning process, to the documentation that said, this is what we're not doing? This is what we're not looking at. This is what our focus is.
Can you give an example, Steve?
Well, so let's take a project like, you know, when the legislature looked at. God, what was a storm, it was back in the 1950s that hit Louisiana. And they were making decisions on how do we use the land that's adjacent to the coastline. They looked at it from an incremental standpoint that said, how we're gonna protect our coastline before this big event hit and cost, you know, the country $3 billion at that point in history. Before this hit, our priority is going to be on development. It's not gonna be protection of coastline. And so they fell all the trees. This big event comes in, you know, and it nearly takes out, you know, the big city there. New Orleans. And so then they go back and they said, well, obviously that was a fail. What do we do now? And then they look at it again and they said, well, we need to focus on certain pieces of this puzzle. We can't look at the big picture. If we looked at the big picture costs a fortune. There's, you know, a billion options, there's a billion scenarios. What can we afford to really look at? And so they narrowed the picture down incrementally again. They chose which was what they wanted to focus on, what they didn't want to focus on. And so then you put a puzzle together based on what is the positive focus.
Yeah. I don't know if this is responding to what he's getting at, but you know. This is an offshore wind roadmap. It is not a coastal energy roadmap or Oregon energy roadmap. That we are somewhat narrow by the legislature's design. And so, and similarly, early conversations, it was, well, can we be looking at nuclear? Can we be looking at wave energy? I would argue that a lot of the things we're talking about here for wind would apply to wave energy as well, because there are a lot of complementary aspects to it. But that when you talk about what are we not looking at, we're not looking at other energy alternatives. It's really, we are by design narrative in that way, but there might be other ways that fit the top.
Yeah, but I also see it as, you know, the gentleman right here in the green, you know, this is a good point, is there is gonna be a portion of this that if we address on our concerns is really gonna matter to us. There's gonna be a portion that it's gonna be, what is the directive of this process? And so if you create at the front end, you know, something that says, hey, this process is not for X, Y, and Z. This process is for A, B, and C. And you clarify that at the front end. Now you can start focusing on a structure of what its purpose is, getting into more detail. You're telling the legislation, our purpose, legislators, that our purpose is for this. Instead of the shotgun, you know, sort of feeling that, I felt it for a second.
Are you guys flagging Kevin for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a second. Kevin, I see you, man. I'm coming in just a second. We might just flag Jeff, and for folks, if there are those, like what this document is and is not, often that will be done once at the front. If, particularly while we're reviewing drafts, if that needs to be said 5 times throughout and be a little bit redundant to start with, no problem. Like, find those places where we need to be redundant, we can streamline it later if we need to, or we find out actually we need to say those things. Similarly, like if the 4 alternative scenarios show up in 2 and then kind of disappear for a while, if those need to be lifted back up at the beginning of each section, also fine. Kevin, thanks for being patient.
No problem at all, Bobby. This conversation, particularly over the last, let's say 20 minutes or whatever, really illuminate the importance. And I direct this comment to specifically to you, Jeff and Bobby, the importance of the section that is on the benefits versus the impacts. And because why we do what we do matters. And the complexity of the problem that the consideration for offshore wind is trying to address is that there are holistic benefits and impacts, and there are localized reductionist benefits and impacts. And a lot of the comments that and passionate comments and authentic and genuine comments that we've heard most recently, particularly, pertain to the more reductionist, more localized concerns on the impacts of considering offshore wind. But all that needs to be within the context of why we're addressing this question at all. The state's entire energy strategy and the transition strategy is a function of the ecological impacts of the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere and the potential dangers associated with that, right, are catastrophic in terms of the quality of the ocean. I mean, we're literally talking about heading on a trajectory where we can acidify the ocean and kill all marine life on Earth. So this is the holistic and a holistic impact of the trajectory we're going, where we're on pace to go to warm the planet by 2.9 degrees Celsius by 2100. Okay, so that's the holistic macro impact, and the whole notion of whether we do offshore wind or not is because the primary mitigation from that kind of impact is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in an accelerated way. And the only way we're going to do that without turning out the lights on the global economy is to transition out of fossil fuels in the fastest way possible. And one of those sources happens to be offshore wind. But like everything in life, that's going to have impacts. And whatever solution we come up with to transition out of renewable energy, out of fossil fuels, we need to be sensitive to the least toxic, least impactful methodologies. But that said, we should never lose sight, that the fact that however we do this is going to have some ecological cost, that the ultimate ecological damage we're trying to avoid, right, is that the ecology that sustains current life on Earth is being destabilized by the emission of greenhouse gases. And unless we do something about that, well, the biodiversity loss that we're suffering in marine life right now, 70% of all marine life all species life has gone extinct since 1970. Okay, that will continue. So I think that's why it's really important, Jeff and Bobby, that the section that is on the benefits versus the impacts really draw the line from a holistic perspective to give a lot of the localized concerns some context, an offset, what otherwise, because this is why the state is asking for this roadmap, is because they're concerned about those holistic impacts.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kevin. And everybody, I am really sorry that I tripped over the connection to the owl. Kevin, we heard you. Just know I just need to reset the speaker and the video on that. But Jeff, I don't know if you wanted to respond to that, and I see Dean as well.
Kevin, I guess I would, as you were talking, I was going back in my mind to some of the conversation this morning about how does the roadmap place itself in the context of climate change. And I was thinking that it belonged in kind of the section 1 background, but I'm hearing you talk now about when we're talking about benefits and drawbacks, we need to zoom out a little bit. Discussion there as well. I think that's an idea I can run with.
And then Jeff, I was having a conversation at the break with you about how just generally, no matter what kind of energy or what kind of land use you're talking about, rural places tend to have land and water. And so that's where sometimes energy facilities are looked to. And so, yes, we have kind of the global macro kind of problems that and sometimes those impacts are not felt evenly. And so just being able to acknowledge that tension and then recognize, what are the just transition principles that the roadmap needs to embrace relative to that.
This is especially the case right now where you have some states barreling harder than ever before on fossil fuels, which is just.
That underscores the fact that some states are barreling ahead with fossil fuels, underscores the burden that's on the states that recognize this as a problem to do as much as they can. Because I'm sorry, yeah, we Idaho and Montana and Wyoming and other Florida and other states, are not going to be as participant as we'd like them to be in the process. And whether or not anything the state of Oregon does has any kind of effect, because it's a global problem, is the aggregate amount of the aggregate effort to transition out of fossil fuels. So therefore, all of us must do what we can. We can't take a minimalistic approach and think just, well, if Oregon does its part, we're good, when we know that there are significant users of fossil fuels who are not. So we have to do as much as we can. That's the context in which we function, which this question is on the table.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Kevin. So Dean and Rick, I see you. I'm also a little bit anxious to get us to lunch. I mean, some of these last couple minutes of conversation are foundational to the roadmap. It's something we've been struggling with since last November. And so how we be able to hold both of those things is the challenge and the art that we're gonna need to have to come up with in the next couple of months. But Dean and Rick, do you wanna offer something here before lunch? Okay, Dean, go ahead. Oh, Dean and then Rick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Kevin, I think we've had this discussion before, but the issue for me is if offshore wind was the deal breaker between planetary warming and not planetary warming, I would say build as much offshore wind as we possibly could and just damn the torpedoes full speed ahead. But that's not really where we're at. It's never going to be the question as to whether offshore wind is the deal breaker globally. And it's probably, at least from what I've gotten out of this, being on this committee over the past year, is it's also not even the deal breaker for Oregon. Oregon has other alternatives, according to our Department of Energy. And so offshore wind at most will be a contributing source of renewable energy. It will not be it's not going to be like at 90% of our renewable energy or 50% or probably even 10%. And so, I have a different, it's not as necessary as you kind of imply. I'm not opposed to offshore wind. I'm pro renewable energy. I can live with a certain amount of offshore wind in Oregon. And if you were to convince me that it was the deal breaker globally, I'd be all in, but I'm never going to be convinced of that based on the data we have. Thanks.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Bobby. Just so that I know we don't want to have this back and forth, but I just want to just take a moment to address what Dean said, only because it's recharacterizing what I'm saying. Nowhere in my comments did I say offshore wind was essential. What I said was essential is the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, which is why the state's energy policy has us moving out of it as fast as we can, 50% by 2035. However we do that, and we want to do it in the least toxic way, the least harmful way, I totally concur. But the context of the consideration is that it's essential that we do reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm an advocate of nature-based solutions too, rewilding and all those type of things, which are also contributors, carbon sinks. But I'm just saying a lot of our conversation, to the extent that we get caught up in the local impacts, the culture and use and all this other stuff, those things are important. But the offset of those things is that essentially we need to reduce our emissions in the state by 50% by 2035 to participate in the global effort. And however we decide to do that's the essential part, and we shouldn't lose sight of it because it's going to have impact here, it's going to have impact there. That is going to be the case.
And Kevin and Dean, two of the things that were really helpful from this back and forth, Kevin, you offered kind of looking at the benefit cost conversation within the document. Like that's a really important place to kind of play out this conversation. And Dean, you're offering of offshore wind may not be the end solution or may not even be necessary in some cases for Oregon. I think that leads to conversations around how we frame up the precautionary principle or other points. So the extent of, for some of these really foundational issues that we've been wrestling with, the more you all can point us towards elements in the document of both where to capture that back and forth and how is, I think, Jeff, is that fair? Is like, that's what we need most at this point, right? Rick, and then, we'll go to lunch again.
The other factor that needs to be considered in all this is issues of environmental justice. Tribes can't disproportionately feel the impacts of this. Tribal communities have suffered from, multiple impacts to their natural resources, to their availability to fish, their opportunities to exercise their culture. So that needs to be factored in as well. If we're going to take this macro, hey, we need to solve global warming on the Oregon coast versus, micro, site-specific impacts, issues of environmental justice, of, disproportionately impacting tribal communities also needs to be factored in, because too many times, we're solving energy problems, particularly Columbia River, Klamath River, on the backs of tribal people and their resources. So that absolutely needs to be captured in this discussion.
Thank you, Rick. I'm wondering that the document does not have an environmental justice statement at the moment.
Like I have that road climate along with a number of other groups across the country have that just transition principles that must be considered for offshore wind development that I think could be a helpful baseline for that, those considerations, but that definition, yeah, that's a whole other conversation right there.
And the just transition principles, I know we did look at, because it come up in prior feedback.
Yeah, I know, I've emailed them to somebody.
Okay. All right, gang, I think we should take a break for lunch. It is 12:52. Are folks okay with a 40-minute lunch? Okay, so let's come back at 1:30. So for folks online, we'll be back at 1:30. Go ahead and stretch. My guess is as soon as you come back, be here right at 1:30, because we're gonna have a conversation on whether to continue kind of the gallery walk or move into breakouts. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we'll do breakouts. All right, everybody, Sophia, and we can stop the recording for now. Sophia, you want to tell us a little bit about lunch?
Is served in this, next room here. I think that part can solve that, so everything is there, so this from this way.
Okay, thank you. And Kevin, again, I'm so sorry for tripping over the owl mid first statement. My bad.
Very happy.
All right. We're just getting settled here, folks online. We're not quite ready yet, but we will be in about 2 minutes or so. If you're back online, Kevin, thank you. Just give me a high sign with a hand wheel or a quick flash of the camera so I don't forget. All right, thanks, Katrina. Appreciate that. Bye. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Scott. In fact.
Nice. But it was nice.
Hello, Jeff. Any quick change on what we're going to do? For breakouts?
Two more breakouts, and as far as breakout.
We could email that. Well, or Trevor, if we could post a link to it. Well, yeah.
Because I think next year.
Yeah. All right, Mandy, we'll go ahead and get started if you want to start the recording.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, folks. So we're gonna come back together here.
Sure.
And here's for the adjustment plan that we were taking, we wanted to just check it with you. We got partway through this activity, not all of it through. We were thinking we'd spend another kind of 30 to 45 minutes, but no longer. Going through and checking the permitting stage and then checking the scenario with just supply chain. Just to kind of get through a couple more of those. And then if we need to in November, we can go through the other stages. Or hopefully that also will have oriented you enough on kind of what in the different stages that you can give us thoughts after today. And then we'll move into breakouts and I'll describe that in just a second. But does that plan sound okay? The 45 minutes on this activity, and then we'll go to the breakout afterwards. Because we want your feedback on overall organization document, just some really specific things that Jeff could use some feedback on as well. Cool. All right. Online, does that sound like okay for a plan? All right, cool. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Scott. All right, so I know you just ate and you just settled in, but let's go ahead and stand up again. And we'll head over to Furby. Bring a chair with you, that's not a problem. And I will do my best not to trip over my owl again.
I was gonna stand in the chair.
I know, I'm gonna go stand there again. All right, so we're gonna head over here into the corner and take a look at permitting. Again, let's leave a little bit of an avenue for the owl to see through.
Jeff, guys, share your screen.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually easier to see it up on the screen than it is.
I need to find a tab.
Jeff, well, we got everybody over there. We'll do it one.
I will be sharing my screen for those online.
All right, and we can navigate to that for you, Jeff. Cool.
All right, folks, so we're gonna do the permitting phase, and then we're gonna switch horses and talk about the supply chain only with the time that we have today. At the permitting stage, there's been a time jump. Leasing occurs, and then we know that there's a period of up to 5 years where a lessee who's purchased that lease, now they go and study what they just bought. And they do site surveys with sonar, they do geotechnical surveys where they're collecting samples from the bottom. And this is where they're taking the rough concept and trying to build an actual project. And when they're ready, that's when they apply for their various permits. So that includes the construction operations plan with BOEM. And that includes the offshore piece, the cable to shore, and then whatever cabling is needed to get from the beach to that first substation that connects to the grid. That is the scope of what's being looked at. They also are gonna need a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers for the stuff that's happening out in the water. And then anything that crosses into state territory, so really we're talking about cabling, a vault at the beach where it connects to the grid, et cetera. That's gonna run into permits from Department of State Lands, OPR for Parks and Rec. There's going to be various local authorizations that are needed as well from cities or counties most likely. All of that is subject to federal consistency review by the state. It's that second bite of the apple the state gets. So again, think about, there's been a 5-year period of time, we'll say, where they've been developing the actual proposal. And then under this structure, there need to be other things that are bringing to the table at that decision point for the state to say, yes, you can proceed with this, or no, you can't. And if the decision is no, you can't, if it's we're exiting here, then as I mentioned before, the lessee is now in possession of a lease that they can't build. And so what I understand about the process is that they essentially would forfeit the lease at that. So if at leasing, we have started this process of building around community conversations, both with affected communities, with workforce, with tribes, with others, that there's been a cumulative effects analysis already done at a conceptual level to say, can the California current ecosystem accept a project of this size and type in its budget? That there are market signals that have been put in place through policies, the transmission planning is on its way. The work of the science collaborative and the research agenda has been going on. And now we're here. And this is the point where the state is doing its review and we have to decide yes or no, or yes with conditions. And at this stage, there are ongoing streams related to coordination between the state and the federal government. So that's the coordinate with BOEM and a memorandum of understanding with Bessie. And if you remember, Bessie is the regulator arm of the Department of Interior, but after BOEM would approve a project through the construction operations plan, they then hand that over to Bessie to be the one who would then enforce and oversee that project over its 30-year lease duration and the project lifespan. And Bessie would also be responsible for overseeing any response actions if something isn't going according to plan or if there's an emergency or something like that. We would expect to see a more detailed effects analysis that includes cumulative analysis. We have a requirement for that in our territorials. So we're talking about kind of a conceptual cumulative effects analysis here, and here there needs to be greater detail to that. Under the good information stream, you say research complete. So at this stage, and if you look in section 5 where we talk about the research agenda, I try to break it out to say, we need to have some amount of information to proceed with leasing, but by the time you get to permitting, everything on the research agenda needs to be addressed. Now that can be addressed by getting information that answers the question, or it could be agreeing to an adaptive management framework that says there are some things we won't know until we're out there and actually seeing effects. But that if you take that route of an adaptive management plan, that there needs to be some enforceability, there needs to be some design in place of monitoring for the right things and having response actions in the event that things turn out the way they don't. And so you'll see that under the environment bullet there. But that everything on the research agenda needs to be managed one way or another. for the state to say we're ready to move forward. Under the meaningful engagement stream, we say that the public is engaged with good information. In other words, that the decision package that is being presented to the state is of sufficient quality that the public can understand what effects stand to result from the action. And that there be some sort of long-term engagement, that it's not one and done public engagement, that there be some ongoing mechanism for the public to stay abreast of what is actually happening if a project proceeds out into the water, that there be information sharing. So those are the three streams. And now starting to go around the horn, I'll start with the purple on the community side. We put in there stated incentives for community investment needs was a concept that came forward that if there are community investment needs that can't be addressed through agreements with the developers, there may be things where the state needs to step up and support infrastructure development, et cetera. The second bullet relates to community or fisheries enforceable agreements. Section 5 goes into greater detail about what we mean when we're talking about enforceable agreements. But the general concept is that there could be a book of agreements, that there might be multiple communities who could be affected by an action, who then could all take part in having agreements with a developer saying, we understand the effects that this will have on our community because you brought us good information and we studied what our community needs and impacts might be. So here are the ways in which we want to see a net benefit to our community before we move forward. And have that be enforceable in some way. Moving over to the orange, the port infrastructure and supply chain, we wanted to see those plans integrated into the decision package. That there be some discussion of how that port infrastructure work would be a necessary point. That one, we don't have a formal break, and as I'm looking at it now, I'm realizing that bullet was put in there a while ago. We don't necessarily have a formal policy or regulatory link between like an onshore port development and an offshore wind project that's being regulated by law. So there's a little bit of a gap there being still. That, you know, someone may decide to develop port years in advance or after a decision for a construction operation plan is made. And so that's one, now that I'm looking at it, we can look at it. That's a good point. On the workforce side, we have just a single bullet for enforceable agreements in place. And then that's part of the requirements under House Bill 4080 related to project labor agreements and other sorts of things to, and like apprenticeship training. Continuing around the horn. We have here incentivized transmission lane in Oregon. I think I made a late edit on the advice of my director to take out incentivize and require. One of the conversations we've had persistently here relates to a concern that if you had an offshore wind installation off of Oregon, but the transmission cable lands in another state, we may miss out on what those grid resiliency and reliability benefits would be of having power injected straight into the coastal grid. So looking at ways that we could, through policy work, make that a requirement and have that be in place at the permitting stage.
Judge on that, if it's offshore, so it's not within 3 miles, but obviously a long ways. If it's right on the Brookings, right on the California border, there's existing. How can the state demand that it come on shore, but it could tie in directly to something and don't want?
Well, we're looking at that right now as to what the policy options could be, but one idea could be that you might have a requirement that there be, like, if there's going to be a development off of Oregon, it must provide a tangible benefit to Oregon grid resiliency and reliability. If you have a broad policy like that, then having a power line that doesn't come to the Oregon grid doesn't satisfy that policy.
So that is having the consistency.
Right. Continuing around on the environment side. There would be, as part of the permit requirement, the state can require sufficient information to show consistency with our policies. And that means that there needs to be an effects evaluation from the action that gives us enough detail to know, are we consistent with our ecological protection policy? Are we consistent with our fisheries mitigation policies, et cetera? And so if there isn't good enough information for the state to make that call, then the state can say, well, we can either object now based on insufficient information, or we could give you the 6-month extension on our review for you to go get the information you need. And those extensions can go on indefinitely. I was talking to New Jersey, they had 5 or 6 different extensions on one of their reviews. So we have that as a requirement that before passing this checkpoint, there be sufficient information about this. That also is part of our policies under the Territorial Sea Plan. We have a requirement for mitigation of effects and requirement for an adaptive management plan. One of the recommendations in the roadmap is to flesh that out some more through both policy requirements in part 5, as well as guidance to say, well, what would that really look like to be a good enough adaptive management? What kinds of information, having triggers for when there might be further mitigation needed? What are we monitoring for that we can do some work to about the tighter requirement? We also require an incident response plan, and bonding is another one of those where we're not allowed to require that under federal consistency. It's required under the federal government. But I guess let's add that as another one for me to keep looking into to make sure that we do have sufficient coverage on the bonding side. But that at least there be an incident response plan that in the event something happens that we don't expect, that there be clear lines of communication, clear delineated responsibilities, and that might be again part of an MOU with Bessie. Say, here are our expectations for if something does occur.
Jeff, on this issue of timelines and extensions and extensions and extensions. One of the things I've seen with big development projects is the level of maturity of the concept or the plan starts out this vague sort of arm waving, yeah, it's gonna be great, kind of thing, and there's very little detail at the front end of this. But it engages a community and it focuses the attention of a community. And I'll just pick LNG exports as an example. That engaged our community for 16 years. And it never came to pass. And that really sucks the life and the capacity out of a community. So I'm sure I saw the toll it took on agencies to just keep going. Oh yeah, we're gonna get, oh yeah, and go. And in effect, then the community gets played. And while the developer is just like waiting for market conditions to change. So I don't know if there's a policy that could address that notion of, look, if this is a big thing and it's a lot of work. And we don't want people that are speculators in this game. We want sincere commitments. That if we're talking to someone, we're gonna actually be talking, and our community is gonna be engaging with the developer, that they're actually they're having a bona fide conversation with somebody who's actually gonna do the work. So that also raised that notion of enforceable community fisheries agreements. I hope that transferable agreements are captured by that concept of enforceability. Because we've seen big development projects where one developer makes an agreement with the community, they sell the project to another developer and say, well, that wasn't our agreement.
Yeah, if I can respond to the first part about just the endless string of extensions. You know, I wasn't there at the time, but my understanding of what happened with the LNG terminal was the state did allow a few extensions, and then at one point the state said, actually, we're not gonna allow an extension, we're just going to object at this point. So there is discretion on part of the state about whether to allow that succession extensions.
I think just from on the ground experience, coming from a team at National Wildlife Federation that's worked with developers in different, like on the East Coast where offshore wind has been built, it's not floating, but it's been really interesting to see developers going above and beyond what has been stipulated through their developing the agreements that were made with states and the federal government to do contractual agreements for vessel speeds is a really good example. They aren't told by the government they have to go slow. They're told by ENGOs to hold them to account, and they actually asked permission when there was like an emergency, a situation in which they weren't able to comply, and they were like, is there a way to get to agreement with you about how to do this differently? So that's only one example, and it's anecdotal, but I'm just saying that like, I think this is an industry that has demonstrated in California and in a lot of these different places, a very high willingness to. That wasn't happening with LNG. I worked on the LNG campaign. That was not an industry that was interested in like appeasing environmental concerns or community concerns. And I'm not saying that every developer in offshore wind is good, but from my experience, part of the reason why this process is happening is because developers are interested in engaging in a process like this. It's a feedback loop that's happening. So I do feel like it is not an apples to apples comparison is all I'm trying to say. And I'm not saying all offshore wind developers are like perfect entities, but it doesn't, I think there's a very real probability we're dealing with folks who are trying to have a very loose conversation on that end.
It just really, these big projects have long timelines.
Yes.
And they really suck the attention of a community, focus the attention of a community that keeps the community from doing other things like helping itself.
Well, that's why this has to be helpful to the community. It's gonna be worthwhile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add, I think that's the benefit of agreements and template agreements is, you know. You could sign with have agreements. Unless you get to the next part of the phase, those trigger when those discussions become more and more relevant. I don't know why one agreement with one wind developer should look entirely different for another wind developer. Or any other energy project for that matter, but you know, I think one of the points you raised, Scott Strickland has provided comments, which is like if wind developer sells, there should be already in the front end transferability, and if it's not reflected in the document, we should probably revisit that. But it was always a principle that he had sort of proposed was like ensuring that, yeah, there's transferability on a lot of agreements where we're talking about folks saying that they should transfer regardless who is the ultimate owner of the project.
And
Can you just maybe explain a little bit more about enforceability in general? I kind of feel like I'm maybe not understanding it completely, or that there's different layers of it, because it sounds like some of it has to do with state laws, but then other parts of it may be contractual, or I'm kind of getting confused about, well, what does it actually mean if they're like to envision that there's a problem that a community's having a problem with. What are they up against? Are they up against like suing some mega company? Are they up against saying, hey, state agency, this is not, maybe, yeah.
sure. This is an area that is a bit of there's an art. Under the federal consistency authority that we have, we are able to place conditions on our increments. So we could say, yes, you can issue this permit, this authorization to a company if you include in your permit X, Y, Z things. Or we could say, so as an example, we could say as a requirement, there has to be a community agreement with the affected communities that offsets the effects. And if we don't see that, then we don't have sufficient evidence that you're going to meet our policies to protect communities. So we're going to object. And so we could require that there be something at the time we make our decision. Or we could say speed limits is one, like. We say yes to this if all of the vessels don't exceed 10 knots of speed. And then BOEM has to agree to that, and then they put it in their permit to say don't go greater than 10 knots. And if they exceed that, well, now they're violating their federal permit, and then BOEM comes in and enforces. When the state puts a condition on a decision, as soon as we make our federal consistency decision, our role under the CPA is done. We don't get to take back a concurrence once we've given it, saying we said yes before, but now 10 years down the line, we'd like to take back that yes. We can't do that. We also can't say, we had a condition on our yes that said you were only gonna go 10 knots, and we see you not going 10 knots. We, the state, are gonna enforce on our condition. We can't do that. We have to rely on our federal agency to do that. So there's a limit under the CZMA of what the state can actually enforce over time. And I've heard through this group that accountability over time is a big interest. And so thinking about, well, what can we do with that? The idea that I'm running with is, and it comes from the conversations with Scott and Manpiece and others, that if you have an agreement that you memorialize through a legal contract, then you can enforce it under contract law. You don't have to enforce it under the Coastal Zone Management Act. And so if we can just have a requirement at the permitting phase, that there be contracts in place before we say yes and give up our ability to enforce down the road, then we can basically enforce through contract. Say, hey, you had a contract, so you weren't gonna go greater than 10 knots. And now you're exceeding that, you're in violation of your contract with us, and we can enforce that way.
And that contract is like a state lease? Or is this, or it's an agreement with the interested party?
Yeah, contract could be between the state developer, it could be between a community and the developer, it could be between a labor group and the developer. The trick is, can we use our authority to require that those exist while we still have the ability to say no, and then let those carry the mail over time?
Thank you for explaining that.
And please, can I jump in real quick? I just put on Jeff, we use the term enforceable through the document, because we should just be clear on like what that means.
Yeah.
In different ways, and also distinguishing between accountability and enforceability. So just mention that. And then you know I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, Laura.
So we should wrap this one up and then go check out the supply chain after.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on this one, Bobby, and I think that, to me, the North Star around both enforceability and accountability and oversight and inclusivity is like a belt suspenders approach, like a belts and suspenders approach, if you will. Like, I think we should really map out what can the state feasibly do. You know, whether it's federal consistency review, are there other bites of the apple where the state could use its power to protect coastal community members, mitigate risk, maximize community benefits, whatever, however that's ultimately defined. And then also additionally think about other forms of legal agreements that could be pursued as well. So it's not an either or, I think it's really all an and, to try to cover multiple bases where we're gonna find that there are gonna be gaps. And then how do you define what is oversight? What is accountability? What is inclusivity? What does that mean for different ocean users? How do we define that? Where are the gaps? And then again, like, could we use agreements, legal agreements to cover that? So we've already had already mentioned different kinds of agreements, like tribal stewardship agreements, community agreements, community benefit agreements. But I think it ultimately becomes really important for us, but also for the broader audience to understand what that means, what that is. Just to sign an agreement, a community agreement, there could be anything in that community agreement. It could also be lacking in many different things. So it becomes really important that if we're making these recommendations, that it's clear to us, but also clear to the audience what we're talking about, and then also what we're trying to achieve. What problems are we trying to solve or fill the void? So I think it's a good question, but I think there's I think the questions that you're raising are good because it's forcing us as a group to be clear what we're recommending and why.
I'll also just note before we go away that word enforceable shows up before adaptive management as well. With the idea that if we can at the permitting stage prescribe, here's the monitoring we want you to do for 30 years. And if you find these signs that things are not as we expect, here's what we want you to do. And we want you to agree with us now that this is how you're going to respond in this future, if then, that can be our opportunity to kind of have influence after our decision. And if we can make those contractual in some way, that gives us an even greater.
This is like writing a will.
A little bit.
And then you gotta be careful that you actually have something left to give away. So I think we should, but maybe this is also just an okay time to check, just listening to the conversation. It does feel like this organizational framework is holding up.
Yeah.
Caitlin's comment that like, okay, we have these ongoing streams that do overlap with the principles, like let's check and see if we can simplify that. We didn't talk really about that language from exit ramp to checkpoint, but like here permitting is a checkpoint and there's 3 decisions that could happen. You either move forward, you say no thank you, no never, or you say that we need more information, you cycle back. So that would be a good area for feedback to see if that's framed, but part of it is like the decision to exit is one of 3 kind of choices to make at each checkpoint.
Just a comment to the graphic design.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just wanted to point out that this is a really complex part of the process and it's really simplified here. So under the little blue whale, you've got effects evaluation and mitigation. That's huge for environmental effects. And this is where we finally can bring in part 5 of the territorial seed plan and our effect evaluation and all the work we've done there. And all the work that remains to be done, right? And those policies. And so this graphic actually includes, I mean, it doesn't talk about like the timeline and overlap between various state authorities, but I think some of that is in the roadmap. And so, you know, I need to kind of digest that section more before I can really speak to it. But I guess if I have a question or a thought about this, it's that there's no time frame or sequence or anything within this, like nested within this. And so I kind of wonder, you know, like for me, I'm looking at the effects evaluation of the little blue whale. And how does that, like, do we have to have all of those issues resolved and plans and, you know, T's crossed and I's dotted before we make a decision about one of those 3 paths? Is that what we're saying?
That's the implication. And I used to use the term at gate, that before you walk through the gate, all these things have to be in your pocket. And so that's the idea. It can happen at any time over that 5-year span, and they can be all coming in at different times. But when it comes time to make a decision, which path is we going? If you don't have all these in your hand, then that's when you pull over and wait, or you decide we're never gonna do it. So
Okay.
we're about.
And was that true in the previous 2 phases too?
Yes, although with siting and planning, it's not clear that we have the ability to say.
Yeah.
You know, we've just decided we're not gonna move forward to any leasing ever. That some of that is out of our hands. And that's one of the ongoing questions that I have is there truly an exit from siting and planning that leads us to never have to consider this?
Which we'll get a chance, it's one of the questions for the breakouts that we're trying to get to here in a bit, but Mike.
Just a comment on the graphic, if you go to that first one, I'm not sure the way the narrative is laid out. I'm not sure whether there's 3 or 6 streams. Because the text the text that's in the white there's enough of text in those things that you could actually interpret the white as one of the streams. So I think you could get some additional clarity by making your streams wider and putting the text that's in the stream in the streams, anyway, that's.
Yeah, as you were saying, so like, once you introduce the meaningful engagement is the bright blue, then just put the.
Well, the text then that's
Yeah.
meaningfully engaged, that represents meaningful engagement
Goes in there.
should be in the line. So make the line fatter or something like that. That's because it's out in the white now and it's suddenly, is the white one of the streams or?
Gotcha.
That makes sense. Well, I think, we probably don't have time to go to that, do we?
David.
Really?
Great. Do you have a slide for that?
It should be there.
Okay, cool.
It would be after these settings. One more. There you go. All right. Last one of these for today. We'll come back to those other ones. Alright, so you can see it on the screen up there, or it's here on the wall. So. Whole shifted gears. Everything we were talking about on the wall before was path 1A and 1B. In other words, the path where we're heading toward having turbines in Oregon. What I tried to do here was capture, would there be any difference if we instead leaned into alternative, I don't know which one it was, 3 or 4, where you say, we're not interested, 3, thank you, Bobby. We're not interested in hosting offshore wind arrays off of Oregon, but we are interested in participating in a supply chain industry that can support offshore wind in other places. So examples of that would be if we in Oregon wanted to lead the path on anchor joints and moorings, or be providing electrical cables, or any other kinds of work that would lead to those kind of raw materials that somebody is. What would that look like from a process? In my head, as I was trying to think about it, I didn't think of it as having multiple phases. In my head, there was just the one phase. Either we proceed with this, and then at the end of it, we have a manufacturing facility that is making stuff and selling stuff, or we don't. And I'd be curious if you, in your minds, see multiple phases there. So you have to imagine that when we walk through this gate, so use the old terminology, then that's what's on the other side. That there is an Oregon industry that is providing that. So in order to get there, I'm leaning on what I learned from some other state roadmaps and just conversations that I've had so far. I'm recognizing that I have a focus group, supply chain focus group planned for next month, so I'm probably gonna learn some. But where we're at today, starting at the bottom of the streams, under the regional coordination, that there be some assessment of the national and international market opportunities. That there be some coordination with partners to figure out how much of the supply is available for Oregon to participate in the slice. And then also specific to just the West Coast, working with California, Washington, maybe Hawaii and Alaska as well, on whether there should be a joint supply chain registry, so people focus their attention and we don't have overlap and people step in each other's toes. Going up a step to good information, the state could develop a supply chain registry. Figuring out what industries and capacities we already have in the state that we can tap to others. And say, if you are in the offshore wind industry and you're looking for anchors, we've got our list of providers here for you that's ready to share. So there's some kind of looking inside ourselves here. Also, as part of the good information, doing an opportunity assessment. It is kind of marrying where are the market opportunities regionally and beyond with what are our capacities and where can we find that there's actually someplace worth taking that step of investing, putting our energy and trying to build this market. Up in the meaningful engagement side, this was a recommendation out of the main roadmap that the state designate a senior state official to be kind of that single voice on Oregon's offshore wind supply chain industry opportunities. That there be that one person in the state who's delegated to that. And I think, if I remember right, they recommended that there be kind of an industry side coordinating person as well, to be a bit of a team there. So that's kind of the ongoing stream piece, or at least fitting those categories. And then going around the horn of the various interests, now we have to think, you have to build this somewhere. It has to integrate into a community somehow. So in order to do that, you need to understand and integrate what the community service needs would be if there's industry growth in a new place, because it could be similar where we want to develop some new facilities on existing port property, or we want to build some, I don't know, something else. And that might bring in new workers, which could then have new community needs associated with them, housing, infrastructure, et cetera. So there's that, like really understanding and integrating what that growth would be. On orange, at the top, securing the demand pipeline, which comes from these opportunity assessments and marketing work to actually build out some security with the investment in buildings, supply chain is going to pay off. And then port infrastructure planning, that if you are going to need to build facilities, that would be that in hand for you to actually participate. On the workforce side in the red, quantifying the job benefits that come from this investment in supply chain, meeting the training standards, and then similar to if we have offshore wind turbines, if you're going to be building a new industry that is bringing in workers, that would be enforceable agreements with that. No, I didn't identify anything on the energy side because this isn't really related to the Oregon's energy use. So that one is not right.
Unless you're doing prototype development for turbine designs. So I'm just trying to think how, before Oregon had the Intel industry and the whole tech industry, we had this state, it didn't have this type of business activity. Suddenly this business activity showed up. So I think there might be a good model in how the tech industry was recruited and developed and fostered in this state, because we don't have a wind technology ism in our state. But we could, we could be a leading in turbine design, for example. Well, that would be, we wouldn't necessarily be building the turbines, but if we have a turbine design sector that's part of this supply chain thing, we probably want to have this test facilities, looking at the wave energy model that we've got. I mean, they've got test facilities, there's grid connections, because they're trying to scale wave energy test devices at that level. I think there are opportunities to include power generation in a supply chain situation, because if you're developing turbines or other things, you're going to need to have a test facility that says, this is how these propellers, these turbine blades work, or this is how these towers function.
Wouldn't that be a pilot though?
Yeah, right.
You're actually generating
But
energy.
part of our utility scale is what they're wrestling with wave energy.
But this isn't zero, if that's what you're talking about, though. That's pilot, which is one of the options that isn't just supply chain.
Well, it doesn't have to be pilot in the ocean. I mean, you can do benchtop turbine stuff.
I mean, we could look at it. My knee jerk is that would be very similar to onshore wind generation, where you already have all these national labs. Space that I don't know where the pitch would be, but
Get tied to that, there's nothing there that I see that's tied to the ocean. Doesn't require being at the coast.
Right.
yeah, it could be in Portland or anywhere. Well, presumably you would need some river access to, if you're talking about large components that need to transport by water. But like, if we were to make a steel refinery, because raw materials are just a piece of this. Yeah, it could be inland and moving stuff by train and Sure, that could potentially be part of it as well.
So short of the blades and the towers. Anything else could be elsewhere in the state.
Maybe, I'm not sure when it comes to anchors and.
So energy conversion is an important thing, and the transmission is an issue if we're generating a large source. So there has been some discussion of hydrogen, so generating power to storage. Oregon, I don't know if energy conversion is part of the supply chain for wind, but it would fix a transmission problem. If Oregon came up with some solutions to say, if you've got a high intensity offshore source, but no way to transport the energy.
Yeah, I feel like that's dipping into energy strategy territory and less into the offshore piece.
Like, storage is kind of what we're not talking about, but, but. I have a question about what fits. Anyway, sorry.
Go ahead, I just have a queue going back
I'm
here.
sorry.
No, go ahead. Let's see, go ahead and do it.
I just had a question because I was recently on a call with, some the California agency folks, and they were talking about grants that are going out to these awesome, projects that, certain universities are doing to develop, innovative technology for entanglement, for identifying entanglement and removing entanglement, and like developing like devices for this, and eventually, like, hopefully one of these things will be prototypes that one day will be like something industry can use for like monitoring and removing entanglements. It's really cool. that California is kind of like leading the way in that innovation. It's kind of, that's relevant to like, that's something that they don't have in Scotland yet. That they might be leading in how to deal with entanglements. Like Scotland wasn't even tracking entanglements until we put it on the radar, which I think is super interesting. But until America put it on the radar. But all that is to say, there's a whole, when it comes to data collection, innovation and technologies that are useful to the industry, but aren't necessarily about constructing the industry. It doesn't feel like supply chain, but it's jobs, it's technically useful to the industry, and it could happen, and that could be for California or the rest of the world. So like, that's kind of, I don't know if it's supply chain, but I feel like I want to capture that somewhere. If we do technology, something our state does do, and there's a whole slew of innovative technology solutions that we can be taking. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I wondered, like, what are we bringing in that's new and novel or that belongs in our roadmap?
And those things like literally like, they have unmanned like vessels that are like, that would identify debris and like, and also be removing it. So like, they're talking about actual products that are creating that would be manufactured and sold or whatever. But I mean, even like, there's other things that are technology relevant.
I guess my question would be, with something like the opportunity assessment with the capacity that's already here, be like, hey, we have a world-class university that is looking at this stuff, we have an opportunity where there's a gap in monitoring, then maybe that's one of the things that gets identified here. And then fits, but maybe what's missing is the research agenda piece, that maybe we can also be leading, well, here's where the needs are for the West Coast that we should be focusing on.
Well, just to check with the roundtable on this one real quick, I'm wondering if this scenario, which is scenario 2. Three is the pilot.
Oh.
3 is the pilot, like small rate, 2 is supply chain, 1 is like no. Is just making sure that scenario 2 of supply chain is broadly inclusive of all the economic activity short of foot build stuff on the ocean.
Yeah, maybe we
Right.
don't solve supply chain.
That's what I'm kind of getting at.
Yeah,
If supply chain makes us think just manufacturing sector, maybe that's not right. It's manufacturing, service, all the various economic activities.
Okay.
I'm checking that with the roundtable, like, if that's what you want scenario 2 to kind of start.
I think that would match the broader definition and most studies around supply chain. It is the service, it is the widgets, it is the transportation of the widgets.
Yeah.
Like, when they're estimating numbers for supply chain, that's what they're basing it on. So I think it would probably be for our benefit to align with that definition versus creating our own definition. It'll make it easier when you're trying to estimate what are the.
Good question, because it was brought up earlier, does that include, typically or not, R&D?
I think it does, it typically does,
Okay, that's
including software, like there's.
That's kind of, I just want to make sure, it's like, it was very clear from that conversation in California, there's like a huge. Like possibility there that. Okay, cool.
So John, thank you, be patient, and we'll see Bill, and then Ash, wait, what's that?
I said one, after John.
Okay, great, so, and this is good, let's see where this goes, I may ask it to cut us off a little bit, as we go, but John, go ahead, so if you can be brief, focus on feedback, okay, sure.
This chart really started exciting me, because I see in it is, it's kind of like the beginning of a scoping process for, developing a needs assessment of, many aspects of this entire project. There's lots of things, if the state decides, or if Oregon decides that, no, we don't wanna put turbines out in the ocean. And we have kind of, well, okay, well, what do we do next? This kind of would inform that blueprint of what steps possibly could be next. Assuming that there's a need for them and that people in Oregon want to pursue any of them. But I think that you could be working on this chart in kind of a scoping capacity, right at the same time that you're beginning to work on this one over here. There's no reason that everything that's on this chart needs to wait until all these other steps, all these other charts have been addressed. I think it'd be really beneficial to start looking at that very early and start thinking if there's a role for Oregon to play, whether it's in being a global test energy center for working in high wave energy environments or building community coalitions or whatever. There's a lot of needs assessment that could help inform those answers, and usually this is kind of a scoping document. So, David?
Really fast, I thought that under the light bulb, you could add that, without, under this pathway, without any investment in. Offshore wind energy, Oregon has to invest in other sources. So it's included in the roadmap, it's already in the discussion. I just thought it would be an appropriate use of this space of the diagram for.
Other sources and also like. Recently it's needs on South Coast, I feel like, or whatever it is, just say.
Bill?
And just one question, you're talking about this is offshore wind, what's the definition of how far is it gonna be moving away from offshore wind to be a technology that the state should be investing in? How do we restrain it to, or how do we make sure that it has to do with offshore?
And do we need to?
We're looking for funding and funding support, and we're saying it's part of offshore wind. It's if it's some algorithms to be able to make more efficient widgets, whatever. I don't know, just sort of curious, how do we keep it constrained completely?
I guess I was thinking as you're saying that, Bill, like if someone developed a submersible, drone that could go and do surveys for offshore wind, and it worked really well to do surveys for fishing, like that would be a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is useful for some birds.
Yeah, I look at it, the other side, it gets really fuzzy, and like, there are lots of reasons to build a steel plant. Does it have to be building a steel plant where you just supply offshore wind? But if it's just like, well, Oregon wants to build a new steel foundry, do you need the offshore wind roadmap to get there? Right, or is that already through other business development needs?
Yeah. So Ashley, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if it's into this section and possibly other ones too of,
think another market signal I haven't really heard today, but I think I've heard from folks on the development side is having that. Regional coordination among like not just like state leaders, but among like local and the federal level as well. So yeah, I don't know, it was a meaningful engagement section. I wasn't really sure what the senior state coordination official role meant, but and I wasn't sure if there was a more of a litigation engineer about that specific role, but was just wondering if that would encapsulate that, or not.
I think it's different, it's in section 5.
Oh, it's in section. Okay.
And I don't remember.
But yeah, I just figured, I think that was just something I haven't really seen much today, it's just having that buy-in, so, you know, having that buy-in from leadership.
So second to last physical page.
Thanks,
It says page 157 at the bottom, senior state official.
Okay, perfect.
And I basically just copied it from state.
Okay, cool.
But in my mind, it's more about coordinating on like the economic supply chain piece specifically.
Yeah.
But then integrating that with, I think you're right, like what are the community needs, what are the federal pieces, that there just be some kind of spoke to the wheel.
Yeah, I think that's something that I think I've heard mentioned on the developer side a few times, is like. You know, about having that leadership buy-in or even just engagement. It doesn't really, you know, it's through supply chain or, you know, the rest of the process, it makes it hard to get that investment buy-in. And also just wanna uplift what some folks were talking about, partnerships for innovation center and research too. I think it's important. Phase for this section here.
Do you think of what the roadmap would recommend related to that? Is that
Julia reminded me of the catapult, the research innovation center, and how we're installed, and I'm like, this is the oh my god. Yeah, it's like opportunities to do, you know, either through university or private partnership. Opportunities to, you know, have in town, I'm trying to think the exact word, but my brain is just innovation. And working with, you know, opportunities to have that workforce development, partnerships there.
I should mention the Capital folks reached out a couple of weeks ago just to have like, hey, you guys are doing the roadmap. We like to help states who are trying to develop.
Yeah, you say a couple of weeks ago, it's just funny because I was like the Oregon person typing up with the Capital person the last few weeks.
Oh, okay.
It's not.
They were just trying to figure out where our needs were, and I said, well, we've got a draft, it's in the streets, take a look at it and see if you can tell us better than its own.
Thank you. Ramsey, and then maybe we check in online and we'll, close this down. Oh, sorry, Ramsey, can check online and
Jack, this one's just one of those, I don't understand why we don't just move a number of the supply chain in every scenario. It seems like a lot of upside, I don't really see a lot of downside. It's highly likely you don't need a port improvement to participate, or to participate in supply chain. You also don't need a new mountain, you know, there's existing steel facilities, there's existing agitators. You're really just looking for opportunities for working employers, for workers to benefit from these technologies. Like the earlier, you planning and finding roads to connect the dots. That can make the difference whether, you know, Oregon is part of a new burgeoning economy. So even if it's just California, like the whole Pacific Rim is likely to see, well, parts of the Pacific Rim is likely to see development in offshore wind. Canada is not finding offshore wind. I just see more upside for us just finding an affirmative to move on certain items on the supply chain. So like an example I've heard of is like Evraz, I don't know if they're still called Evraz. They produce steel, they weren't part of the supply chain for onshore wind, but once there were supply issues, they got a call from one of the wind developers. Say, hey, could we do something here? we need steel. They provided it. They basically then became part of supply chain for offshore wind. So that to me, like, that doesn't require new infrastructure, that doesn't require anything, it's just, you're just kind of diversify. The market for importing employers, so that's just like, that's an example for me, like. It just seems like a no-brainer, just for Origin to at least find a position, whether we're doing.
So Randy, so you're making a case that like, why would we even include path 4 as an alternative in the future?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, like, I don't know if I'm. Yeah, I would maybe find that backtrack a little bit, with like, but it's like, why not just include it in every scenario, rather than.
I think that's, to me, what you're saying is like, we should be doing supply chain if we're moving forward with offshore wind, it should be part of the plan for offshore wind. That's also listed on the stop, there, which we've done on supply chain. Before we had skills production, what I mean, like, they're scrambling to backfill supply chain more locally, so I think. But I also think that like, it's valuable to have a scenario in which it is better that we're doing, but I think. There's a way of stipulating it that's like, it should be part of offshore wind if it's something that we're moving forward with.
The caveat that I'll provide on this being the only thing. I have heard the perspective from more of the industry side that if Oregon doesn't have leases, like. You don't have to guarantee that you're gonna get your own supply chain industry from that, that we would really need to build it ourselves by reaching out and creating it. That's the lowest.
And I agree with that logic, like, sure, exponentially, our opportunities to work that have a supply chain would increase if there were doing a project. But that's also not a guarantee, we're basically saying, hey, be a policy, we'll intervene to get that. But for me, at the same time, it's like, why not explore a supply chain strategy?
And hold on, guys, just a second, and you've been super patient, do you wanna jump in on this one?
Yeah, I'd like to join in on this one because.
Yeah, come on in,
Well, all right, I'm gonna be saying also what, John was saying earlier, with this, it also gets me to thinking, about this temporal aspect. I mean, this is in here before, it sort of seems like if we decide we're not gonna do these things, maybe we should do this. And everyone's saying, well, really, you should be doing this all along. And it seems like there's this risk and cost element related to the other alternatives that also needs to be figured in here, because we know through going through 1A and 1B have exceedingly high costs and unknown risks. Like, we know that to do 1A and 1B, like, we're gonna have huge state investment. We're gonna, now that we have federal monies going away, I mean, there's just all these costs that go into it. And then it occurs to me like, well, what if we just pick one of these things that we know is actually going to be much more of a sure thing when we invest in that, as opposed to waiting and investing in all these things that are uncertain. And then kind of coming back and having it be too late to build the chains or build the anchors. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but I'm just saying there needs to be some sort of temporal, just seems like there's some cost benefit and risk stuff that needs to go into this option that it just doesn't quite. That's the.
Yeah, well, I just, get a couple out and.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about what Ramses was saying about just the opening up the. Clarity of which players might be opportunities to further develop facilities and capacities that already exist. And that seems like a pretty low level of investment that would shorten the chain from, hey, the supplier can't get. And this operation didn't know there was an opportunity necessarily, and they had to find each other. So it's kind of like the state could invest in a little plan, like, hey, these opportunities, just to connect the dots more quickly. And I feel like that's economic development sort of space. Yeah. Not this per se, but. That's what, there could be a recommendation towards, the economic development. I forget what it is in Oregon, it's in the.
It's business Oregon.
Business Oregon, right, sorry, thinking of.
So Mike, go ahead, and Jeff, I'll let you react to all.
I will mirror Ann's comments, my comments were going to be.
before she articulated risk and intensity, you heard my reaction to what we're currently calling path 1A and 1B. It seems like if you're gonna present these things, you could just sequence them in the document in this progressive order of opportunity. But the first one might be, but you don't have to do anything. And then the second one was, well, we may not have to have turbines, but we could do this supply chain thing. And here's some examples or a pathway that we could take to optimize the opportunities presented by that. And then you could start to say, well, but then if we did a pilot project, you could have this and these would be the requirements. And then finally, if we were to go wide open, it's gonna be more complicated, but that's how Oregon's path should be if we're gonna jump in the deep end. But it seems like this conversation has had me realizing, of course, we should explore supply chain development. Maybe that's the order we should present them in the document, instead of starting out with how do you get to build on these things. It's like that would give you a sense of a progressive sense of understanding of what's involved in the industry if you're a novel reader. And then one other random thing about just this supply chain is, I don't know where workforce training comes into this whole thing, but people are part of the supply chain. I see that, but I'm not sure I fully understand the fact that we've done excellent training. The building ships, Louisiana's building wind turbine installation vessels that are being used in Virginia. Because Oregon has a long-standing tradition of building ships, that has a workforce associated with it. And I just want to make sure that we capture the fact that we could be building wind turbine installation vessels that are used throughout the world, but Jones Act really creates those opportunities.
That was no, should go be part of this.
Yeah, well, Jeff, let's let you react to this one, but I guess part of this, is folks are excited about this, but it's also, it is part of the other scenarios too. So like, what's different fundamentally different about this versus the other one?
Well, I think that's been my question is, what is fundamentally different about this path versus the other? Because really, there's a single bullet way over on the other side of the room under the siting and planning section where it's like, let's figure out our supply chain.
Yeah.
But in my head, let's figure out what Oregon needs for Oregon turbines as part of the supply chain plan. But all you need to do is say, both locally and globally, then you could be doing what's on this piece of paper and on what's on that piece of paper at the same time. If the state wanted to make the investment in both potential futures. But if the state decided we actually don't want to spend the money on the spatial planning, we don't want to put a lot into the research agenda, try to answer the questions about turbines in Oregon, then yeah, Oregon could just pursue this. Business Oregon, working with industries, fairly cheaper alternative, spend a few years going after this. And I guess the opportunity costs would be time. That if later on Oregon decided that it was interested in turbines, it wouldn't have been spending that time to get ready. Or maybe the federal government comes back in some years and says, we want to come back to leasing. And we didn't do steps at that stage, would we have the grants? So I think there's a world in which we do both over the next 4 years. Or it's kind of that one or the other. And I don't think the roadmap talks about that. What I'm gathering out of this is that there's a near-term decision of, do we jump on these two paths at the same time? There's also the dark horse of trying for a pilot. But when I think about a pilot project, I think it kind of follows the exact same flow as if you were doing 1A or 1B, because you're talking about putting something in the water. And you're gonna need a lot of those steps. But
Can I check in online first?
Yeah.
So Trevor and folks online, this has been a robust conversation in the rooms. We're not ignoring you, we promise. Anything you wanted to add in that hasn't been brought up yet? Trevor, have you noticed anything in chat?
Nothing on chat.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Karina, and then I'll come back one more time.
You know, Mike brought up this idea of thinking about the order of the presentation. I had been thinking that in my head, so I think it just. I think there are some advantages to rethinking the order in which this is done. Number two, I think there are many of the aspects of this which have kind of no regrets and other benefits, other co-benefits. So for example, developing a supply chain just kind of has co-benefits, right? It's helpful to, to develop the economy, workforce development, job opportunities, involvement in a nascent industry that, that's great. I think the planning, spatial planning, if you will, marine spatial planning or other observations in the ocean, we're gonna have other co-benefits as well for the state of Oregon. So I would pay some attention to thinking about how to present this in the kind of no regrets and maybe different order in which it is right now. It also helps bring people along who may be more or less, not as knowledgeable about some of these other areas. If supply chain is at the end and you're really interested in environmental things, you might not think about, it has some benefits for later on. Hey, I'm sorry, you see, I just got excited about it. I think it's good. My truck thing.
Yeah, there's a lot more that can be fleshed out and framed around this. I'll play with that.
One thing I also just would like to have be emphasized in this section is, a lot of the priorities, considerations, engagement with communities really also needs to be outlined with this part of the process too. It needs to, if we're gonna go into the especially about community, enforceable agreements and just making sure that, that there's no like, I don't know, I would agree with being, it's like no free passes in this section. That, whatever standards and accountability that they're thinking about for the roadmap itself, that, I'd like to see that uplifted in whatever form an industry is participating in this process of engagement.
I wonder how to put that into action, because I've been thinking about that too.
Yeah, I just think it just needs to be, I don't know how to do it into action, but just encouraging. It's like a case by case thing, right? It depends on what the inflation is.
Yeah.
I mean, that depends on the regulatory needs too, right? So if we're talking about not following this permitting and leasing process, then that's a completely different. I don't even know what the processes are here or where the opportunity for public comment are, and so.
Well, I'm gonna take it's gonna have all of the public processes, right? But it's like, I think that's why it really hinges on like, what is the nature of the thing? Well, right, not to be that specific, broad, just like we wanted to get priorities line up or just,
Yeah. I'm thinking of Mike's example of shipbuilding, like what if the shipbuilders on the coast is just gonna start building some more ships, supply this industry? There's not really a connection point other than maybe through forcible workforce agreements, or if there are community service needs to go along with this business that already exists, suddenly doing more business. And how
If it's Oregon policy though, then you could have that ombuds person that's informed about the marketplace for offshore wind or for the offshore wind industry, that can actually go out in that business Oregon mode and sort of work with Oregon businesses to capitalize on the opportunity, because existing Oregon businesses may not be aware that there's a shortcoming of Jones Act compliant wind turbine installation vessels, or they may not be familiar with that marketplace. It is really a business Oregon economic development.
Well, and this is also just striking to me in the sense of when our minds, I don't want all this to notice, when our mindset switches from regulatory to business development, the conversation changes quite a bit, right? So
do the players.
Yeah, yes and no, and I say yes and no because if we're thinking about how we want Oregon business to develop, it's not ODFW and LCD per se. But the principles that you all have worked on over the last year around community engagement, community ownership, benefits outweigh costs, all those principles still apply, how they apply might be different.
Yeah.
But anytime the state is putting subsidies or resources or spending energy, you can ask them to do that in a particular way. So anyway, I just want you all to notice that when you move from a regulatory mindset to a business development mindset, the conversation changed. So.
Well, I think that, just along these lines is also that, just in all these conversations that some of us have been having for over 2 years now, I think there is a tremendous, for other people more than me, I'm sure, but like a tremendous knowledge that has been built about these things. And so whatever you pull together, I guess if I see it as being a launch pad for this phase two, or that more could be said about that. There's just so much, I think, more awareness about what those opportunities are.
Well, I just want to say, I know we're like off of our normal agenda, but I really appreciate that we've had this conversation because this supply chain only alternative has been one that we've talked about since the beginning, and I have not really known how to deal with it. And so this was my best attempt to try and figure out what makes it unique. And I hope to learn more next month talking with the supply chain folks to see what do you need out of that? Like what does the state need to be thinking about in terms of policies, interventions, investments that isn't already happening? And I appreciate that we're giving this some airtime. So thank you.
Yeah. So for this one, hopefully you all have gotten your head wrapped around at least kind of what we were trying to do with the diagram. So as you provide comments on kind of the construction phase and the operations phase and the decision to renew a lease or decommission phase, we would love feedback on that. Yeah, and again, as much feedback as we can get by October 10th. Bonus points by October 20th. That makes Jeff work that much harder to get it turned around to you for November 18th, but no problem. You can drive Jeff a little bit hard, but try not to do it too. Okay. All right, let's take a 5-minute stretch and then we'll come back and kind of break out and we've got some questions for you. All right, so let's focus online. We'll take 5 minutes and we'll be back here at 2:56 on the dot. And Mandy, we can pause the recording here for just a little bit. I'm gonna, don't start the recording yet. Get everybody back together. Go ahead and reconvene here.
Yeah, I call it.
All right, folks, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Hopefully you got a coffee refill, a little extra cookie.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. Yeah, well, I'm trying to have my Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No,
Yeah, my stand said, trying to do my little.
no, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Yeah.
So it's 3 o'clock, we're adjusting on the fly here, let me tell you what our plan was for the rest of the afternoon, and Mandy, we can go ahead and start recording now. So the plan, the 3 things we wanted to try and do for the rest of the day, one is we had scheduled a breakout session to talk about 6 questions that Jeff really needed feedback on, particularly for November 18th. So I'll go through and introduce those questions. After we had done that, we were just gonna kind of open some space, assuming folks had had a chance to read parts of the document or had kind of burning things that they wanted to talk about. We're gonna try and merge those 2 things together, if that's okay, and we wanna try and leave the last 15 minutes to really make sure we're designing the November 18th conversation. To advance to where we have a document that this roundtable feels ready for broader public comment. Right, so we need November 18th, and the conversation we'll have there to be precise enough. So that after November 18th, Jeff has what he needs, the DLCD team has what they need to develop a public comment draft. Okay, so I wanna leave today for feedback with you all saying, we need to talk about X, Y, and Z on November 18th to feel comfortable sending this thing out for broader consumption. That's that okay? Gary? I'm just trying to read the language.
I'm not gonna be there today. That's what my faith is telling me.
Yeah,
That's.
to be able to offer like what we need to talk about on November 18th.
No, I haven't made it all the way through the document. So I just,
Yeah, okay,
that's why
perfect.
you're looking at me, so I'm just.
Well, I was checking and you're like, you were giving me something, I'm trying to understand what it was. Okay, so the 6 questions that we have. And Trevor, were you able to send these out to online folks? Okay, great. So the 6 questions were, what level of detail belongs in the main body of the roadmap document versus what goes in appendix versus what gets spun off into a context document, or what other words that we use today, a summary for the legislature, what have you. Thoughts on kind of language readability in the executive summary, main body, appendices. I think on this one, which terms do we use without clear definition? So like concepts around accountability, enforceability, checkpoint, some of those kinds of things. And then there's some really substantive kind of specific things, like should the roadmap propose an energy generation goal or limit? For example, is a 1 gigawatt limit for phase development make sense? Like, we should start even in the phase 1, should the roadmap say we should not develop more than, 1 gigawatt, or similar, we should develop at least 1 gigawatt, so not more than, not less than. Thoughts on the information requirement of leasing versus permitting describes this idea of risk and uncertainty of what we can know, what risk are we willing to take? What level of detail or information is needed at the leasing stage or the permitting stage? How should you just, yeah.
If I can break in there, Bobby.
Absolutely.
Move it forward. What I have on the screen and what's on the write-up is a summary of what's in section 5 of the document. And I talked about it when we were over there at the wall, trying to say that before leasing, we want to see a cumulative impact assessment, or else leasing doesn't happen. But then not have to answer every single question on our research agenda at one. But before permitting, that next phase, 5 years down the line, that's where I was saying, before moving forward, we want to put in the roadmap that all uncertainties from the research agenda must be managed using one of the methods that's there on the screen. Either you get new relevant data from somewhere else around the world that fits Oregon, or we get our own information, or we have an adaptive management plan that will kind of learn by doing. And is this the right kind of rubric for us or not?
And then the fifth question is, how should the roadmap address the connection between shoreside projects and offshore projects? We talked a little bit about that here. So that's both like transmission, it's looking at port upgrades, and it's looking at kind of that time lag between when shoreside permitting happens and the sea on ocean permitting happens. The sixth question is, there currently doesn't appear to be a formal exit opportunity, so at that checkpoint between siting and leasing. How should the roadmap or the state of Oregon think about that movement from the siting phase to the leasing? Is there a way to design kind of an opportunity to exit? So those are the six that DLCD is identified as we could really use some feedback on.
Could you clarify that question 6 is like, does that mean should Oregon pull the plug or should a developer pull the plug?
It's more how. So it's like, how would you do that? Given there's no consistency review at siting, the consistency review happens at leasing. Like Jeff, you said, feel free to elaborate here.
That there doesn't seem to be a way, like after going through those siting actions that were in that first poster. If we came out of that and we decided, Oregon is just gonna be closed for business for any leasing for offshore with federal waters. We don't have a way to tell the government at the federal level, don't bother coming. And so, or if they want to do leasing and they haven't done all that siting permitting work, like, where is our exit? I'm just struggling with, if we're trying to leave and exit in every phase, I just don't see one of that.
And so the answer, Jeff, may be because there isn't one, or shouldn't be one.
Yeah.
In which case your graphic should delete one of its exit arrows.
Exactly, maybe 2, if there's not even a mechanism to cycle back for more information.
Well, what gives Oregon the power to stop at siting?
That's kind of my point, is I don't know that they have.
And I'm talking way up beyond what I understand, but it'd be an important policy, is that right?
Yeah, but it's like, I don't think we can make an enforceable policy that says Oregon will not allow any leasing of federal waters for the outer continental shelf for this particular use. Karina, I see you want to.
I was just thinking, I'm thinking like, we're like practically being very creative, I guess. You're right, I don't think there is power play there, except to maybe not permit any of the onshore infrastructure. Or cabling, you know what I mean, like there's some other places where the state might have say so. But in federal waters, if they want, I mean, think of it, one of the outcomes we thought could happen is that they build it in onshore in Northern California. Right? How would we say no then?
You guys
So
are
I'm
asking,
just showing like there are some places there.
yeah, this is why it's a good question, and
Yeah.
it's perfect for a breakout conversation.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Jen? Can I break this up? Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna take 30 minutes and kind of break up. And so Trevor's gonna have folks online go into online breakouts with Andy and Brett. Andy, Brett, and Trevor, and then here we'll have Jeff and Wade. And then Sophia. And talk about the 6 questions, but talk about anything else that's further in the document that you want to come up with, and then we'll come back and do a full group report out from that, okay? So for my 3 in-person groups, Trevor, are you going to the other room?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I can just get like 5 or so people with Way over here, 5 or so folks with Jeff over here, 5 or so folks over here with Sophia. And I'll direct you here in a second, we'll do that. So Trevor, why don't we go ahead and do the online breakouts?
Is there another room that one of the groups can break out to, because this room is gonna get lively, or is it 3 group conversations going on?
I think it'll be okay. I don't disagree with you. If you want, it's raining, but I'm having Trevor move next door. Actually, Trevor, why don't you stay? I'm gonna change things on that. There's more right here. I'm gonna move everybody that way. So. Wait, take these 5. Okay, go next door. I'm sorry, next one, please. Sophia, will you take trees G?
Really?
You go next door. And then Jeff, here's your group to take next door. Yeah, everybody there.
I thought we were gonna be on the flag.
It's gonna be pretty.
But then, that's why I come to that. Actually, out there.
Yeah, the balance of voices is the same.
Oh, it was one of these, all right.
Yeah, okay, and then I just grabbed my pages.
Are you good? Good. Okay. And you want me to boot everybody, right?
Hey, Bobby. When you're walking around, if you get my computer charger, it's in the back left corner. Yeah, so, so our task is to provide some answers to the 6 questions that Bobby just introduced. And let me share them. You all in chat. There's a PDF. If you see that coming through in the chat, you see a PDF to the questions that Bobby just asked. And these were, do y'all see that? Cool. And so these were kind of 6 primary questions that Bobby and Jeff came up with before this meeting that they really needed help on. And wanted some specific feedback. And so our task is to make our way through a little bit of all of them, or we can dive deep into 1 or 2. It's kind of up to what you are in. Yeah. Yeah. think. Mhm. Yeah, yeah, so, yeah, I don't know which part you heard about that conversation, but it kind of led, some of the feedback was. Different parts of the roadmap as it's currently written could lead to maybe different. Companion documents, this is something like the executive summary, might need to be. Sorry, just what. Maybe that needs to be whittled down to a 2-pager that can be digested by the legislature. Whereas, some of the more technical details. We're being.
Really good ones. Well, that's not what we're talking about.
Alright. Tara, how'd that go for you guys?
Really well.
Great.
There's most of it.
Okay. Nice work.
So we can go a little bit along.
How many groups did we have online? Three?
Yes, 6 total, and just leave me 20 minutes. At the end, so like hard stop at 4:40.
So maybe one or two, like we have 6 questions. And maybe to synthesize one, people and take away from the other questions from all the groups.
Yeah, whatever.
Now
makes
let's have
sense to you and Jeff.
5 to 6 minutes. Jeff, that sounds good to you. Then maybe each group will share out one main takeaway from each one of the questions. So we can have enough time for all the groups to report out. Sounds like a plan?
Yeah, collecting the full input stuff.
Bob was gonna do that for us.
Yeah, if you were one of the moderators, you'll see here in the slides. Breakout group, 3, there's not 6, but if you wanna just cut and paste your notes right into the slide deck. Then it's easy for us to get or email to me right now.
Yeah. So what about we start with one of the online groups to hear that? We haven't heard much from them during the whole day, so maybe to hear those voices.
Sure.
Can we start with your group, Trevor?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome.
Are we doing
Like one
everything
main,
or just one question?
just one main takeaway from each one of the questions,
Okay.
if that is possible, like just to keep it in 5 to 6 minutes for each one of the groups.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Can I pick on one of my group members to go? Sorry, we didn't sign a report out. Let's see. Joe or Dean, can I pick on one of you guys to let's see, do a high level summary of what we talked about?
I'd rather you do it, Trevor. You have notes in front of you.
Good try.
Yeah. So let's see, I guess towards the top, we talked about, kind of had a little bit of a continuation of maybe breaking up into multiple, different types of documents for different audiences. So we kind of went in, and thought that might be a good idea just for kind of framing how the comments over the next couple of months might turn out or next month or so, going into November, how we might kind of work through having those different sections for different types of audiences. That kind of moved into this idea that it is, as it stands right now, a hard document to read. Perhaps when people are going to be accessing this document, they might already know what they want to get from the document. So the first part is really crucial in terms of providing those waypoints of, I have this idea of what I need from this, where do I go to get it? And so kind of expanding the table of contents out into a more of an accessible, readable, almost product in of itself as a roadway to access the information that they want, whether it is background information, something on more technical information, policy, etc. Moving on to number 3, proposing a limit. We talked about, instead of identifying maybe a certain amount of power generation as a limit, thinking about a range, low and high. We also talked about perhaps what would be more understandable in terms of impact would not be power generation necessarily, but the number of wind turbines in terms of the visual impact. So 1 gigawatt of energy equals how many turbines? And do we have a goal in terms of 100 to 1,000, etc. Switching into the number of turbines might be a little bit more accessible for people. Also, we talked about maybe, this roadmap, this space isn't the space for setting a goal like that. We might look to other institutions, maybe another guiding line, but maybe it's not our purpose to set a top limit. That is something that comes out of marine spatial planning, and we're not in a position to set a specific limit. Let's see, number 4. We briefly talked about it before. We kind of honed in on 4C. All uncertainties from the research agenda must be managed using one of the methods above to show sufficient evidence. Generally, yes, but we talked about changing the language from uncertainties to knowledge gaps from the research agenda, just an acknowledgement that we're not gonna be able to cover all uncertainties. Got a few on that, but I'll keep going. Number 5. This one we talked about, we might need a little bit of clarification from yourself, Jeff, or from the group. We understood 5C as just a statement of fact, not necessarily a recommendation. If we want to clarify that.
Yeah, so in 5, A, B, and C are just facts.
Yeah, okay.
They're not proposed methods, it's just here are the things to consider, that make this complicated.
Okay. So with that in mind, yes. The acknowledgement that it is separated is well taken, and finding a way to connect those two in terms of it being part of the same project proposal, whatever stage that may be in, transmission and onshore development does need to be included into whatever offshore lease is taking place. Now, the question of how it's gonna happen, we didn't necessarily quite get to that. Any specifics on that, but just the acknowledgement that it does need to be part of the same process. Then number 6, we briefly got to at the end. This one, we were kind of halfway through the conversation, but I'll let either Dean or I think Laurel chime in, because we kind of got to one side of it and then we were kind of going back and forth. But it basically started off that perhaps having an exit ramp between siting and leasing could be a show of bad faith, because of this is what marine spatial planning got us to, this is where siting got us to. The natural step would be to maybe identify a leasing option, but there were some ideas where there could be a smaller exit ramp there, but it does seem kind of be fundamentally different than an exit ramp than another transition stage between other different phases. Okay, I have more of my notes, but that's cool. That's what we got.
Thank you so much. And then I'm coming back to the room. What about your group, Don? Someone from your group would like to report out, like the main key takeaways for each one of the questions?
Roundtable people, wait a second. It's really hard for us to build community ownership when you keep kicking it at staff. But anyway, just saying.
He's so good.
I know he's good at it, that's why he got hired, but still, just saying. But Jeff, with that, go through it.
Sure.
Demonstrates community confidence.
It does.
So let's see, on the first question on the level of detail, I got a lot of good specific recommendations what to fix, but this idea of having a conceptual document and a technical document that is separate but companions. That right as it stands now, it's kind of too detailed for the purpose and it's important things need to come forward. The table of contents is overwhelming and maybe having some narrative to describe what's in each sense. Language readability, we didn't spend a whole lot of time for, but there was a reiteration that maybe the document should have a should versus must check. And where places where it's appropriate to say should versus must and that tone. On the question of proposing a goal or a limit, you know, I don't know that we talked about it a whole lot, so I don't know that I could really speak for it or move on that one. But there is a discussion in section 5 about it, if you want to read a little bit, just about the idea. Let's see. Information requirement of leasing versus permitting. You know, I can't remember us saying much one way or another on it, but I didn't hear serious dissent there as it was framed. But the connection between shoreside projects and offshore projects, we did talk about quite a bit. You know, I came in just lamenting the difficulty when you have two different projects that are permitted completely separately and making one a requirement of another one, that we may want that. And it's in our pathway diagram, we want to see one decision package, but the rub is really figuring out how can we do that in a way that's actually enforceable. And there was this idea of a but-for component of the project that if there's a shoreside facility that would not exist, but for the existence of an offshore wind facility, that there may be a way under some state requirements already, and I'm thinking Department of State lands, where maybe we can make a connection there. And we also came back around to this idea that Delia brought up during our gallery walk about like needing to see some demonstration of confidence of the feasibility of connected components like the cabling infrastructure. That at the leasing phase, maybe there's something we could do as a policy requirement to say, you at least need to show us thought about this a little bit and have some options. And you may turn out to be wrong later, but at least kind of tell us what you're thinking. So there's that. As for number 6, about there not appearing to be a formal exit opportunity, you know, I guess the conversation came around to maybe some de facto ones, that maybe the state just doesn't fund planning or siting or stops at some point, and that would be a de facto end to that phase. Or like not participating in the World Task Force. But then there was also this idea that maybe contrary to what you were saying, Trevor, we may come out of siting and planning, comparing areas in federal waters to our state policies and just say, well, we weren't able to find any places that would be consistent with our policies when we look in our crystal ball, and we know this today. So let's just write a letter to BOEM and let them know that we've done this preliminary work, we haven't found a good site. That won't stop BOEM from doing leasing, but at least we're forecasting that 10 years from now, when it's time to look at a permit and these policies actually come into play, this affects your likelihood of actually making it that far. Group, is there anything in particular that you'd like to add?
I think you did a good job, on that. I think the but-for was a good way of trying to tie things together.
And the only other thing I would add is, I think that opening the concept of the summary for policy makers, we need to identify the audience and the thing. I'm sorry. A summary for policy, maybe that's just as part of that first part of this sentence.
Thank you. Let's go back to our next group online. Thank you, Jeff.
I think Hello. Yeah, Andy, I was in Andy's group. This is Kevin Howard. And I was, be speaking for our breakout group, if that's okay.
Well,
Indeed. And so we had a very active, vigorous discussion, particularly on the first four questions of the six. On question one, in terms of what detail belongs in the main body versus the appendix, it very much aligned with what Jeff was just saying about the idea of making the main body, a conceptual discussion of the roadmap, with deferring all the technical detail into the appendix, and that we can better attach these two sections, right, by altering the table of contents to have the appendix mirror the main body's table of contents, so that a person would be able to get the conceptual level detail in the main body, but to the extent, let's say for a staffer or such, right, who needs to get into the technical research and all that type of detail, they have a corresponding section in the appendix to get that detail. The idea is make the main body the story of the roadmap, how the process is going to work, and make that as easy a read as possible because of who would be reading it, and the various stakeholders who would be using it, and then defer to that appendix, the research, the technical detail, particularly on issues like impact, economics and the like. And so that was the thought process there. Then, in terms of the language readability in the executive summary, first and foremost, everyone commented, Jeff, that how you had presented the executive summary and how you had characterized it was great. That was fine. That was in that. But one suggestion that was made, particularly as it relates to the main body, is, as with most documents that have any technical capabilities to it, and usually any relation to government, there is a heavy use of acronyms. And so then, because of the need to use acronyms, there's the need to basically be able to make sure that we explain what those acronyms are, because every reader won't know. And so a suggestion was also made that in the digital version of the document, right, it is possible, and I did this personally in writing the risk management framework for a major bank, is that you can create a hyperlink the first time an acronym is used in the document, that a person can click on and go to the definition in an appendix, right? And then have a back hyperlink in the definition that gets them right back to where they were when when they were trying to figure out what's this acronym mean. So that was one suggestion as to how the digital version of the document could be more easily readable, by basically defining the acronyms in a way that a person could just find out what the definition is, get back to their place, and continue to read the document. So then that was that suggestion. And then on to three, in terms of goal setting, there was a great deal of apprehension because there are so many factors, as a project is coming online, as to how much energy should be produced, whether it's a floor or whether it's a ceiling, or whether there are many factors involved, economics, market factors, ecological impacts that are unknown at the time of the roundtable, so of the roadmap. So the intent was not to set a specific goal, so many gigawatts or whatever, but to actually propose a direction, such as much renewable energy as practical, given the other factors, the other limiting factors. So the bias to as much, as opposed to, unlike what our Department of Energy suggested, that we're basically filling in based on the state's 2035 energy use goal estimates and stuff like that, how much renewable energy is needed to just do that. So the idea is to contemplate the prospect of the state producing excess renewable energy, and as we innovate distribution a more efficient distribution, the state could be selling that excess, renewable energy, so the idea is not to set a goal specific because those things are going to be decided with additional information later on, but set a direction to as much renewable energy as practical, given the ecological concerns, given the economic concerns and the market concerns and such. So that's where the group came down on question 3. Question 4, in terms of the information requirements, strong emphasis on the idea of transparency and front loading the requirements. The idea of minimizing the chances that someone would come in, at the leasing stage, clear the leasing hurdle, and then as questions are answered, from the various stakeholders, resolve that the project doesn't make sense and we need to exit. That type of risk, will limit the quality and the number of people trying to get leases off Oregon. So the idea is to have a clear and transparent standard at the leasing level so that developers who are considering leasing, entering into the process, know what the hurdle is going to be and the chances of a failed project, because it ultimately doesn't make sense, doesn't happen at the permitting level, but is known much more at the leasing level. So a front-loaded, transparent information requirement, strategic approach was what our group was talking about. And let me see if there was. We did not get to talk about the difference between shoreside projects and offshore projects. And in terms of the last one, let's see. I would say that again, this goes to the notion of project risk. Since it is private companies that are bidding on these leases that are going to do these projects and stuff like that, the idea of exit strategies deep into the capital investment of the projects will be a tremendous deflator to the kind of entities that will be interested in developing these projects, which is not what we want. We want, to the extent that we want to do offshore wind, if we're going to do it at all, we want the best companies. We want to have it in a structure that it makes sense and that people are not going to be at a higher risk of losing the capital that they invest. But a suggestion was that the state lean into the fact that as a company is entering into the leasing process and are developing the research to make to answer the stakeholder questions on the project, right? That the state has an interest in that information, and that the state start asserting their prerogative to obtain that information, whether the project is complete or not, because certainly the state would be impacted, state territory, state coastal areas would be impacted by the necessary research, in order to obtain the data. So we have an interest in getting that data. And that's kind of where we left it.
Thank you so much, Gary. Thank you for working out from your group. Now here we got group, friendlies, games.
We actually are following these.
Well, yeah. So excited.
I'll be brief. I think I'll combine 1 and 2 here, and my roundtable members feel free to correct anything I said incorrectly here. I think in terms of the level of detail that belongs in main body versus appendix, I think what we kind of sort of try to summarize here is just a focus on the executive summary, like try to be a little bit briefer, maybe an area we could use maybe more bullet points. In terms of what's on the main body, I think it's the right level information. I think some of us discussed it. Making sure you have definitions right, background, case studies. I think helpful to have like a glossary page just to make sure like folks are following along with some of the jargon that we're using. I think that just kind of dovetails as well on thoughts on language and readability. But again, I think just the emphasis on having an executive summary and then additionally adding a chapter summary. So I don't know if there's anything else I missed from 1 and 2. 3, great area of discussion, areas of disagreement, but what I would say, I think what was common ground is. Seems like we're not at the place and time to talk about limits or caps at this stage, but worth at least capturing where folks stand at the moment in the state, in the roundtable, worth capturing, worth noting. Again, too soon to talk about goals or limits for suitable sea space or spatial planning, or, discussing the benefits or drawbacks. I might take some liberties here and say, hey, well, just a suggestion, cage match, but people in. I didn't have a number, check that, make this actionable,
Actually, constructive though, there was. Assuming that I heard this correctly, is it'd be really valuable to characterize, we're hearing this from Fisher people, that this would bring them to the table if we had a goal that was a limit, and here's what the industry says that they need, and here's what, and just like characterize the information that has led you to say, we don't have a number goal. Here's all the information in our universe, because then the legislators and people who are reading this summary can be like, oh, with this information, I feel informed enough to start thinking about how to solve the problem. So like outlining your knowledge, we've heard from everyone in that section will help decision makers decision make, right? You know what I mean? Because you're not like, here's our decision, but you're like, here's what we know and what you should be considering as you look at this problem. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm trying to find the page number where it exists.
Yeah.
There is where like, is there a sweet spot here between the low end of what the industry would consider kind of a high-end starting place for fishing industry and cheapest from a grid standpoint?
But I think what's important for you to remember that the reason why we started out with, we don't think it's appropriate to pick a number was because the science people, like, the folks who wear science hats were like, I don't even want to think about a goal until we've identified suitable places. But no one's gonna identify a suitable place if there isn't a goal, right? Why bother, putting resources into identifying a place? And I think that I would want to characterize that tension as well. Because data and state of data is really hard to get. And so while we might think scientifically it's not appropriate to have a goal, there are political and economic reasons to have a goal. And there's the only way to fund the science is fair, you know what I mean, right? But I think it's important to be like clear that we actually think, some people think, that the only way to come up with a number goal for energy is to identify what space is available, right? And so those are the tensions you're trying to balance. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
What I like is that you use the word of capture.
yeah.
Like, let's capture the conversation without necessarily.
Without tilting, you're just like, here's what we're working with, there's not a clear recommendation here, because there's all these different viewpoints that are valid and important that should be weighed in making this decision. And I think that is like the appropriate role of the roadmap to play.
Yeah, I appreciate that guidance.
Okay.
I think it's probably worth.
I mean, the cage match is also a fun idea, but I just wanted to.
If there's a consensus.
Is around, kind of related, responses to.
Okay.
I'll just add, if I could add, here is, I think it's also worth capturing the root concern too, like if the root concern is. Dredge work, spell it out, if the root concern is. It impacts like specific location, we should try to spell it out, if it's a specific number of generation, like, I think getting closer to root concerns as well. Might be helpful to all for, I think the reader, future generations understand like what are their current hangups. More for a lot of these conversation points, but we didn't get to.
Before you move on, can I just underline just a point, Jeff, for that one is. Like, the part I'm hearing too is, this might be a recommendation or a decision that gets handed off the legislature or the governor.
That's exactly what we're saying.
Right?
Give us the information they need.
Yeah, is it as much as possible, so it's not like slave.
Oh, yeah, no, obviously, yeah.
It's an opportunity for policy.
Sure. Sorry. Oh, no worries. I think that's about it. We got to 4, talked a little bit about it, but we just kind of acknowledged we have not read enough to talk about leasing and permitting, so we'll probably get to your feedback soon. Yeah, again, we didn't touch on 5 and 6, but I don't know.
No, that's it.
I'm feeling virtual. Cool.
Thank you. Thank you very
Can I
much.
just offer one thing about number 1 and 2 that I just discovered that changes my complete perspective on things? Is this printout has, I couldn't find section 1 in this printout. And that's because the footers are named, labeled executive summary, except for the first page. So I will confess to have read the background and introduction as part of the executive summary. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I get it now, and I'm gonna have to completely revise, so sorry.
The real executive summary is like
11 pages, yeah. I thought it was 30 pages. Woo. Sorry.
No, all good.
That was our trick to get you to read more.
The first draft of the Marine Reserves Assessment, the executive summary was 30 pages.
Oh.
We have 2 more groups, one online, so I think it's a red group that you can share with us. What do you discuss in each one of the questions, and then our last group here in the room, so we just have 2 more. Brett,
Okay.
so,
Yeah, so Scott or Robert, do you wanna go?
Go ahead, Brett.
Okay.
You got this.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll be brief. On the first question, one item that was brought up specifically was if there's a way to be able to have I guess first of all, less detail, have the details in the appendix, but have hyperlinks if there could be a live document to where if there was something that was included in an appendix, one of the appendices, that you could make the connection from the main body to the appendix was something that came up in conversation with my group. I'm going to move on to question number 3. Some good discussion on this. First of all, there was one individual had some sentiments that, yeah, we do need to have some sort of limit for phase development. Another where they didn't believe so, that supply chain and transmission will limit. What I will say is that there was some concurrence that maybe if there was some sort of limit for phase development, that maybe 1 gigawatts too low. One suggestion was maybe 3, and there was curiosity about what was proposed down in California, down in Humboldt for that project. And with regards to goal or limit for suitable sea space spatial planning, there was a conversation with regards to the territorial sea plan part 5 for wave energy, and that we've got some precedent for that already, and that no really kind of specifics in terms of what that should be, but since we do have some precedent for that, we should be looking for something like that similarly here. I'll move down to question 4, and so with regards to the issue of requirements for leasing or permitting, there was agreement that there needs to be information up front with regards to leasing, that putting it off too late like was done with some of the BOEM processes, it's too late to be able to really have a full understanding of what the project is. And we had some good dialogue about some of the issues of the onshore or shoreside projects and offshore projects, getting into number 5. There's with regards to transmission lines, feeling that the transmission lines really need to be looked at as part of the project. They're their own set of impacts, and they must be reviewed as a whole. And they're really considered a part of the same project. There was some also discussion on question C on number 5 with regards to shoreside permitting may be separated by years. The thing is they may be independent projects, but in case of when you're looking at a project, even though they may be separated by some years, a developer wants some certainty up front if they're going to go forward with something, and really want to be able to have their answer up front that they've got a whole complete project when they move forward. So I think that's got kind of a quick summary of our conversation.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you.
I was chosen.
Yeah.
Like, little punchy later in the day. So, our group spent quite a bit of time on the first 3 questions and a little less on the latter 3. For level of detail and question 1, we really focused on the importance of the executive summary, the 2-pager type executive summary, and the importance of making sure the really important takeaways are up in above the fold, so to speak, of the first page. So prioritizing the order in which they're being presented is going to be really important, because some readers may read that initial paragraph and not finish the whole document or turn it over to the same page. So just really think about that for impact, and maybe even if it's possible, invite some people who have not read this before, have not been involved in this, or even a professional communicator, just help make sure that summary is exactly as good as it can be. And then in terms of readability, there are a lot of tools to help with that. You could see some of those. The other, then on question, I guess that was 2, what belongs in that, so we really just focused mostly on executive summary. I'll say that was it. For 3, which was, we've been talking about before, should there be a goal or a limit? I think overall, we think that there should be, just as a global answer, that there should be some limit set. However, we don't think it's the job of this, process to define that. We do think we might be able to help come up with or we would advise coming up with a framework or a set of criteria. And it might not be a gigawatt criterion, because 5-10 years from now, what technology could deliver a gigawatt might be quite different than what we can even imagine. So we did kind of lean into the spatial planning piece and the need to balance the values and uses that are valued by ordinance of the coastal ocean. And that would include not just offshore wind and fishing, but recreational uses and other uses as well. And that setting sort of a goal for how you balance those uses might be a better objective, and defining what the criteria are for that. And that probably involves some form of spatial planning, would allow you to come to a conclusion about what an upper limit might be. I think we can define a lower limit in terms of what's viable. But I think it's the upper limit that's the harder angle. So that's just kind of the way we were thinking about it as more of a framework and a set of criteria that are not necessarily space defined or gigawatt defined, but that would yield that answer. That. Anyone else from my group, does that sound right? Yeah, okay. Okay. We, for number 4, you know, we got stuck on the what are the actual levers that the state has problem. And then we kind of decided to plan and go, that's actually not our job because we're not analysts of that. But we think that we should, in the roadmap, explain what we would like to see. And then, you know, it might be your job or someone else's job to analyze, well, you know, this is what folks would like to see, but we don't see places for it in the current structure of policy. And that just might be, we have to accept it because it's a federal state thing, that's how they don't, or it might be an opportunity for policymakers to think of a way forward. So that was the approach we kind of took there. But we did kind of come to the, you know, discussion around the burden should focus more on the leasing side and the permit side in terms of information we did. Those are pretty good. And then in terms of the 3 options, new data from elsewhere, where specific information from Oregon and adaptive, yes, on them all. Yes. But with some understanding that option 3 might, you know, we're sort of thinking like some of them might evolve over time. It might start a little more conceptual, like because the plan might change as we get into a permitting phase. So I don't know if that's helpful, but that's what we came up with. And then on 5, yes, we think there should be some connectivity between onshore, shoreside projects and the offshore permitting and design process, because you can't be successful with the project if you don't have some idea of how you're going to connect to the grid, shoreside, what other things are needed. So I think we also kind of settled in on this idea that it doesn't have to be, you know, like done, like, you know, don't have to have certainty, but like be convincing enough that there are some options that are viable. Maybe there are 2 options, maybe 3 options, maybe there's only 1, but like discuss that. Are there, you know, some initial correspondence between, you know, some commitments, some applications in place, something like that. And then, is that everything? 6. We thought 6 kind of related to 4, actually, you know, but back to like this idea of spatial planning, like if you have that, you might be part way to at least a conceptual cumulative impacts assessment. So we didn't get too far on that one, but we noted the connection to addressing my recommendations in 4 and 8.
So which one?
I like your idea about crafting that executive summary very carefully to get the most critical information about the full page 1. And it strikes me just sitting here is that if you know, if somebody knows somebody who works in Salem as a legislative aide, something like that might be good an eye to that to look over that summary that it means near completion to see whether it's adequately organized.
And legislator can actually understand it.
Yeah. I mean, so that would help what they're involved in looking for.
So make sure that legislator can actually understand it.
Yes, yeah, we talked about that a lot, about language in general. Yeah, and we talked about like even just like for legislators, they need talking points the public can understand, and so those are not necessarily different audiences in terms of the language you might use. Consider that.
All right. Just quickly, in terms of not making Jeff pick his favorite child, I think that like, I wonder if it would be useful for you to do like a poll of the Google poll of the full roundtable about how to prioritize that section, to see if there is some consensus around that or not, or you can just do your first cut at it if that's easier. I'm just saying, if you want input on how to go about that prioritization, a Google poll might be a useful idea, but.
I don't know what you prioritize what.
So people are saying that, like, for an executive summary, for like the very, if like all the person does is read the first page, we wanna make sure that they are seeing the most important information up front. Like a
Key
very,
takeaways,
very
key,
key,
the most
takeaway.
The priority takeaways. Like if they only read the first page or the upper half of the first page. What do we wanna make sure that we have?
Fun, everyone reduces their like top 3 sentence. What would you put above the?
Or maybe you just wanna do it and share with us, I don't know, I was just thinking if that's like.
We can provide written comments.
Yeah, there's and I also think like this one we have some time on.
Yeah.
Right, so I think, yes, if you're feeling, by the 10th or the 20th, feel free to give us those bullet points, like these are the most important things. And I think when we get a little closer to either after January or stuff, we can revisit that. And then just listen to this, when I've negotiated really complex technical documents, there have been points where we actually have 5 executive summaries. So like, what's the executive summary from the agriculture perspective?
We
What's
talked about that too, but I didn't tell you that because I was worried it was too much work for.
We have to think about that, it's like we have the executive for the whole thing, but each chapter can be its own standalone thing.
Yeah, there's lots of ways, and it's not that much work, because even though everyone feels like we're our own special snowflakes, we're only 20% different. You know, so it's not that hard, once you're clear on what's happening.
I think mine.
And then I do need like
Yes.
10-15 minutes to get us towards the moment.
Just an observation, you asked what's missing, now that I've made my fantastic discovery of section 1. I have noticed that this assumes that people who might pick this document up know what floating offshore wind involves. Just the basic primer on what's involved in producing electricity from a floating platform in the ocean. We got all that training, I think everybody in this room got that training during the BOEM process. But there's just, how big is this thing, you know, what happens? They have to be anchored into seabed, just that basic primer of how is electricity produced in the ocean.
We talked about that here too, just to reflect on that and suggest that there may be other resources available that we can point people to.
But I don't even see a pointer to that, and it would be important to have a primer that, or some way that someone can burst themselves into. What's under discussion?
Diagrams.
I can see the diagrams of grid arrays, but that's 2 steps in.
I will offer that Sarah Sweat has just put in a lot of effort to do some pretty basic explanations that go, you know, link to more information.
We actually talked about little pamphlets as well, but there might be informational pamphlets that are sort of summaries of various aspects.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing on all this, it's like, there's a ton of information, all the information changes every 3 months, maybe every 6 months. And we're playing with all these variables, and so how do you create enough information for the right audience, knowing that it's all going to change in 6 months. So that this can be living, and we wanna create artifacts that have a longer shelf. All those things are true. I think for this, if we remember the beginning of the meeting, like, let's get the substance accurate, precise, and then we can get all the different usability things together in the next couple of months.
You shouldn't worry too much about the executive summary and how it happened diagram until we pretty much completed the document.
Yeah, but I think on this one, it does feel like the executive summary is important enough that we can play with that.
Yeah, and I think it can be done later too, like you said, once you draft it, we can kind of help.
And we can play with that all.
Yeah.
Cool, Jeff, is it okay if I switch to the November agenda? So, November 18th, we'll be here before we know it. And so again, really key reminders, like, I know not everybody got to read cover to cover twice. Gold stars for those who did. But October 10th is the ask for specific feedback, October 20th, if you can't quite get it by then. I had to have you focus, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong here. Section 2 with the alternative futures and section 4 with the pathways diagram. That's what we talked a lot about today, so your minds are in that, that would be really great. I'm also at it today thinking that that's where we may be making the most changes for now, but I don't know, Jeff, what do you think?
I think section 5 has the actual actions and I don't spend a lot of time. I'm really nervous about that getting all the way.
Okay, so they can still on 5. Okay, 5-2 then, please. 2, 4, and
While we're at it, just throw in section 1.
Come on.
You know, it goes really well with the coffee, a glass of wine and a water. All 3 of them.
All three of them.
So then for November.
Just record yourself reading it out loud so we can listen to a recording. Great idea.
Alright, well, don't challenge us, because we could pull it off. And let's stay focused for just 10 more minutes, please.
Alright.
You're good, you're good. So I'm feeling for November, we're gonna have the research agenda. And so I'm thinking a big chunk, talking about some of the actions and so basically November, we focus on section 5 and the actions and recommendations. A lot on the research and information, because there was, if you look at. There's so much stuff we did here.
Yeah.
Right? And so spending a lot on what the recommended actions this group wants to make in that area feels pretty good. What else for November 18th?
In respect to that, how much do we put the reality of funding? Problems for the state, federal funding, do we make any reality or just?
Jeff, I'm gonna give my instinct answer and then you tell me. I hate folks constraining themselves on money off the get-go. Money is always gonna be a constraint at some point. I'd rather you all define what you think is needed and then we be clever about finding money. And then the other piece of it is if you have a strong enough coalition that's dogged enough over time, you'll get what you need. But if you never ask for it, the answer is no.
Yeah, that's right. You cannot start from, is it financially feasible, because legislators. They'll get themselves to know easily enough.
Yeah, we'll get there. So let's not do that, but be mindful as grantees remind us, we do probably need to start thinking about revenue strategies.
Yeah.
Okay, what else for November? I guess we can do 1 or 2 more things.
Sure, well, I mean, there will be a new draft, and so I'll be talking to you about. What comments I got on this draft and what's changed as a result. I think there will be some pretty major organizational. You playing with some different ideas on that, there's what I heard here. I would ask when you all are, if you are going to provide me written comments. Please stay focused on what the words are and don't give me a track change version where you moved a bunch of stuff around because I will get totally lost. Just work with the organization who's here if you're making specific changes. And if you want to suggest alternative organization, do it in the same.
I'll give you a cover letter. Yeah.
There were, sorry.
John, go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering if there was a venue for the November meeting.
Yes, we're gonna be at the Cokewell Casino, used to be the Mill Casino, in Coos Bay.
I was thinking you're gonna be doing some more focus groups. And we'll just have any more work product from like community engagement, that should probably be. And maybe that'll just be included in the next round of the report, but I just think, I imagine our groups would be interested in hearing that. And also, I'm just now remembering, you wanted to share that list of organizations that Jeff is reaching out to get input from roadmap folks, right? But anyway, the community engagement process, I feel like, is like, we want to continue iterating on that and getting report backs and how that's going.
Yeah, and there might be a section there of like, how do we want to activate the roundtable on that organizing?
Yeah, or just getting up to what you're getting from that too, it's like.
Ashley, did I see a hand pop up?
Yeah, something that was brought up today was, like defining environmental justice and how to incorporate that into the document, so. I don't know, if that's like a place for the November 18th meeting, or if there's like interested parties like myself that. Can help between now and then come up with some recommendations for that, or, anyway, just wanted to name that was. Talked about earlier.
I'd offer if you have specific language recommendations, citations, say, hey, put this in the document, make that part of your comments to me.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And we have the just transitions stuff that Ashley's already sent. And I think it was Caitlin made the comment about looking at the principles and the streams.
Right.
That might be a good place is to just recheck where we land on the streams and principles, like through the various lenses and statements around tribes, and treaty rights and environmental justice and some of those lenses that we looked at everything. Do it?
I just wanna ask for practical consideration in the timeframe of review of the second draft. Because a lot of people will be taking time off and anyone, like if I have to vet it with managers or staff or subject matter experts, they may not be available. So try to consider that, like if we get a second draft and then we only have a week and then we have November 18th. You know, let's just be practical about what we can bring to that meeting in terms of our knowledge of the second draft. And then how much time we have to review that draft, considering that a lot of people will take time off for holidays or families or whatever.
We'll discuss that. I'm also going to be squeezed on preparing the November draft.
Sure.
If I need to get it to you all absolutely no later than November 11th, which is a holiday, so really tentative. Right, and you all have a deadline of October 20th to get me comments. Then I've got like 3 weeks to.
Yeah, and then once we receive it, then we're having the November 18th meeting. So I'm just trying to envision like how well prepared I can actually be for that meeting.
Yeah, so my ask to all of you is that's why we forecasted the entire 6 months. And if you think about our normal cadence, we try and get you the material 7 to 10 days in advance, which usually then means Jeff has it done about 3 to 5 days in advance of that. So that's our cadence. And so.
But then there's holidays, so I'm just trying to.
True, there's always things, whether it's holidays, or legislative cycles or fishing cycles or what have you. But part of why we're forecasting is tell us when your windows that you can look at it. And then we could, as soon as possible, I guess is all I'm asking, and it may not be realistic that you can do a full set of all 5 sections reviews on every draft. You might need to concentrate and we'll work with you and you work with us, I guess is the only ask. Yeah. Okay, because we just thank you for all the work. We just know it's a lot of work.
Also, Jeff's doing a lot of work, it's like, it's a big one match.
Yeah.
People are beside themselves with this document, I mean, it's like, yes, we're picking it apart, but like, it was. An amazing effort.
Well, Jeff, do you have what you need for November 18th? I see a full day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we want to check. The other, what's that?
The cage.
You guys know we practice nonviolence, right?
Well, I know.
Unless it's fun on the side, we're not violent during work. We'll think of something less violent than.
Okay.
Yes. All right, any other thoughts, team? Sophia, Trevor, folks online? Jeff, closing words?
You all have given me a lot to do, which is what I needed. So I was like, what do I do with this thing?
Well, you asked some big questions.
Yeah.
Well, I want to reference that too. I came in today bringing questions that I was really struggling with when writing this thing. It felt like real dilemmas to me. And I guess what I heard out of all the group discussions is they are dilemmas. There's a wide range of opinions. You know, and maybe even like we could have an ideal about something, But maybe what wasn't reflected in the questions is where like. It's maybe not so easy to have the ideas that we want. And how we deal with that. So. I think those are gonna continue to persist. I hope that you kind of keep doodling over those. I hope you all find it in yourselves to stay in the document a little longer and help me find. Like the little spots that really need some attention. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you online for those who stuck it out all day. We appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you all. Safe
Thanks,
travels
all.
home. If anybody is interested, the bedrock we catered for us is also right here. Folks wanted to gather afterward, but feel free to go home and we'll see you on the 18th in Coos Bay. Thank you all. Bye. Mandy, we'll go ahead and stop the recording. And we'll sign.
One of the